Lizzie, fantastic to be up here, and certainly the weather's put it on for us. It's delightfully mizzly, I think, is probably the best way of describing it. Certainly some grey clouds overhead. We've got, it's a very cool day, about 20 degrees at the moment, some light rain potentially, light winds picking up possibly later on today. Still a high UV rating later on, so make sure you do slip, slop and slap if you are here at the Regatta course.
Well, we've got a fairly big program of racing today, all in small boats, single sculls, double sculls and pairs. And we're kicking off this morning with the men's under 16 single scull, where we have 2 heats, with the first 4 across the line to progress through to the final and the remainder to be eliminated from the event. Because they're under 16, they are racing over 1,000 metres. And in lane 2, we have Leichhardt Rowing Club, represented by Nico Colantonio. In lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar School, represented by Bailey Kropp. In lane 4, Nepean Rowing Club, represented by James Baker. In lane 5, Glebe Rowing Club, represented by Fergus Dawson-Damer. In lane 6, another sculler from Leichhardt, Jeremy Cooper. In lane 7, from Marist College Sydney, Blake Auger. And in lane 8, a third sculler from Leichhardt, Luca Wilson. And of course, Leichhardt have a strong junior program there, led by Isaac Shepherd, who is supported by Dua Kalantar. Great to see so many of them racing.
And through that first 500 metres, it is a little bit tricky to see at the moment, but it does look to be our sculler Jeremy Cooper from Leichhardt in lane number 6, ahead of James Baker from Nepean Rowing Club. Does look like Fergus Dawson-Damer from Glebe may have been a late scratching from this event. So Leichhardt's Jeremy Cooper, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalantar, out in the lead at the moment. He's got what it looks to be about a boat length lead over Hunter Valley Grammar's Bailey Kropp and then James Baker from Nepean Rowing Club. Also Leichhardt's Nico Colantonio in lane number 2, also sitting quite comfortably, Blake Auger from Marist College, and Leichhardt's Luca Wilson at the back of the pack at the moment, and certainly a lot to do if they are to go through and make it through to the final a little bit later on today. First 4 going through to the final. As we see them now into the last 100 metres or so, it's still Jeremy Cooper from Leichhardt out in front. Hunter Valley Grammar's Bailey Kropp is sitting in second place, and then he's got a boat length over James Baker from Nepean, and then Nico Colantonio from Leichhardt. So that's our 1, 2, 3 and 4. We are seeing a bit of a push come here from Luca Wilson from Leichhardt and Blake Auger from Marist College, but they may just have a little bit too much ground to make up over that last 50 metres or so. Leichhardt's Jeremy Cooper is led from start to finish. He's now under a bit of pressure here from Bailey Kropp from Hunter Valley Grammar, but he's looked out to his right, realised the danger, and it will be a win there for Jeremy Cooper from Leichhardt. Second going to Bailey Kropp from Hunter Valley Grammar. Third, it'll be a photo between Nico Colantonio from Leichhardt and James Baker from Nepean, and then Blake Auger from Marist College and Luca Wilson from Leichhardt making up our field there. So our qualifiers, Jeremy Cooper, Bailey Kropp, James Baker and Nico Colantonio in heat number 1 of the men's under 16 single sculls. Our next heats will be underway very shortly, and that's heat number 2 again, first, second, third and fourth through to the final. Lane 2 from Glebe Rowing Club, we have Nick Byrne. Lane 3 from Marist College, Mitchell Waddy. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, William Spoy. Lane 5 from St Augustine's, Lachlan Schofield. Lane 6 from Leichhardt, Lucas van der Westhuizen. And in lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Angus Purdy.
So these guys are all racing for a spot in the final, which is at 10:43 this morning, the men's under 16 single scull. So in addition to placings, the first, second, third and fourth, of course we're interested in times. We don't have some times just yet, and I suppose that's a really perfect opportunity for us to remind everybody that during the racing season we would love to have you volunteer your time if you're interested in rowing. We do love to have at least 3 people in the timing huts up and down the course, so that there are fingers on buttons for each of the 9 lanes that we race here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. We're so fortunate to have 9 racing lanes, but that means a lot of manpower to get them manual timing as they cross the 500-metre line. So, and here in the finish tower. So if you're interested, please go to the Rowing New South Wales website. If you're here in the grounds, the address is www.rowingnsw.asn.au, and you'll see a space there for volunteering, and please fill in your details, and our volunteer manager, Alico Tunney, will be in contact to integrate you into the team.
So coming up now to the last 250 metres of the second heat of the men's under 16 single sculls. So out in front, Mitchell Waddy from Marist College down in Canberra. He's got the lead in that distinctive blue striped Zooty of Marist. And then, we've got 4 rowers going through to the final. We've only got 5 rowers out on the course at the moment. Lane number 5 does look to be not participating in this particular race. So certainly with it all to play for in the last 250. So Mitchell Waddy from Marist College out in front. Then you could just about throw a blanket over the rest of the scullers. Nick Byrne from Glebe, William Spoy from Leichhardt, Lucas van der Westhuizen from Leichhardt, and Angus Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. So all to play for to go through to the final, as Lizzie said, coming up a little bit later on today. So Mitchell Waddy from Marist still out in front into the last 100 metres or so, and you can now see all of our scullers just starting to put in a little bit of extra effort. The distances that they've got between the strokes certainly increasing, and you can see the pressure just starting to come through. It's still Marist out in front, but our final 3 qualifiers are completely up for grabs. We've got Leichhardt in lane number 4, Leichhardt in lane number 6, sitting just out in front of Glebe in lane 2, and Angus Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar coming up towards the finish line. It's a win for Marist. Second place lane 4, third lane 5, lane 6, and fourth lane 7 with Nick Byrne from Glebe just missing out. So a win there for Marist College. Second place going to William Spoy from Leichhardt. Third to Lucas van der Westhuizen, and then fourth going to Angus Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. Nick Byrne from Glebe just missing out, I think, about a canvas in that between second and fifth. Yeah,
what a great finish. He'll be disappointed, but hey, it's the first race of the season, isn't it? So, unless they went to Tari, of course, and so much to race for. So congratulations, Nick Byrne. That was a really, really good finish there. He's coached by Nick Galea and Ollie Klotz, and I'm sure they'll be really happy with that first appearance, and let's see what else he can do the rest of this season. Well, we're moving across to the women's under 16 single scull now, and integrated into that event we also have a para rower. Do we? I don't
yes,
think
we have Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club, so she'll be in lane number 9, and Mika is visually impaired, so she'll have the boat following in behind her just to give those directions. So for our visually impaired rowers, what they generally do is they'll have a little bit of a radio, a little bit of an earpiece in there, and then the following boat is able to just give basic, you need to move to the left, move to the right, person length ahead, but can't actually tell them, okay, push now, or anything like that.
No coaching. Cool. Well, in this race, in lane 1, which is the one furthest away from us normally, so I think what they've done is they've put Mika in lane 0, maybe? Oh no, there she is. There's the... Let's go through what's on the list anyway. Lane 1, MLC School, Adelaide Abernathy. In lane 2, from Newcastle Rowing Club, Kensington Steel. In lane 3, from Nepean Rowing Club, Maya Edwards. In lane 4, from MLC School, Jemima Blake. In lane 5, from the Armadale School, Georgia Henderson. In lane 6, from Nepean Rowing Club, Elise Currell. In lane 7, from Loretto Normanhurst, Portia Gill. And in lane 8, from Nepean Rowing Club, Sophia Whitelaw. And then, does look like Mika, doesn't it? In lane 9, from Glebe Rowing Club, our para single sculler. Adelaide Abernathy from MLC is coached by Amelia Fink and Kathleen Hextall. The Newcastle sculler Kensington Steel is coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. Maya Edwards from Nepean is coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4, MLC School's Jemima Blake is coached by Rob Glendenning and Kathleen Hextall. Rob will be joining us in the commentary box later. The Nepean sculler Elise Currell is also coached by Daniel Waddell. The Loretto Normanhurst coach of Portia Gill is Bridie Cooksey, and the Nepean Rowing Club sculler Sophia Whitelaw is coached by Daniel Waddell.
And Lizzie, just going back to that last race, the second heat of the men's under-16 singles, so the margins, so it was 2 seconds between first and second. Here are the gaps between second, third and fourth. 0.28 of a second, 0.84 of a second, 0.67 of a second. There was absolutely nothing between second and fifth. So for Nick Byrne, obviously unlucky, wasn't able to make it through to the final, but definitely, I guess you take a bit of learning out of that, don't you? When you've 100%. Got a race that is that tight between the first, you know, there was about a boat length between second and fifth.
Very exciting, and come back again at 10:43 to see those guys race again in the final. So our competitors in the current race, race number 3 on our programme, the first heat of the women's under-16 single scull is coming down quickly now towards the 250 metre mark, and we're starting to get a bit of shape now, aren't we, in terms of who's doing what.
And we just see there the footage from Mick Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club, so from the boat that's following her at the moment. You can just see the conditions out there. It does make it quite grey, does make it very tricky for us commentators to try and see what's going on down around the 1,000 metre. But as you say, Lizzie, we do have at the moment from the Armidale School, Georgia Henderson out in front in this under-16 final. Then over in lane number 8, we've got the Nepean sculler Sophia Whitelaw sitting in second place, and may even just be moving up to first, as is Adelaide Abernathy from MLC. So they're out 1, 2, 3 at the moment, first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final. In that battle for that fourth and final qualification position, we've got Jemima Blake from MLC School just with about a boat length ahead of the two Nepean scullers, Kensington Steel and Maya Edwards, and then back a little bit further to Elise Currell from Nepean and Portia Gill from Loretto Normanhurst.
So their final is at 10:47, so that will be just after the final of the under-16 men's single scull. Georgia Henderson now inside the red buoys that delineate the last 100 metres and picking up her rate of striking as she pushes back against Sophia Whitelaw and tries to hang on to the lead. A really good finish coming from Adelaide Abernathy across in lane 1, so spread across all of the lanes. 1, 5 and 8 is where it's all coming from, but Georgia Henderson, she's really timed that beautifully, that finish, to take a length's lead over Sophia Whitelaw of Nepean.
Adelaide Abernathy from MLC will come through in third place, and in that battle for fourth, the final qualification position, Kensington Steel from Newcastle Rowing Club, coached by John McLeod, and Phoebe Sanders, she's come through and taken that final qualification position just ahead of Nepean's Maya Edwards. Does look to be Jemima Blake from...
She's come off her seat. Oh,
yes,
poor thing.
Just towards the end there.
She's going to be rode through.
So Elise Currell will finish up in 6th place. We've got Portia Gill from... it looks like Portia Gill from Loretto Normanhurst was a DNS, or may have been a late scratching, and Jemima Blake just getting herself back onto her seat. It was really close towards the end there, doing a very good job just to keep the boat upright, to stay dry. She'll cross the line in 6th, but certainly up until that, with about 20 metres or so to go, she was sitting quite nicely in 5th place. And then we've got Mickey Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club just coming across the line now. So Mika was our para single sculler for the 1,000 metre race, so she'll take the win in that category. And then Georgia Henderson from the Armidale School, Sophia Whitelaw from Nepean, Adelaide Abernathy from MLC, and Newcastle's Kensington Steel going through to the final of the women's under-16 single sculls. Now,
you just mentioned winning, so just a reminder, so the way that it works at this regatta is there's one win, or one presentation, and that's just for the winner, I believe. Yes, so if people are ready, they can swing around and come into the pontoon, although it looks as though we're not quite ready for them, or come back again later. So, heat number 2 of the women's under 16 single scull is now in progress. In lane 1, we have Ellen Ogilvie of Loretto Normanhurst, coached by Bridie Cooksey. In lane 2, Heidi Heap of Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 3, Ellie Taylor of Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4, Ava Smith of Loretto Normanhurst School, coached by Bridie Cooksey. In lane 5, Sophie Winnell of MLC School, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Kirsten Lilliquist. In lane 6, Erin O'Kane of Hunter Valley Grammar School. In lane 7, Georgia Ewan of Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell. And in lane 8, Lily McHugh of Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Dua Kalantar.
So through the first 500 metres, it does look to be Sophie Winnell from MLC School, leading from Erin O'Kane from Hunter Valley Grammar. And then back a little bit further, we've got Ellie Taylor from Nepean Rowing Club sitting in 3rd place. Sydney Rowing Club's Heidi Heap potentially in 4th place. Era 1, 2, 3 and 4. Loretto Normanhurst's Ellen Ogilvie is sitting just behind Heidi in 5th place. So the first 4 to go through to the final, and certainly Ellen Ogilvie from Loretto Normanhurst not out of it at the moment. Back a little bit further then, we do have Ava Smith from Loretto Normanhurst sitting a little bit behind the pack, as is Nepean's Georgia Ewan and Lily McHugh from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So an interesting battle coming up here into the last 250 metres, and our leading scullers may have just used their energy a little bit early. We do have the other scullers starting to come up a little bit closer to them, and certainly Ellen Ogilvie from Loretto Normanhurst looks like she may just have moved ahead there of Erin O'Kane from Hunter Valley Grammar. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Not much to pick between our leading scullers though. We've got Ellie Taylor from Nepean now out in front. We've got Sophie Winnell from MLC School and Erin O'Kane from Hunter Valley Grammar, Heidi Heap from Sydney and Ellen Ogilvie from Loretto Normanhurst. 5 scullers, 4 positions in the final. Who's going to be able to make it through? Ellie Taylor out in front, battling it out with Sophie Winnell for the first place and that middle lane in the final. Sophie Winnell from MLC just getting her bow ball out in front now. Some big strokes coming. You can see the boat bouncing with every stroke, and it's working because she'll go through and take the win in the heat. 2nd place going to Ellie Taylor from Nepean. 3rd place, it'll be a photo between Erin O'Kane and Heidi Heap, but I think Erin O'Kane may just have had that by an absolute slim margin. Ellen Ogilvie from Loretto Normanhurst back another boat length back, wasn't able to quite get over into 4th place and into that final qualification position. Loretto Normanhurst's Ava Smith is coming through in 6th place at the moment. She's got a couple of big strokes left to go, and she'll finish just ahead of Georgia Ewan from Nepean Rowing Club, lane number 7, finishing in 7th place. And then we have Leichhardt's Lily McHugh coming through in 8th place. So win there for MLC Sophie Winnell, 2nd place to Ellie Taylor from Nepean, 3rd to Erin O'Kane from Hunter Valley Grammar, and 4th and final qualification position to Sydney Rowing Club's Heidi Heap.
Well, for our next race, we're going to move to 2,000 metre racing and move through the age categories up to the under 23s. Under 23s is always exciting racing at the Small Boats Regatta, isn't it? Because we have athletes preparing for both the New South Wales State Championships, the National Championships, and in between those, the trials, because under 23s wanting to achieve national selection this year will be doing their trials with the seniors in February. So over 2,000 metres now we have the women's under 23 pair, and in lane 1 we have a composite between Eliza Dunlop of Sydney Rowing Club and Remy Mackay of Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Alfie Young, Lachlan Carter and Alan Bennett. And we're not going to call him Alan Bennett through the whole thing, so that will be AB from now on. In lane 2, a composite between Zoe McKellar of Sydney University Boat Club and Lucy Hope of the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Alfie Young and AB from Sydney Uni and Philip Bourguignon of the University of Queensland Boat Club. In lane 3, from Sydney University Boat Club, Olivia Natty and Grace Turner. In lane 4, from Sydney University Boat Club, Steph Preller with Freya Neville of Sydney Rowing Club, and again the coaches Alfie Young, AB and Lachlan Carter. In lane 5, another composite, this time Talisa Noak Driver of Sydney Rowing Club and Nancy Duncan Banks of the University of Queensland Boat Club. The coaches Lachlan Carter and Phil Bourguignon. In lane 6, from Fremantle Rowing Club in WA, Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon. In lane 7, from Sydney University Boat Club, the young under-21 crew of Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers, looking for experience as they seek under-21 selection. In lane 8, from UTS, again a young crew of Lila Anderton and April Draney, coached by Katie Healy and Jared Watson. And in lane 9, from Sydney University Boat Club, a junior pair of Jess Colbran and Imogen Gray, coached by AB and Alfie Young. So we've got some good under-23 material in this race, along with some under-19s and under-21s getting some wonderful experience out here on the Sydney International Regatta Centre at this high-quality event, the New South Wales Small Boats Regatta.
Yeah, and a number of these rowers were involved in the trials back in December for the Pathways camp for the under-23s. So Zoe McKellar and Lucy Hope, and Grace Turner from Sydney University, and also Stephanie Preller from Sydney University Boat Club, all involved with those trials back in late December 2023. So really exciting. I think, Lizzie, we've got some fantastic racing coming up today. We've got the Men's National Training Centre that have come up. We'll see them in the heats for the men's elite single sculls and also the pairs as well. And certainly there's a number of positions up for grabs, not just for the Paris Olympics, obviously later on this year, but also for the ones going forward. And I think some of these guys, we're now, 8 years out from the Brisbane Olympics in 2032. Right. Yeah. This is the under-23s. They'll be at their absolute peak, late 20s, early 30s in 2032. And it's a real opportunity to be able to get there. And remember, we've never had a home Olympic gold medal. So who's going to be the first?
It's so true and so exciting. And yes, we do. We have talent coming through. We've got at least 2 girls there who went to the Junior World Championships fairly recently, with Imogen Gray, who stroked the women's Coxed 4 last year, and Talisa Noak Driver, who was in the Junior Women's Double, I think, the year before. So yeah, we've got a really good stable of young women out here racing on the course today. And as you say, we will have the men's NTC, National Training Centre, a number of guys from there racing later today, but I think a lot of and we also do have quite a few senior scullers from overseas who are preparing to represent their country, either to try and get selected to represent, and then to go on to qualifiers, or already selected and going through to the qualifying races for their country in the hope of making the Paris 2024 Olympics. So lots of good quality racing still to come today at the Small Boats Regatta.
And we just see there the rowers getting ready at the start line. Big shout out to all the boat holders out there. It's as you can see, it's a bit grey at the moment. It has been a little bit drizzly out there. So probably not the most comfortable conditions, although temperature at the moment around 20 degrees compared to yesterday when it was about 34, 35, getting up 40 wasn't looking all that far away. So it certainly calmed down a bit so far as the temperature goes. There's not really a lot of rain forecast for today. There's not a lot on the radar, but it all seems to be coming down around here. We just see the boat holders there with the raincoats on. A full suite of rowers, full suite of boats here for the women's under-23 pairs. and they are now underway. So as mentioned, we've got Sydney University, Sydney in lane number 1, so that's furthest away from on the screen at the moment. University of Queensland, Sydney University Composite in lane 2, Sydney University in lane 3, Sydney University, Sydney Composite in lane 4, University of Queensland, Sydney Composite in lane number 5, Fremantle in lane 6, Sydney University in lane 7, UTS in lane number 8, and Sydney University in lane number 9. So, and then just on the screen there, you can see the men's under 21 pairs. So just heading towards the start line at the moment, watching the women's under 23s take off going down the course. So back on the 2,000 metre racing now. We'll be doing that for a little bit longer yet, I think until about 10:45 when we do have that first of the, when we do have the 1,000, go back to the 1,000 metres for the under 16 single scull finals. So you can see there again, looking back from the start towards the finish line on the screen at the moment. And again, that's very low grey cloud. Don't forget though to slip, slop and slap. There is expected to still be a bit of UV out and about later on today, and it is very easy to forget that you do need to make sure that you are sun smarts early on in the piece. So the women's under 23 pairs, and as you'd expect through the first 250 metres or so, there's not a lot to pick between our rowers, although it does look to be the University of Queensland and Sydney University composite of Zoe McKellar and Lucy Hope that have a nice early lead into the 500 metres. Then you've got Olivia Natty and Grace Turner from Sydney University sitting in second place at the moment. Both those both those women, originally from Canberra Girls Grammar School under the tutelage of Kaz Pipers. Seem to have a pretty strong production line out of Canberra Girls Grammar at the moment. And then not a lot to pick between our remaining rowers. So certainly through the first 500 metres, Zoe McKellar and Lucy Hope from Sydney University and the University of Queensland were out in front, ahead of Olivia Natty and Grace Turner from Sydney University. And then not a lot to pick between the rest of those crews. You can see them now coming up towards the 750 metre mark. It's an interesting race. We've got a number of composite crews out and about in the lanes over on furthest away from the cameras. So Eliza Dunlop from Sydney Rowing Club, Remy McKay from Sydney University, lane number 1, Zoe McKellar, Lucy Hope in lane 2, Olivia Natty, Grace Turner, lane 3, Freya Neville, Stephanie Preller, lane 4, Talisha Noak Driver, Nancy Duncan Banks, lane 5, Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon from Fremantle in lane 6, Alexandra O'Brien, Alyssa Fickers in lane 7, Lilla Anderton and April Draney in lane 8, and then Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray in lane number 9. So full suite of 9. This is the final, as it will be for the men's under 21 pairs, which will be getting underway in a couple of minutes' time as well. So we'll go straight from the finish of the women's under 23s into the second half of racing for the men's under 21 pairs. Coming up now towards the 1,000 metre mark, and we saw Zoe McKellar and Lucy Hope leading early. They still have that lead at the moment as they're coming up towards the 1,000 ahead of Olivia Natty and Grace Turner from Sydney University. Looking quite comfortable there at the moment, our leading crew as they went through the 1,000, about a couple of boat lengths ahead of Natty and Turner. And then again, we've got not a lot to pick between our remaining crews. It did look to be Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller from Sydney University and Sydney. And then back a little bit further again, Talisa Noak Driver and Nancy Duncan Banks in lane number 5. Nobody really completely out of the medal running at the moment. McKellar and Hope still out in front though in that University of Queensland composite through the first 1,000 metres. So coming in now towards the final 500 metres in the final, the first and final for the women's under 23 pairs. And it's still that crew of Zoe McKellar and Lucy Hope over in lane number 2 out in front. Second place, Grace Turner, Olivia Natty, but they are now under a little bit of pressure from the Fremantle crew of Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon, definitely moving up there in that final stage, in that third 500 metres, going up into third place and certainly putting second place under a bit of pressure at the moment. Coming down into the final stages now, and it has been a fantastic row there from Zoe McKellar and Lucy Hope. They've been sitting out quite nicely right from the start. The Sydney University, Natty and Turner in lane number 3 sitting in second. But now here come the other crews. So we've got Fremantle, Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon. We mentioned them sitting in third place through the 1500 metres, and they are now starting to make a little bit of a move. Then either side of them, Talisa Noak Driver and Nancy Duncan Banks from Sydney and University of Queensland, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers from Sydney University also moving up a little bit there. And then this Liza Dunlop and Remy McKay from Sydney and Sydney University not completely out of the running, although they are just starting to drop back a little bit. Out in front, it's McKellar and Hope. They're into the last 200 metres or so now, and they're ahead of Natty and Turner. They've been sitting in second, but Broad and Cannon from Fremantle Rowing Club, they've made the trek over across the Nullarbor, and they are now moving up, and they've just managed to get their bow balls out in front into the last 150 metres or so. Back a little bit further then, we've got Talisa Noak Driver and Nancy Duncan Banks sitting in fourth place. So we've got a fascinating finish coming up here. There's no doubt about our winners, though, with about 50 metres or so to go. Zoe McKellar from Sydney University and Lucy Hope from the University of Queensland. They've controlled this race. They've led it brilliantly. They're going to go through and take the win in the women's under-23 pairs. Coming through in second, they have motored home. It's going to be the Fremantle crew of Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon. Third will go to Grace Turner and Olivia Natty from Sydney University, with fourth going through to Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers. And then back a little bit further, we've got lane number 5, the University of Queensland, Sydney Composite, Talisa Noak Driver and Nancy Duncan Banks. And then back again, we've got the UTS crew, Anderton and Draney, and then Colburn and Gray. And over on lane number 1, Dunlop and McKay, and then coming through in the final position, Freya Neville and Stephanie Prella from Sydney and Sydney University. So a strong start to finish win there for Zoe McKellar and Lucy Hope. Second place to Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon from Fremantle Rowing Club, and then third going through to Sydney University's Olivia Natty and Grace Turner.
And on the course right now, we have the men's under 21 pair, coxless pair, so again racing over 2,000 metres. In lane 1, representing UTS, Joe Lynch and James O'Meara. In lane 2, representing St Augustine's School, Jason Cow and William Pender. In lane 3, from UTS, Nicholas Mater and Zinc Bosco. In lane 4, from Commercial, Jake Gilmore and John Morrissey. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine. In lane 6 from UTS, Oliver St Pierre and Joshua Wilson. In lane 7 from Sydney University Boat Club, Remy Cameron and Charlie Carr. And in lane 8 from UTS, Brandon Smith and Will Clubb. So we've got all 4 boys from the Junior Men's Coxless 4 of 2022 out here now. Graduated from St Augustine's School and racing for the University of Technology Sydney, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark, who took them through to junior international level.
And it is those 2 UTS pairs. So Oliver St Pierre and Joshua Wilson in lane number 6 from UTS, ahead of Joe Lynch and James O'Meara. They're our 1 and 2 at the moment, with the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Isaac Thurman and Charlie Hine sitting in third place as they're coming up now with about 100 metres or so to go. So they're our 1, 2, 3, looking very comfortable for our leaders. It's just a matter of which UTS crew is going to go through. Oliver St Pierre and Joshua Wilson, they have been leading. They had a look out to their right. It's obviously a few lanes across to Lynch and O'Meara. and they definitely put the foot down a little bit when they realised that maybe the race win was under threat, but it is a strong win there for Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson from UTS. Second place going to Joe Lynch, and James O'Meara with third going to Sydney Rowing Club's Isaac Thurman and Charlie Hine. In the battle for fourth place, we've got the third UTS crew of Brandon Smith and William Clubb. They've got themselves about half a boat length ahead. They'll go through in fourth, with fifth place going through to Commercials, Jake Gilmore and John Morrissey. Sixth going to UTS's Nicholas Mathua and Zinc Bosco. And then we've got sixth going through to St Augustine's, seventh going through to Nicholas Mathua and Zinc Bosco, with eighth place going through to Remy Cameron and Charlie Carr. So a win there for Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. Second place to Joe Lynch and James O'Meara, both those crews from UTS. Third going through to Sydney Rowing Club's Isaac Thurman and Charlie Hine. And then just confirmation of the results in the women's under-23 pairs. It was a win for McKellar and Hope, second to Broad and Cannon, third to Natty and Turner, fourth to O'Brien and Fickers, fifth to Noak Driver and Duncan Banks, sixth to Dunlop and McKay, seventh to Anderton and Draney, eighth to Colburn and Gray, and ninth to Neville and Prella.
So yes, just one of the things we were just talking about here in the commentary box is the fact that the under-21 events are selection events for the New South Wales state team. So our state selectors will be watching closely to have a look at how people are progressing in order to form the squads from which our youth crew will be formed to represent in the Noel F. Wilkinson Cup and the Victoria's lightweights, the Bicentennial Trophy. Yes, indeed. On the course now, we have the first of two heats of the men's under-17 single scull. The under-16s raced over 2,000 metres, but the under-17s will be racing over 2,000 metres. But again, the first four will progress through to the final. In lane one, we have Edward Walsh from Hunter Valley Grammar School. In lane two, Harrison Braithwaite of Marist College. In lane 3, Harrison Skelly Osmond of Hunter Valley Grammar School. In lane 4, Remy Wilson of Leichhardt. In lane 5, Christopher Vlahos of Glebe Rowing Club. In lane 6, Ezekiel Pratt of Nepean Rowing Club. In lane 7, Thomas Foster of Hunter Valley Grammar School. And in lane 8, Roland Carter of Marist College. And I would like to tell you whether they are all in the race or not, but the rain has descended and it's quite hard to see. We definitely have lanes 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think it's Remy Wilson from Leichhardt is our scratching there in lane number 4. Out in front, it does look to be Harrison Braithwaite from Marist College, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas. Again, so Marist College, certainly one of the more recent additions to the ACT rowing scene. We saw Cormac Hayes come out of there, Jesse Rose and Darcy James have had some good results in recent years, moving up to the ACT Academy of Sport. And certainly Harrison Braithwaite from Marist College looking very comfortable out in front here at the moment. In the first heat of the men's under-17 single sculls, Tom Hayes is actually Cormac Hayes' dad, one of the coaches at both there and at Canberra Rowing Club. So some good coaching that they're receiving there at Marist. 100%.
So I earlier said Marist College Sydney, but it's not. It's Marist College from Canberra, ACT.
From the ACT. Right. I can definitely tell you all about the ACT ones.
Excellent.
But so it is Harrison Braithwaite leading at the moment. And then in second place, we're going to have an interesting battle here. We've got Edward Walsh from Hunter Valley Grammar. Looks like he just may have his bow ball out in front of Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club. Glebe's Christopher Vlahos and Harrison Skelly Osmond from Hunter Valley Grammar are in that battle there for the fourth and final qualification position. Out in front though, Harrison Braithwaite has just eased off his rate of striking, taking it down to a very comfortable very powerful still, 20 strokes per minute. He'll cross the line in first place in the first heat of the men's under 17 single sculls.
A commanding win there. I think he's angling for a New South Wales state title, is he?
I think he very much will.
Invasion of the Canberrans again.
And an ACT state team,
but Ezekiel Pratt will also be challenging for one, and he narrowly takes out second place there. He suddenly realised, didn't he, that Edward Walsh was creeping up.
And then, so third to Edward Walsh, fourth will go to Gleb's Christopher Vlahos, finishing just ahead of Harrison Skelly Osmond from Hunter Valley Grammar. And then coming back behind him will be Thomas Foster from Hunter Valley Grammar in sixth place, and then Roland Carter from Marist College making up our field there. So confirmation of the qualifiers: Harrison Brathwaite from Marist College ahead of Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club, Hunter Valley Grammar's Edward Walsh, and Glebe Rowing Club's Christopher Vlahos.
Yep, so they'll be racing again at 11:05 in the final. And who will join them? Our second heat is now in progress in the men's under 17 single scull, and we have Nicholas Walsh of Nepean Rowing Club in lane 1, Floris Elias of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 2, William Hunt of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 3, Petar Simkovic of Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4. Oscar Sparrett of Marist College in lane 5, Luke Martin of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6, and Hayden Melmeth of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 7.
So again, the fog and the mist just descending over the Sydney International Regatta Centre at the moment. We can see on the screen it's not quite the sunny conditions that we might have expected here in Penrith. Certainly a massive change from yesterday, a massive change from the 2023 Small Boats Regatta, where it was about 34 degrees and you had to dip your hat in the water before the start line just to try and take a little bit of that heat off. Certainly making it very difficult to be able to see exactly what's going on with our single scullers, but it does look to be one of the scullers over in the far lanes, quite possibly Nicholas Walsh or Floris Elias from Mossman out in front at the moment. And again, we saw with Harrison Brathwaite from Marist in the first heat with a commanding lead, and at the moment it does look to be Floris Elias from Mossman Rowing Club with the commanding lead in heat number 2. Going back across, we've got Luke Martin from Glebe Rowing Club sitting in second place, so he's quite comfortable there. And then in third place, a couple of lanes across from him, it does look to be Peter Simkovic from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So we'll wait for confirmation as they do get a little bit closer, and we can see them ploughing through the grey, I guess, here on the course at the moment. So the red and white stripes of Mossman Rowing Club of Floris Elias out in front at the moment. He's coming into the last 250 metres. This is the men's under 17 single scull, first, second, third and fourth to make it through to the final. The battle for second place at the moment does look to be between Luke Martin from Glebe Rowing Club and Peter Simkovic from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And then the fourth place sculler at the moment over in lane number 1, Nicholas Walsh from Nepean Rowing Club. So they're our 1, 2, 3 and 4, although Nicholas Walsh will have to put in a bit of an effort there, because Hayden Melmeth from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane number 7 also pushing hard for that final qualification spot. Then back a little bit further, Oscar Spirit from Marist College, and then William Hunt from Hunter Valley Grammar making up our field in race number 8. So Mossman Rowing Club, Floris Elias, coached by Tom Schranko and Kieran Kabelke, and some great coaches there, and certainly looking very comfortable out in front. Hasn't quite lowered his rate the same way that we saw Harrison Brathwaite in the previous heats, but still looking very comfortable, pushing it right through and to the end, and a lot of clear water between himself and that chasing pack. We've got Peter Simkovic from Leichhardt. Looks like he's just moved ahead of Luke Martin from Glebe Rowing Club into second place. Both those scullers looking very comfortable to go through. Floris Elias from Mossman, that confirmation there with the buzzer of him making across the line, and he's very, very happy. He punched his hand in the air, punched the water a few times to win the heat. Second place will go to Luke Martin from Glebe Rowing Club, finishing a canvas ahead of Peter Simkovic from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Both those scullers going through to the final, and then Nicholas Walsh from Nepean Rowing Club will come through in 4th place, take that final qualification position, finishing a bit of a distance ahead of Hayden Melmoth from Hunter Valley Grammar. It did look with about 500 metres to go that Hayden might be able to go through and take that final qualification position, but Nicholas Walsh holding on. 6th place will go to Oscar Spirit from Marist College, with 7th going to William Hunt from Hunter Valley Grammar School. So win for Floris Elias, 2nd to Luke Martin, 3rd to Peter Simkovic, and 4th and final qualification position to Nicholas Walsh from Nepean.
Cool. So yeah, looking forward to seeing them all race in the under-17 single scull final at 11:05. We now move on to the women's under-17 single scull. In lane 1, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Tanya Hornby, coached by Ben Whitewolf and Tom Schramko. In lane 2, from Nepean Rowing Club, Viti Young, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 3, from Glebe Rowing Club, Emily Barrett, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 4, from Mossman Rowing Club, Eloise Stevens, also coached by Ben Whitewolf and Tom Schramko. In lane 5, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Sabrina Koskar, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Dua Kalantar. In lane 6, from Mossman Rowing Club, Lottie Rievenstein. In lane 7, from Canberra Rowing Club, Talia Turnbull, coached by Nuno Santos.
And it is Talia Turnbull from Canberra Rowing Club with the leads into the final stages of this first heat of the women's under-17 single sculls. Just a reminder for those people that are following online that the timings that are coming up on a lot of these ones, there are some issues that the team are having with the timing system at the moment. So our under-17s aren't in fact getting down the course in a time of about 4 or 5 minutes. That would be fantastic rowing for them. So in this one you can see there with about 250, 300 metres to go. They haven't actually managed to make it through 1,700 metres in a time of 4 minutes.
I was just thinking about all the American university scouts who would be going, rubbing their hands with glee and descending on us in droves for the state champs and national champs. But no, sorry guys, we're not that fast.
But Talia Turnbull from Canberra Rowing Club, no doubt about the fact that she's out in front at the moment, coached by Nuno Santos. Nuno, one of the up-and-coming coaches down in the ACT. He's moved across from Capital Lakes this year and certainly very passionate about rowing and trying to do the best that he can for his scullers. And it's certainly paying off at the moment with Talia Turnbull out in front and looking very comfortable there. She's ahead of the Mossman sculler, Eloise Stevens, in lane number 4, and then back to Leichhardt, Sabrina Koskar in lane number 5. Sitting in 3rd place, our first 3 will go through to the final. Back a little bit further, we've got Lottie Ravenstein in lane 6, Tanya Horby from Mossman again in lane number 1, and then Emily Barrett from Glebe. Viti Young from Nepean, we've just got confirmation there. Talia Turnbull across the line. A lot of clear water between herself and that chasing pack, so she'll be very, very happy with that win there. 2nd place will go to Mossman's Emily Stevens in lane number 4. She'll qualify through to the final, and then going through in the 3rd and final qualification position will be Sabrina Koskar from Leichhardt, finishing a boat length ahead of Lottie Ravenstein from Mossman Rowing Club in 4th. In the battle out for 5th, there's not a lot to pick between lanes 3 and 1. We'll have a photo to confirm that, but I think it might have just been Emily Barrett from Glebe finishing ahead of Tanya Horby from Mossman in 6th place. Viti Young from Nepean will go through in 7th, and that will finish up with a scratching in lane number 8. So Talia Turnbull from Canberra finishing ahead of Eloise Stevens from Mossman and Sabrina Koskar from Leichhardt.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned, I forgot to mention that we have 3 heats now, and so only 3 scullers will progress from the heat directly through to the final, and the remainder will be eliminated. So those top 3 repeating: Canberra Rowing Club's Talia Turnbull, Mossman Rowing Club's Eloise Stevens, and Leichhardt Rowing Club's Sabrina Koskar. In the 2nd heat, we have Isabella Henderson from the Armadale School in lane 1, Lola Balmain from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 2, coached by Ben Whitewolf, Patricia Boland of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3, coached by Thomas and Milan Parker, Emily Plowman of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 4, Emily Boys of Nepean Rowing Club in lane 5, coached by Daniel Waddell, Xenia Palmer of Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Charlie Patterson in lane 6. Lexi Sam of Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7, she's coached by Thomas Parker. And in lane 8 from Mossman Rowing Club, Selena Panetta, also coached by Ben Whitewolf.
And we saw Georgia Henderson from the Armidale School win in the first heat of the women's under-16 single scull. So we'll see if Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School is able to match what I'm assuming will be relative sisters' achievements in that first heat. She is sitting nicely at the moment, looking in a qualification position. Does look to be Sydney Rowing Club, Xenia Palmer, sitting in first place as well, or battling it out for first, and then a couple of lanes across in lane number 3, Patricia Boland from Glebe Rowing Club, sitting in third place. So that's our 1, 2, 3. Little bit of a gap then to the chasing pack, of which Selena Panetta from Mossman Rowing Club probably just sitting a little bit ahead of Lexi Sam from Loretto Normanhurst, Emily Boys from Nepean, Emily Plowman from Mossman, and then Lola Balmain also from Mossman. So our 1, 2, 3 at the moment, a nice little battle going on into the last 250 metres. Those first 3 scullers will go through to the final. So as it stands with about 200 metres to go, it is Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School. Then we've got Sydney Rowing Club's Xenia Palmer, and then Glebe's Patricia Boland, looking very comfortable there. A little bit of a gap, some nice clear water between our first 3 scullers, and then back again to the remainder of the field. So as Lizzie mentioned, first, second and third going through to the final a little bit later on today. Yeah, we can just see there, it almost looks at the moment like it's a little bit finer over here towards the finish line, and then over towards the start. There's still a little bit of fog, a little bit of mizzle hanging around and lingering at the moment. We saw Georgia Henderson from the Armidale School win her heat in the women's under-16 single sculls, and now with a couple of big strokes left to go, Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School is sitting comfortably out in front at the moment. With a couple of strokes left to go, she'll go through and take the win. Second place will go through to, it will be the Sydney Rowing Club, Xenia Palmer, finishing just over the top of Patricia Boland from Glebe Rowing Club. Both those scullers taking it very easy towards the end there, conserving the energy for a little bit later on today. Fourth place will go to Selena Panetta from Mossman Rowing Club. She'll finish fourth, a little bit off the first pack, but certainly leading the rest of the field. In the battle for fifth place, we can see our 2 scullers looking out at each other, the eyes narrow, and it will be the sculler from Nepean Rowing Club finishing in 5th place, just ahead of, so that's Emily Boys finishing just ahead of Lola Balmain from Mossman in 6th, and then Emily Plowman from Mossman in 7th place, and then Lexi Sam from Loretto Normanhurst coming across the line in 8th place. So confirmation, our qualifiers for the finals from heat number 2 of the women's under-17, Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School, Xenia Palmer from Sydney Rowing Club, and Patricia Boland from Glebe Rowing Club.
In our third and final heat of the women's under-17 single scull, we have Frida Kirkham of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 1. We have Chloe Hitchens of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 2. Chloe is coached by Natalia Du and Milan Parker. In lane 3, Jessica Harris of Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4, Charlotte Olivia of St George Rowing Club, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 5, Jade Sharp of Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6, Erica Nutt of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Ben Whitewolf. In lane 7, Grace Conry of Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Jua Kalantar. And in lane 8, Elise Coates of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Ben Whitewolf and Tom Schramko.
Heat number 3 of the women's under-17 single sculls. They're into the last 300 metres or so now, and Mossman Rowing Club's Elise Coates, coached by Ben Whitewolf, and Tom Schranko out in front at the moment. Sitting in second place, it does look to be Chloe Hitchens from Glebe Rowing Club. So we've certainly seen Mossman and Glebe mentioned a few times in these junior events, and they're our 2 leaders at the moment. Sitting in third place in that final qualification position, it does look to be Charlotte Olivia from St George Rowing Club, but definitely under pressure there from Nepean's Jessica Harris in lane number 3. And then it goes back a little bit further. We've got Frida Kirkman from Mossman Rowing Club over in lane number 1. And then Jade Sharp from Nepean, Erica Nutt from Mossman, and Grace Conroy from Leichhardt Rowing Clubs making up our field at the moment. Into the last 250 metres, Elise Coates from Mossman. She has led from the start, looking very comfortable out there at the moment. Just dropping, well, just increasing now her rate of striking to make sure that she does go through and take that heat win ahead of Chloe Hitchens from Glebe Rowing Club. So they're our 1 and 2 at the moment. Third place, that is Charlotte Olivia from St George Rowing Club, just sitting out in front at the moment, giving herself a little bit of a gap between third and fourth place. First, second, third going through to the final of the women's under-17 singles sculls. Certainly going through to the final will be Elise Coates from Mossman Rowing Club. She's only got a couple of big strokes left to go now, and she'll go through and take the heat win. So a win there for Elise Coates from Mossman Rowing Club. Second place will go to Chloe Hitchens from Glebe. Chloe just dropping her rate down, knew that she was comfortable in second place and conserving that energy. Third place will go to Charlotte Olivia from St George Rowing Club. She hasn't got far to go, but she'll qualify comfortably in third place. Fourth, Jessica Harris from Nepean Rowing Club, just upping her rate there towards the end, making sure that she does finish in fourth place, just outside of the qualification positions. Frida Kirkman from Mossman will finish in fifth, ahead of Nepean's Jade Sharp, who finishes half a boat length ahead of Mossman's Erica Nutt in 6th and 7th, and then Grace Conroy from Leichhardt making up our field there. So Elise Coates from Mossman in first, Chloe Hitchens from Glebe in second, and Charlotte Olivia from St George in third. And Lizzie, our 3 heat winners from 3 very different parts of the country. We had Mossman in this heat, we had the Arbourdale School in the previous one, and Canberra Rowing Club in our first heat.
How good is that? How good is that? We're now on to the men's under-19 double sculls, and heat number 1 of 2 is in progress, with the first 4 to progress through to the final. In lane 2, representing Mossman Rowing Club, we have William Robertson and Harry Coddington. They are coached by Tom Schramko and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 3, from Marist College, we have Garvin Hayes and Austin Benny, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas. In lane 4, from St Joseph's here in Sydney, Alex Negleen and Gus Chazolka, coached by Michael Lane and Will Raven. In lane 5, from Glebe Rowing Club, Lachlan Larson and Jack Stone, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 6, another crew from St Joseph's, Matthias and Thomas Maloney, also coached by Michael Lane and Will Raven. In lane 7, from Hunter Valley Grammar School, last year's national under-17 men's double scull champion, Vaughan Henderson, this year teaming up with Hayden Williamson, who we saw earlier in the single scull. And in lane 8, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Tobias Elias and Julian Lemaitre, coached by Tom Schranko and Kieran Kabelke.
And into the final 250 metres, Lizzie, there's not a lot to pick between our scullers. So we've got 4 going through to the final, and it is going to be a very tight finish. We've got the Mossman crew of William Robertson and Harry Coddington out in front at the moment, and then battling it out for those other positions. We've got Marist College, Hayes and Benny, St Joseph's, Negleen and Sears-Holscup. In third place at the moment, in fourth, Elias and Lemaitre from Mossman Rowing Club, and then maybe just getting themselves a little bit ahead of the St Joseph's crew of Maloney and Maloney, Matthias Maloney and Thomas Maloney, sitting in fifth place at the moment, but certainly not out of contention. Glebe in fifth place at the moment, and then back a little bit further then to the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Henderson and Williamson. But out in front, William Robertson and Harry Coddington from Mossman Rowing Club leading from the start. We've got Marist and St Joseph's in lanes 3 and 4 battling it out for second place, and then the Mossman crew of Elias and Lemaitre in lane number 8 as well. They look to be our first 4 qualifiers. We see them now coming up towards the finish line. This battle for second is fascinating, but I think St Joseph's will finish over the top of Maris. Certainly a win for Mossman. Second place will go by about a bow ball to St Joseph's. Third going through to Maris, with Mossman in lane 8 coming through in 4th place, the final qualification position. Lane number 6, St Joseph's, Maloney and Maloney in 5th place, just ahead of Gleaves, Larson and Stone, and then Henderson and Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar coming through in 7th place. So confirmation there, a win for Robertson and Connington from Mossman, St Joseph's, Negleen and C.S. Olska from St Joseph's in 2nd, Maris, Hayes and Benny in 3rd, and Mossman's Elias and Lemaitre coming through, qualifying for the final in the men's under-19 double scull. Our second heat is underway in the men's under-19 double scull, so again, first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final. Lane 2 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Nichols and Luke Purdy. Lane 3 from Maris College, Hamish Ridd, Riley Elliott, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas. Lane 4 from St Joseph's, Samuel Basher, Finlay Mitchell, coached by Michael Lane and Will Raven. Lane 5 from Maris College, Riley Dale and Charles Carter, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas. Lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club, Edward Williams and Charles Mann. And then in lane 7 from Mossman Rowing Club, Dion Hansen and Oscar Skiel Gamborg, coached by Tom Schranko and Kieran Kabelke.
Ooh, I'm very interested with these Hunter Valley Grammar School crews. So Luke Purdy, who was in that under-17 men's double scull at Nationals last year, winning the gold medal, has now teamed up with Harrison Nichols from the Australian PR3 crew. So Harrison, a very handy sculler, so at school level. So
well,
I think they're doing a bit of seat racing here.
Well, Harry Nichols is already a national champion twice over from last year in the men's PR3 singles and also in the interstate singles as well.
Yep.
Finishing over the top of Jed Olschwager. So he's definitely a very, very talented sculler. So we'll keep an eye out on that Hunter Valley Grammar crew over in lane number 1.
And then from the time trials that we've had in September, October, November and December, we had some strong performances, every single one from Oscar Schiel Gamborg, who won the junior section, and also Dion Hansen. So they're on the opposite end of the field in lane 7. So we should have a good race here. And then... And then there looks to be, is it the crew from lane 4, St Joseph's? They look as though they're doing pretty well as we come up to the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, so they're our 1, 2, 3 at the moment, those 3 crews that you mentioned. We've got 4 going through as we just see the sun looking like it's starting to break through the clouds at the moment. In that battle for the 4th qualification position, Riley Dale and Charles Carter from Maris College in the ACT look like they may just have their bow balls ahead of Edward Williams and Charles Mann from Glebe Rowing Club, and then Hamish Ridd and Riley Elliott from Maris College making up our field. So into the last 250 metres or so in this race. Lizzie talked earlier about Dion Hansen and Oscar Skiel Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club. They are out in front. Harry Nichols and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar sitting comfortably in 2nd place at the minute, and then that St Joseph's crew of Samuel Basher and Finlay Mitchell sitting in 3rd with Riley Dale and Charles Carter in that final qualification position. Heat number 2 of the men's under-19 double sculls. Coming up after this, we head on to the men's elite double sculls, some of our NTC athletes, and we'll talk about, particularly with the men's sculling, and how important this is a year for the Australian men's rowing team, the men's sculling team in particular. Mossman's still out in front now, but we're seeing a bit of a push here from Harry Nichols and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. Are they able to go through and pinch a win in the second heat of the men's under-19 double sculls? Mossman have just realised the danger that's coming through, and they've just upped their rate of striking a little bit towards the end there, managing to come through and take the win a boat length ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar in 2nd place, with 3rd going through to St Joseph's. So a win for Dion Hansen, Oscar Skiel Gamborg, Harrison Nichols and Luke Purdy coming through in second, and then Samuel Basher and Finlay Mitchell from St Joseph's in third place. Fourth and final qualification position will go to Riley Dale and Charles Carter from Marist College down in Canberra. They'll finish ahead of the Glebe crew of Edward Williams and Charles Mann in fifth place, with Hamish Ridd and Riley Elliott from Marist College coming through in sixth place. So that was the second heat of the men's under-19 double sculls. As we move on now to the first heat of the men's elite single sculls. So lane number 1 from Melbourne University, Harry Fox. Lane 2 from UTS, Peter Waldersee, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Alexander Wolf. Lane 4 from Sydney University and the National Training Centre, David Bartolo. In lane 5 from Capital Lakes Rowing Club, Harry Glacken. Lane 6 from Canned Rowing Club, Tom Coates, coached by Scott Rowe. Lane 7 from ANU, Hamish Harding. And in lane 8 from UTS, Dara Alizada, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. And we talked, Lizzie, about the importance of this year. Last year at the World Championships, all of our women's crew qualified except for the women's lightweight double scull for the Paris Olympics. On the men's side, the sweep rowers qualified, but the scullers didn't. So for our scullers that are out here today, this is an extremely important time, because you have to go through for that last chance regatta held in Lucerne later on this year. I think it's in June this year, a week before World Cup number 2. As the name suggests, it's your last chance to qualify for the Olympics, and particularly for the men's quad scull. We saw them with that bronze in Tokyo. Half of that crew still rowing with Caleb Antill and Jack Cleary. Are they able to qualify now, and who's going to be in that boat?
Yes, so true, and same with the lightweights. Really trying to get through. We didn't manage to do it last year. Last cycle we were so close, and here we have Hamish Harding, who I know is double sculling with Sean Murphy, who we're going to see in the next race. And they're just so talented, both of those guys, and yet somehow haven't managed to crack it through. So both heavyweight and lightweight, the pressure is really on, and this is a race where Rhett Aliff, our men's national team head coach and also the head coach of the men's national training centre, will be, and I know there's some selectors here, so they're going to be looking at this really closely, aren't they? And then not just the Australian team, where we also have younger scullers like Harry Fox, who is in the under-23 men's quad, who's in lane 1, but we've also got in lane 8 on the other side of the course somebody coming from another country whilst they prepare from the Olympics, and that's Dara Alizadeh, who's rowing at UTS Haberfield but is a Bermudian and went to the Tokyo 2020 Olympics representing Bermuda. He had his schooling in the USA, but then went to Cambridge Boat Club to do his postgrad, and ended up as the president in 2019. He was the flag bearer for Bermuda at the opening ceremony of the Tokyo Olympics, and he's getting ready to go to the qualifying races for the Americas countries, which is in Rio in March. So this race is an important part of his preparation.
And just through that 1,500 metres, Lizzie, we did see David Barcelo from Sydney University out in front. Hamish Harding from the ACT, sitting ANU, sitting in second place there. And then not a lot to pick between our other scullers. So first, second and third going through to the final, through the A final. Fourth, fifth and sixth will go through to the B final. So an A and a B final for the men's elite single sculls. And then a little bit later on today as well, we've also got a number of our women's lightweight scullers that'll be in both the elite and the lightweight events, and also in the double. And again, you know, we saw them last year not quite able to make it through to that qualification position. And this being the last, potentially the last Olympics for the lightweight events, it puts, again, so much extra pressure on those rowers.
Doesn't it? Although, as we can see, a good lightweight is right up there with the open weights. So I don't think we're going to see though anybody that is of a lighter build disappear if they're really of top quality. A great race coming from David Bartolo there. He's just sitting ahead of Alex Wolf on his right and Harry Glacken of Capital Lakes on his left. but really being challenged by the lightweight Hamish Harding of ANU.
A fascinating finish coming up here. David Bartolo, we've got 4 scullers again, 3 positions. Who's going to make it through? David Bartolo from Sydney University, looking comfortable out in front. You can see there a big finish coming here from Hamish Harding. He is really pushing that boat. You can see it's skipping along the water. It'll be a win for David Bartolo, second to Hamish Harding from ANU. Third place will go to Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club. Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes in 4th place. He'll miss out on qualifying, but he certainly wouldn't look out of place in that final qualification position. Dara Alizada from UTS and Bermuda will go through in 5th place, or finish in 5th place. He'll go through to the B final, as will Harry Glacken. And then in our look there for, it looks to be lane number 1, Harry Fox from Melbourne University will go through in 6th place, also through to the B final. Peter Waldersee from UTS will finish in 7th, ahead of Tom Coates from Cand in 8th. So a win for David Bartolo. Joining him in the A final will be Hamish Harding from ANU and Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club. And then through to the B final, Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes, Dara Alizada from UTS and Harry Fox from Melbourne University.
Yeah, David Bartolo, he won the interstate competition, the President's Cup in 2022, so seriously back in form and really gunning for selection. So good luck to him in the final at 11:30 today. Who will join them? Heat 2 is now in progress in the men's elite single scull with Caleb Antill of ANU and the National Training Centre in lane 2, Xavier Hall-Sullivan of Corio Bay in lane 3, Sean Murphy, the lightweight of UTS, coached by Matthias Ungermark in UTS and NSWIS, we should say, in lane 4, Marcus Della Marta of Sydney University and NSWIS in lane 5. He's coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 6 from Sydney and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Harry Crouch. In lane 7 from the West Australian Rowing Club and the Men's National Training Centre, Jack Cleary. And in lane 8 from Cand, Dylan Rhodes, coached by Scott Rowe.
And just confirmation on the screen, we do have a scratching in lane 2, so that's Caleb Antill from ANU.
Oh, that's a shame.
We spoke about David Bartolo winning the interstate. I think Caleb's finished second 3 times in the President's Cup. He cracked it for the win in the men's single scull for the club. So that was ANU's first ever men's single scull winner, but unfortunately wasn't able to make it up on Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Queensland in the President's Cup last year in the interstate race for the President's Cup. So out in front at the moment, it does look to be the Sydney Rowing Club sculler Harry Crouch. I think who might just be out in front. We'll just wait a little bit further back. Sorry, my apologies there. So at the moment, Marcus Della Marta from Sydney University looking quite nicely, and he's someone that's really kicked on since making the Australian team in the coastal rowing.
Yeah, he has indeed. So I think he, was involved in the trials earlier on, and certainly has made a huge impression. He's transferred to Sydney University Boat Club this year, and I was at camp with them doing a bit of cooking earlier on in January, and he really impressed me with just how much training he does, and totally committed to it, and really looking to make an impression this year. And as you said, he's just sitting there playing cat and mouse almost with Sean Murphy, just sitting there ahead of everybody. Our national coastal rower in both the single and the mixed double. Coastal rowing, of course, an up-and-coming section of our sport, and if anybody's interested, the national head coach for coastal rowing, Larissa Biesenthal, is here today. So you'll see her around the grounds in her Ross jacket, and certainly looking for people who might be interested in having a red-hot go at that sport.
Yeah, so Marcus Della Marta from Sydney University out in front. Sean Murphy from UTS will come through in second place. So our 2 lighties, our 2 second place people in the first 2 heat of the men's single sculls, although Jack Cleary is coming home with a wet sail there, very comfortable there. So Marcus Della Marta with the win, second place to Sean Murphy from UTS, with third going through to Jack Cleary from the National Training Centre. Fourth place will go to Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay, coached by his father Lee Hall-Sullivan. And then coming through in fifth place will be Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club, with 6 going to Dylan Rhodes from Cand Rowing Club.
Yep, so as you said, the first 3 straight through to the A final and the other 3 through to the B final, with Caleb having scratched. There's nobody left over from that. Heat number 3 is now in progress, and again the first 3 will progress to the A final, the next 3 to the B final, and the remainder eliminated. But again, it looks as though we only have 6 scullers in this one. Jackson Free from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, coached by his father Marcus Free, will be in lane 1. I think I'm right in saying he's just won the Queensland State Championships in the single scull for the 5th time in a row. Pretty impressive. So he is back to get himself ready for what comes the rest of this season, and we wish him well. In lane 2, representing Community Rowing Club from here in Sydney, Christopher James, coached by Liam James. In lane 3, from UTS Haberfield, Sam Green, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. In lane 4, from West Australian Rowing Club, Alex Rossi, from the men's under 23, the National Men's Under 23 Quad 2023. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, Alex Nicol, who I'm pretty sure was in the, yes he was, in the Windermere Cup 2023, representing Australia over there in the USA. In lane 6, from Adelaide Rowing Club, Mitchell Reinhardt. In lane 7, Campbell Watts from Sydney University and the Men's National Training Centre has scratched, leaving our final entry, Stephen Cox from Sydney Rowing Club. And here we have again an international competitor who's preparing for the possibility of Paris 2024. He took a break from rowing for 5 years after narrowly missing out on qualifying the men's double scull for Zimbabwe at the World Championships in 2019. So he's taken 5 years off. He's in the army in Great Britain, but he's got back into the single scull, and he already has qualified the single for Paris through the African Olympic Qualification Regatta, which took place in Tunisia. From South Africa, learnt to row at a school in Harare. So I would imagine our coach Chris Holliday, who's from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, would know him well. So he's here getting some good racing in by training and racing with Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah, also competed at Henley last year in the single sculls.
Right.
So he was up against, I think he rowed against Damien Schroeder in the first round at the single sculls at Henley last year, won by a couple of lengths. And then I think he might have come across Hamish Harding in the second round, but I'd have to reconfirm that one. But certainly into the final 500 metres of heat number 3 of the men's elite single sculls. And not a lot to pick between our leading sculls. So again, first, second and third going through to the A final, with 4th, 5th and 6th going through to the B final. And does look to be at the moment. So we've got over in lane number 1, we've got Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, fresh off that win in the Queensland Championships last weekend. We do have a pretty strong contingent of Queensland rowers that have made the trek down the Pacific Highway for this regatta, and we would expect to see quite a large number of them coming down for the New South Wales Championships in a couple of weeks. Don't forget that if you do want to volunteer, or you are available to volunteer for the New South Wales Championships, it takes a village to run these regattas. Make sure you jump onto the Rowing New South Wales website, www.rowingnSW.asn.au. Contact Alico Tunney, the Rowing New South Wales volunteer coordinator. They do need a very large number of people to be able to make it in what is the second biggest regatta in the country after the Australian Rowing Championships, which are back here for the first time since 2019. Touch wood that nothing else happens, because there have been a couple of false starts for the Australian Rowing Championships, making their way back to the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, one of our leading rowers, as is at the moment Mitchell Reinhardt from Adelaide Rowing Club in that very distinctive Adelaide Zooty. And then a couple of lanes across from him, we've got Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. They're our 1, 2 and 3 looking to go through to the A final, with Sydney Rowing Club's Alex Nicol, Stephen Cox from Sydney Rowing Club and Sam Green from UTS looking like they'll go through to the B final. The question is, who's going to take the win in the final heats. They're all looking out at each other. It's between Free and Reinhardt at the moment. And Mitchell Reinhardt, just with his bow ball out in front, maybe about half a length now, he'll go through and take the win for Adelaide Rowing Club in the third heat of the men's single sculls. Second to Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, ahead of Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. Alex Nichol will finish in fourth from Sydney, just ahead of clubmate Stephen Cox in fifth place. And then back a little bit further, we have Sam Green from UTS in sixth. And then back in lane number 2, we've got Christopher James, coached by Liam James from Community Rowing Club. Now we will see Community Rowing Club mentioned a little bit later on today at about 10:30 for the men's and women's para single sculls, but it is worth mentioning they are not just a para club. It is, as the name suggests, a club open to the entire community. So some great work going on with the team from Community Rowing Club. So Christopher James in lane number 2, coming through in 7th place in heat number 3 of the men's elite single sculls.
Now, according to the schedule, races 17 and 18 will be the women's elite single scull, but due to a few withdrawals, that race has been consolidated into race number 51. So for the women's elite single scull, we're now looking at a straight final at 11:35. So 11:35 for the women's elite single scull, and our next race then will be the men's elite pair, which will take place at 8:50, which is right now. In lane 1, we have a composite between Sydney University and Melbourne University of Rowan Lavery and Jackson Kench. Both of them row at the Men's National Training Centre. Another Sydney University composite in lane 2 of Paddy Holt from UTS and Will O'Shannessy from Sydney University Boat Club, and both of them also are from the Men's National Training Centre. In lane 3, a composite of Benjamin Canham from Melbourne University Boat Club and Anders Widdicombe from Mercantile, and again both from the men's NTC. In lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club, James Fredrickson and Henry Cross, Henry hailing from Great Britain. In lane 5, another National Training Centre pair, this time both from Sydney University Boat Club, Jack Hargreaves and Jack O'Brien. In lane 6, a composite between Spencer Turren of Sydney Rowing Club and Alex Purnell of Sydney University Boat Club. Again, a National Training Centre crew. In lane 7, from Cand, Darcy Watter and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. And finalising our 8 lanes of racing, Sydney Rowing Club, the pair of Angus Aitken and Galen Quinn.
Now, just on Galen Quinn, Lizzie, he's for Sydney Rowing Club. He's a native of Chicago, Illinois. Went to university at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, where he met a young girl called Taylor Caudle, who went from the University of Wisconsin. She went over to the UK. She's a Henley winner. Went back to Canberra. Rode for ANU last year and is now at Sydney University. So Galen has followed Taylor around the world and is now rowing there for Sydney University. Out there in lane number 8 at the moment. Has a bit of a job though to try and get through to the A final. Is sitting a little bit behind the pace at the moment. So looking across it, we've got lane number 5, Jack Hargreaves and Jack O'Brien. Do look to be our leading pair at the moment, ahead of Rowan Lavery and Jackson Kench from Sydney and Melbourne University. The crews there, first, second, third and fourth to go through to the A final. And then back a little bit further, we've got Benjamin Canham and Angus Widdicombe sitting in, battling it out for third against the Sydney University crew, next to the Sydney crew of Alex Purnell and Spencer Turren. So out in front though, this Sydney University NTC crew of Jack Hargreaves and Jack O'Brien. It's going to be Jack Squared going through in the pairs from lane number 5. They'll take the win in the first heat. Second place going to lane number 1. That's Lavery and Kench, ahead of lane number 6, Turren and Purnell. Final qualification will go through to lane number 3. So that is Canham and Widdicombe in 4th place there. Then they've finished ahead of the canned crew of Darcy Watter and Mitch Salisbury in 5th place, going through to the B final. Then it will be that Sydney Rowing Club crew of Angus Aitken and Galen Quinn in 7th place, and then finishing ahead of the Sydney Rowing Club crew of James Fredrickson and Henry Cross.
And of course, Paddy Holt and Willow Shaughnessy, unfortunately, having to withdraw from the race. That's a great shame. Some very exciting racing coming up in our final race, number 53. Who will join them? Heat number 2 is now on the course, and we've got a composite of Nick Pender from UTS with Austin Reiner of Mercantile, both of whom were in the 2023 under-23 team in the Coxless 4. They are in lane 1, coached by Matthias Ungermach and Al Matthews. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Torren Olsen and Tom Cregan. In lane 3 from Swan River Rowing Club of Western Australia, Riley Rees-Turner and Miles McQuillan. The composite of Tim Masters and Jack Robertson from the NTC have withdrawn. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, Marcus Britt and Devlin Walsh, coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 6, a composite between Fergus Hamilton of Mercantile and Alex Hill of Adelaide Rowing Club, both from the Men's National Training Centre. In lane 7 from Canned Rowing Club, Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 8, an NTC crew of Harley Moore from Commercial and Simon Keenan from Melbourne University Boat Club. And in lane 9, our final NTC crew, Angus Dawson from Adelaide Rowing Club with Josh Hicks of Sydney Rowing Club. So we say goodbye and good luck to Stuart John, who is now heading off to do the para single scull at about 10:30, and we welcome Rob Glendenning. Hello, Rob. How are you? And Happy New Year.
Good morning, Lizzie. Yes, it's a bit of a wet old day out here today. I've got wet feet, which pleases me little, I tell you. But yeah, no, well into the new year in the racing. It's great to see.
It is, and we've got such a great turnout today. We've got a mixture of people coming back into racing, people who are fairly new, especially in the junior age groups, and then of course we've got these experienced guys such as the ones in front of us now who are racing, and it's so cutthroat trying to make it through to the favoured crews for selection for the Olympics, quite frankly.
Yes, absolutely, a very important racing for these guys. And we've got the race coming down at the moment is the first four to the final heat two of the elite pair, and I think we have the crew in lane 6 who appear to have just a little bit of a lead over the rest of the field at the moment. That would be the Adelaide NTC composite, Fergus Hamilton and Alexander Hill. It's fairly close for that second, third and fourth important places to get into that final.
Yes, indeed. So Alex Hill, our gold Olympic medalist in the Coxless 4. Be interesting to see which boat he's gunning for this time. The winners of the previous heat were Jack Hargreaves, also gold medalist in the 4, and Jack O'Brien, who was in the 8 last year. So be interesting to see what goes on, won't it? I'm sure they're all gunning both the 8 and the 4. Just amazing standard here in Australia, and it looks like the men's pairs are too.
Yeah, absolutely. This is great exhibition of pair-oared rowing as they come down to the line. It's a clear lead by that crew in lane 6, the Adelaide Composite crew. Just close, it looks like the crew over here in lane 9, the Sydney Composite NTC of Angus Dawson and Josh Hicks, just pushing through at the moment. Followed closely by the Melbourne Uni NTC Composite of Harley Moore and Simon Keenan. And right over on the other side, we've got the Mercantile Composite also making a push for the line. Look at the moment like this could be the 4 going through to the final.
Beautiful rowing there from Angus Dawson and Josh Hicks. Josh Hicks, such a good mover of small boats. Yeah, nice second place there for that composite, and lane 8 will take out third position, and our final crew into the final will be from lane 1, Nick Pender and Austin Reiner, the youngsters. Just missing out the crew from Cand of Elliott Appel and Miller Rowe. Placing 6th, Olsen and Cregan from Sydney Rowing Club. 7th will be Reese Turner and McQuillan from Swan River, and our final crew from Sydney University, Britt and Walsh. So that's first 4 through to the A final. The crew of Hamilton and Hill from the NTC, 2nd Dawson and Hicks from the NTC, 3rd Moore and Keenan from the NTC, and 4th Pender from UTS and Reiner from Mercantile, the under-23s. Moving through to the B final are the remainder of the crews. And that will be in 5th position Cand, in 6th position Sydney Rowing Club, in 7th Swan River, and in 8th Sydney University Boat Club. And I think we still don't have times, so apologies for that. So way down at the end of the course, difficult to see from the commentary box, but thankfully, thanks to John Meekins, we've actually got a little bit of video footage from the cameras around the place. The first heat of the women's elite pair. Now there are 2 heats, so the first 4 will progress through to the A final, race number 55, and the remainder will progress through to the B final, race number 54 at 11:50. In the first heat, we have Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, the crew of Olivia Cassidy and Catherine Mason, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 3, a composite of Zoe McKellar from Sydney Uni Boat Club and Lucy Hope from the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Alfie Young, Phil Bourguignon and AB, and that was the crew that won the under-23 pair earlier on today. In lane 4, a composite of Remy Mackay from Sydney Uni Boat Club and Eliza Dunlop of Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 5, a composite of Molly McCausland from New Norfolk and India Hobbs from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 6, a composite of Taylor Caudle from Sydney Uni Boat Club and Emma Wilson from Swan River Rowing Club, coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 7, from Fremantle, Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon, who came 2nd in the under-23 pair earlier. And in lane 8, a composite of Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club and Nancy Duncan Banks from the University of Queensland Boat Club. So their coaches are Lachlan Carter at Sydney Rowing Club and Phil Bourguignon at UQBC. So some of these pairs, Rob, will have raced already when they raced in the under-23 race earlier, so just trying to get as much racing in as possible at this wonderful small boats regatta.
Yes, with only a couple of days to the, a couple of weeks, sorry, a couple of days to the state championships, which is another selection regatta, of course. It's a very, very important racing. So a lot of these crews try to cram in all the racing they can, particularly small boats, which is great, experience for larger boats as well. So it's
yeah. And for the under-21s, it's a selection race, certainly for the New South Wales state team, and I would imagine the ACT state team selectors are having a look too. We've got a fair few here. I believe some of the Western Australians, this is the first of a few regattas over here, the New South Wales State Championships and the National Championships, which of course are on this course in March. So they're staying over here the entire time. They'll have brought their small boats over, and they'll be staying here now getting ready for those. It's a big trip, as we all know, having gone to Perth last year.
Yes, it's a big commitment by the Western Australian rowers, and I saw the trailer yesterday, and it's well and truly loaded up and ready for really? A few weeks stay. So
right. Well, let's hope they get beautiful conditions like this. It's nice to have cool after the 40-degree temperatures of yesterday. It's amazing that we're in the low 20s today, and we've got light winds, flat water, overcast conditions, so that the UV is not quite as high as we were expecting. So all good. So the 500 metres left to go.
It looks like the crew from in lane 5, the University Composite of McCausland and India Hobbs currently holding a slight advantage.
And that is a very new crew. In fact, I'm not even sure they've done much training because Molly has only just moved over from Tasmania. Racing as New Norfolk and a member of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Molly is now embarking on a master's degree at Sydney University Boat Club. So we'll be seeing a lot more of her here in New South Wales, and just trying out that pair with India Hobbs, a long-standing member of Sydney University Boat Club, although she studies at UTS. And certainly making a red-hot go of it here. And it looks as though just to the other side of them, the composite of... is that Remy Mackay and... no. Yeah. Actually, no, I think it's Taylor Caudle and Emma Wilson just ahead of Molly McCausland and India Hobbs now, isn't it? And really racing through to the finish to secure a top spot in the A final. So we heard about Taylor Caudle earlier, how she was at the University of Wisconsin, then came across and was rowing at Sydney Rowing Club, and is now across at Sydney University Boat Club, being coached by Olympian Tom Lorridge, and joined by Emma Wilson from Swan River Rowing Club of WA.
Yeah, and they've got a clear lead over that composite we spoke of earlier with McCausland and Hobbs. Looks like the crew over the University of Queensland composite will come in third place, and over on this side, the Uni of Queensland composite of Noak Driver and Duncan Banks will get that all-important fourth spot.
So just confirming the results of race number 21, the women's elite pair. A win for Taylor Caudle and Emma Wilson, Sydney Uni Boat Club and Swan River. Second, Molly McCausland, New Norfolk and India Hobbs, Sydney University Boat Club. Third, Remy Mackay, Sydney Uni Boat Club and Eliza Dunlop, Sydney Rowing Club. And fourth, Talise Noak Driver, Sydney Rowing Club and Nancy Duncan Banks, UQBC. Those four crews will progress through to the A final at 11:50. Going through to the B final will be the Fremantle under-23 crew of Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon, and sixth, the under-23 crew of Zoe McKellar and Lucy Hope from Sydney Uni and UQ, and seventh, Sydney Rowing Clubs Cassidy and Mason. Our second heat is in progress, and again the first four will progress through to the A final. We should have 6 crews racing in this. And those 6 crews are from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett from NSWIS and the ACT High Performance Programme. They are coached by Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. In lane 3, a composite between Rebecca Pretorius of Swan River and Genevieve Hart of Fremantle, both from WA and the WA Institute of Sport. In lane 4, from Sydney University Boat Club, Olivia Natty and Grace Turner. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, Hannah Keating and Izzy Furrer. In lane 6, from Canned Rowing Club, Jess Scott and Maddie Williams. And in lane 7, a composite between Eleanor Price of Sydney University Boat Club and Ella Bramwell of Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute. 2 more from the stable of women's pairs coached by Tom Lorridge at Sydney Uni Boat Club.
Yeah, they're well through the course, about 700 odd metres to go, and it's a crews on the outside of the course look to be doing the best at the moment. So the crew over in lane 7, which is the Adelaide composite of Eleanor Price, Ella Bramwell, and the Sydney crew over on the lane 2. But it's very close for those second and third and fourth positions, and it's a little bit of tailing out for the crews behind. So it's so it's that crew in Adelaide composite crew that's really got a good lead at the moment over the Sydney crew and the Sydney crew over in lane 2, and the Can crew in lane 6.
Rob, I was just thinking, I forgot to mention that there is a grey Land Rover out there with red P plates on it that's left its lights on. It's rego number DH57EJ. So if you're a red P plate later driving a grey Land Rover, you've left your lights on. And I think an appropriate time to ask people to remember to return their bow numbers, please. We do recycle those bow numbers. They're alphanumeric, so we do need you, please, as soon as you've finished your race, to bring your bow numbers back to the finish tower. The bow numbers desk is at the bottom of the finish tower.
Yes, well, a close race coming down into the through the 250 metre mark at the Adelaide Composite crew. Holding a quite a comfortable lead at the moment over the two crews battling it out, or the three crews battling out for second, third and fourth place. Of course, the first, second, third and fourth going through to the straight through to the final. The Sydney crew over in lane 2 now just giving a bit of a push to give themselves a little bit of a gap over the crew next to them, the Fremantle Composite. But very comfortable win for the coming here for the Adelaide Composite crew of Eleanor Price and Ella Bramwell as they come up towards the line. And they will take first place in Heat 2 of the Women's Elite Pair, followed by about a length behind by the Sydney crew in lane 2, followed by the Fremantle Composite and the Canned crew in lane 6.
Fifth will be the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Hannah Keating from Great Britain, I think, with Izzy Furrer of Sydney Rowing Club, and our sixth crew will be Olivia Natty and Grace Turner from Sydney University Boat Club, who had a great race in the under-23s a little earlier and look like they're taking this one with a little bit more relaxation. Happy to just do the B final and get some race practice in. So through to our A final, the Eleanor Price Ella Bramwell Composite first, second Bella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett, our under-23 national team members. They were second. Third, also national team, Rebecca Pretorius and Genevieve Hart, and fourth from Canned, Jess Scott and Maddie Williams.
And out on the course at the moment we have race 23, the men's under-21 single scull, Heat 1. Progression first, second and third to the A final, fourth, fifth and sixth to the B final. So we have in lane 2 UTS, Max Collier, it's a single scull, sorry, Max Collier, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alex Wenyon. We have in lane 3 Canned, which is Chad Willett, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 4 UTS Oscar St. Pierre, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. In lane 5, Sydney University, Hayden Mounter, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 6, Sydney Jackson Gersoy. And in lane 7, Edward Kelly, coached by Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark.
So yeah, for our youth boys, of course, any entry in an under-21 event is an opportunity for them to get a qualification space and influence selectors and coaches alike, so an important race for them. What a shame Chad Willett from Canned isn't racing, such an impressive schoolboy sculler and underage sculler. So when we will hope to see him at the state championships later on. Oscar St. Pierre, of course, the brother of Oliver, and in his own right, a fairly handy junior sculler. Hayden Mounter, who in lane 5, who hails from the Friends School and Tasmania University as his clubs, now studying and racing at the Sydney University, and coached by Don McLaughlin.
Go with the 1500 metre mark. We have this unique crew of sculler of Hayden Mounter coming through first in that first position. It's a fairly tight race. Once again, they're reminding that the first 3 crews go through to the A final and the 4th, 5th and 6th through to the B final. So Hayden Mounter with a slight lead over Oscar St. Pierre in lane 4. And it looks to be a little bit of a gap back to the 3rd and 4th position, but they'd be comfortably into the, comfortably into the final with the UTS Scala Max Collie just slipping back a little bit. So I think they'd be consolidating, although that Hayden Mounter out front does not look like he's taken his foot off the pedal, and it's and trying to drive home this win in this race as they coming towards the about 200 metres to go. Great control here, and is pushing away. Yeah, so first 3 to the final. So it is an important race back here with the 2 UTS Scullers just getting a bit of a jump over the Sydney Sculler of Jackson Gersoy now. So it looks like it will be the Sydney University Sculler of Hayden Mounter just coming across the line to take the win, with the UTS Sculler Oscar St. Pierre coming in second, and a tight race for this 3rd and all-important position for the final. It looks like it will be Edward Kelly over here in lane 7 from the UTS.
Under Page of Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Pete Warne. In lane 5 from UTS, Harry Birchmore, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. In lane 6 from UTS, Lawson Banks, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemark. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, MacArthur Bucknell. And in lane 8 from Nepean Rowing Club, Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. Good to see that Hugh's brother Miles has cracked into the King's Cup squad for 2024, which is pretty exciting for the Harold family, who hail from Penrith. But as Miles has progressed through the high performance pathway, he has aligned himself with Sydney Rowing Club and is now a full member there, and went to Henley Royal Regatta with them last year. Great to see him in the King's Cup crew. Good to see a whole bunch of new faces in that King's Cup crew as well. Time is marching on.
and good to see that progression, you know, from the clubs, the development clubs, from taking from learn to row right through to King's Cup, as they and they can move between clubs fairly seamlessly. The system is working.
100% it is. You're quite right. Pretty spread out, I think, in this race now, but as they come towards the 500 metre mark and the final dash for the line, it does look as though Mac Bucknell from Sydney Rowing Club has made a really strong impression over Hugh Harold from Nepean Rowing Club on the side closest to the grandstand, lanes 7 and 8. And then it looks as though it's cross 2, probably Harry Birchmore from UTS in the middle. A challenge coming from Alex Page of Sydney University Boat Club, but he may have left it a little too late. And then Charles Clark in the red of the Griffith Uni Surface Paradise colours across in lane 3. Having a look across at Tane Potts of UTS, who's a handy sculler himself and has really lifted his rate of striking as he's gone through that 500 metre mark. But still, Mac Bucknell and Hugh Harold looking quite calm at the moment. It's going to be a good race, I think, between Tane Potts and Charlie Clark on the far side there in lanes 1 and 2.
Yeah, certainly the Charles Clark looks like he has really put his foot down here and is safely in that 2nd or 3rd position. Hugh Harold maybe has slipped a little bit back from MacArthur Bucknell, so it's very tight, because remembering only the top 3 going through to the final, so it's going to be a very, very tight race. Over there in lane 1, Tane Potts also in the hunt and lifting up the rate of striking and really pushing towards the line.
Yeah, I think his push has really lifted Charles Clark, hasn't it? And Charles pushing through now, starting to make a move on Mac Bucknell in lane 7, the Sydney Rowing Club sculler.
Absolutely, it's got a very close race, so this is going to go right down to the wire here, and certainly over Hugh Harold making a bit of a push coming back from just letting it slip a bit at the 500 metre mark, but pushed right back, and so it's a very, very tight race, and it looks like the Sydney sculler of MacArthur Bucknell will just come across the line. It's very, very tight for 2nd and 3rd. It's probably a photo, and in 4th position will be the UTS sculler of Tane Potts.
Looks as though Harry Birchmore was 5th, Alex Page of Sydney Uni 6th, and 7th will be our UTS sculler Lawson Banks, who's a little younger, I think, putting a good sprint on there. So this photo finish will be important because it's first 3 through to the A final. That will be Mac Bucknell from Sydney Rowing Club in first position, and Charles Clark from Griffith Uni Service, Birchmore UTS. 6th, Alex Page, Sydney Uni Boat Club. 7th, Lawson Banks, UTS. Our third and final heat of the men's under-21 single scull is now on the course with Oscar Baregi of UTS in lane 2, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemach. James Scott Brown of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3, coached by Peter Warne. Nick Whalen of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. Caelan Routley of UTS in lane 5. William Wolfe of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 6, and Jack Power of UTS in lane 7. Caelan Routley having moved to UTS from, I think it was Newcastle Grammar School, so, and last year racing for Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. So good to see him moving on up to university level. I am going to bow out now, I think, am I? And handing over to Mark Tejan. He's run away. Let's finish this race. So again, first 3 through to the A final, and the crews are now at the halfway mark.
So through the 500, and it's very close, that first and second positions between the UTS and the Sydney University scullers of Oscar Beregi and James Scott Brown.
Yeah, we've got Mark Tejan from Glebe here in the commentary tower, and James, he coaches, I think, doesn't he, at Glebe? And I think was a Cranbrook rower, wasn't he? I would be very surprised if he was that high up. And actually, I'm having a look at it now. It's actually Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club. So, yep. So
of Jack Power over on right over in lane 7. So at the moment it's very, very tight as they're both pushing towards the line. The Sydney sculler Nicholas Whalen and Oscar Beregi, they're really pushing towards the line, but it looks like that Nicholas Whalen might just have a half length advantage over Oscar Beregi as they come to the line. So it is
an excellent race there. We were just, Chris McCarthy's in the Finnish tower here as well in the commentary team, and we were just talking about the fact that Nick Whalen did have a dabble with lightweight and was included in the Penrith Cup squad, but has chosen Youth 8. So that's a good performance from him. He's through to the A final. He'll be impressing the selectors. Now he's just got to get the placing in the final race. But he's certainly into the A final along with Oscar Beregi, who placed second, and Jack Power, who placed third, both from UTS. Fourth was our Caelan Routley, our UTS sculler. Fifth, James Scott Brown from Sydney University Boat Club. And finishing this third heat of the men's under-21 single scull will be Will Wolfe, also from Pete Warne's squad there at Sydney University Boat Club.
And we have a change in the commentary now with Lizzie Chapman stepping out and Mark Tejan about to come into to the position. Out on the course we have race 26, which is the women's under-21 single scull, heat 1. In this race, the first 4 through to the final, A final, and the remainder back into the B final. In lane 1, we have Sydney Talissa Noak driver, Lachlan Rigatta and Flo Griffiths as coaches. Lane 2, who's that? Lane 2, UTS, Grace Burke, Jared Watson and Katie Healy. Coaches. Lane 3, it is Sydney University, Zoe Bond, coaches Alfie Young and AB. In Lane 4, Sydney, Madison joins, coaches Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. In Lane 5, Yarra Yarra, Zara Forey, coached by David Okert. In Lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney, and coach Charlie Patterson. In Lane 7, Newcastle, Charlotte Holford, coaches John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. In Lane 8, Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Berrickry, coaches Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. And just a note that Lane 1, Talissa Noak driver, has withdrawn from the race.
So they're coming up to the last 500 metre mark. They're just about to come through. Unfortunately, we're having issues with the timing today, so we don't have the splits coming through at this stage. Hopefully we'll see that change as the day wears on. So we're reliant on our tired old eyes up here and what we can see on the video stream.
The Yarra Yarra Sydney, 2 Sydney crews and the Sydney University crew of Zoe Bond that have a little bit of a jump over the field, remembering that it's first 4 through to the final. So at the moment the first 4 look fairly well set, and as I said, it would be between the Yarra Yarra Sculler, Zara Forey, the Sydney University Sculler Zoe Bond, the Sydney Rowing Club sculler Neve Tierney, and the second Sydney place. There's a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field at the moment.
Yeah, Rob, it looks like the only danger could come. Always hard to tell, isn't it? It could be Sarah Berrickry over the side, but I dare say we'll start seeing the winners just cruising through to the finish, because they're fairly certain they're going to get through. The leaders in the race, I mean, not the winners. But yes,
a lot of letting off or just slowing out a thing. They're all going for times and pushing all the way to the line to get that those all important positions in these races. But the first 4 positions very clear at the moment. It will be Zoe Bond coming over the line in first place. On a couple more straights to go. Zara Kvori from Yarra Yarra will come in second place. Over on Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club will be in third, and that all-important 4th qualifying position, Madison joins from Sydney Rowing Club, just about to cross the line. It's a little bit further back to Grace Burke from the UTS Club and the second the third Sydney Rowing Club sculler of Sarah Berrickry. And the Newcastle sculler still in the course, about 100 odd metres to go, coming to the line. A big experience for these young scullers to come out. This is being it's a qualifying regatta. It's the competition is extremely strong, which is great to see.
And moving on to race 27, which is the second heat of the women's under-21 single scull. Georgia Caitlin from Sydney Rowing Club has scratched, so in lane 2 from Sydney University we have Tilly Morgan, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. Liesl Page is also scratched. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Ciara Ortolani, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. In lane 5 from UTS, Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. In lane 6 from Adelaide University, Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Tolinar. In lane 8 from the ANU, Brooklyn Leslie, and in lane 7 is Brooklyn, and in lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Paige Critchlow, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. So they're just coming, they've come through the 1,000 metre mark. A little bit hard to see what's going on, but it does look to me, Rob, like the Sydney Uni, Paige Critchlow, over on this side has a bit of a lead out over the others. Just drop dots on the horizon at the moment.
Yeah, they are. The scullers in the middle of the field there also look to be well up, but it is a little bit hard to see. We've got limited camera vision from the 1,000 metre mark or the 500 metre mark. So at the moment, it is all about what we can see from the control tower.
Yeah, I think just looking at which lanes they're in, it does seem to be Jade Bliss from UTS has the lead, and she's being pushed on this side by Victoria Binns from Adelaide University. Then again, Paige Critchlow on this side. It's first 4 through, so I think the real battle is going to be for that coveted 4th place to get through to the final.
Absolutely. It looks like these first 3 scullers, so it's the Jade Bliss, Victoria Binns and Paige Critchlow look to have the first 3 places covered, but it's fairly tight for that all-important 4th place. At the moment, it's a bit hard to see, but it looks like the ANU ACT sculler of Brooklyn Leslie could have just a little bit of a jump, but very hard to tell from where we sit.
Yeah, very difficult because that they're into the last 500 metres, or their leaders are well into it. I'd put a bit of money, Rob, if I was a betting man, on Ciara Ortolani over the far side there. Just starting to push up a bit.
Yeah, certainly. She looks like she's had a good push there to bring her into that contention for that 4th place. But it's a fairly clear break for these first 3 scullers. The sculler of Jade Bliss looks to have just dropped her rating right down now, and it seems to be well and truly under control. Right next to her, the Adelaide Uni sculler of Victoria Binns and Paige Critchlow from Sydney Rowing Club over this side look to have those first 3 places covered. But yes, you're right, Mark, that Ciara Ortolani looks like she's made a really big push and appears to have got a bit of an advantage over the ANU ACT sculler Brooklyn Leslie.
It's turning into a very healthy advantage as they come in closer. So they're into the last 150 metres here. Very nice finish from Jade Bliss from UTS.
Yeah, so looking very strong coming to the line, Jade Bliss in lane 5.
She'll be followed through by Victoria Binns from Adelaide Uni. Over on this side from Sydney Rowing Club, Paige Critchlow. Then out in the middle there, Ciara Ortolani from Sydney University will be the first 4 qualifiers. A little bit of a battle here going on just at the last minute from she's just copped the buoy there, so that might take the wind out of her sails. And she's putting everything back into it to try and hold off Tilly Morgan over on the far side from Sydney Uni, and she's done it by a good boat length.
So the first field of the final will be Jade Bliss in lane 5 from UTS, Victoria Binns from Adelaide University, Paige Critchlow from Sydney Rowing Club, and Ciara Ortolani from Sydney University. Going through to the final, through to the B final, Brooklyn Leslie and Tilly Morgan.
And roaring down the course, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, is the first heat of the men's under 23 single scull. Over on the far side from UTS, we have Harry Curtin. In lane 2 from Melbourne University, Felix Oliver. In lane 3 from UTS, Mitchell Kaponis. In lane 4 from Adelaide University, Nick Blackman. In lane 5 from Western Australia, Charlie Stevenson. In lane 6 from Adelaide, Adam Holland. In lane 7 from Sydney University, Hugo Hobbs. In lane 8 from Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise, Ben Horsnell. And in lane 9 from UTS, Patrick Burke. And it does look to be a full field, so we can see pretty exciting racing looking at some of the names in this. It's also great to see them coming from all over the eastern seaboard to come and race here with us.
Well, and certainly not only the eastern seaboard, we've got the Western Australian
Running
Club in there as well, so they're well travelled, as we talked.
Adam Holland is really pushing Nick Blackman, but very close, way too early to call with this one, because over on the far side, Harry Curtin, Felix Oliver, Mitchell Caponis and Nick Blackman look to have a fairly straight line. Then over this side, Patrick Burke from UTS quietly pushing away in lane 9 is throwing it all out as well.
Yes, well, and he certainly is having it's on at the moment.
And they've got about 200 metres to go. It does look to me to be Nick Blackman from Adelaide Uni in the yellow Empacker out there. Really pushing hard over on the far side, Harry Curtin. Felix Oliver has taken the challenge as well. Nick Blackman fighting hard to hold him off, and Adam Holland from Adelaide really pushing hard as well to hold off the rest of the field. And it does look like those are going to be the first 4 through for the qualifiers, but what great racing here.
Nick Blackman coming up to the line in lane 4 to take that first position. Very, very tight for second, third and fourth. Nick Blackman getting across for the win. We'll have to wait for the photo for second, third and fourth, but they will be the 4 going through to the final.
And then it was Mitchell Caponis from UTS and Patrick Burke from UTS, followed across by Charlie Stevenson, then Ben Horsnell, and rounded out by Hugo Hobbs. So very close, definitely a photo finish for second, third and fourth, by 9 through to the final. And coming down the course is the second heat. Over on the far side, in Rico. In lane 6 from Western Australia, Blake Wyatt. In lane 7 from Penrith, Liam Taylor. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, Hamish Danks. And it looks like they're just coming through, or they've been through the 1,000 metre mark. So they're stacking these races back to back. So we can see 7 scullers out there, which would indicate that one has scratched. We'll just see what we can find here. No, this is a different race. It's done something weird to me.
The scullers are through the 1,000 metre mark, and probably about 750, coming up to 750 to go. Certainly sculler in the middle of the field. And it looks to be the UTS sculler of Henry Blackwell from our position. Looks to have a bit of a handy lead, but once again, we're a little bit pressed here.
It's Blake Wyatt from Western Australia that's scratched, according to the readout I can find.
Okay, so that would mean that it is Henry Blackwell with a, looks like he might have a little bit of a jump over the rest of the field. The sculler over here in the Sydney University sculler, Hamish Danks, is certainly right up there, along with the Canned and Mercantile scullers, Dom Frederico. But as they come down to the 500 metre mark, scull, Dom Frederico bring it right down on the line, followed closely by Chad Willett and the Sydney University sculler of Hamish Danks. Just keeping an eye out on the fast finishing UTS sculler of Mackenzie Thompson on the other side, but we'll go across to take that all-important 4th position.
Carter. Bryn Potter from Sydney Grammar has scratched. but it's still a full house.
These 4 heats are the first and second are direct to the final.
So they're about 700 or 800 metres out now, just coming into view where we may be able to work out who's leading.
200 odd metres to go. It is clear water back to the third position, so notwithstanding a disaster, these two will go through to the final. Certainly both pushing hard to get to the line, and
you could almost say the Oscars have it, Rob. Yeah, very healthy lead over the rest of the field. There's probably a good 50 metres at least back to the rest of the field, where we've got Austin Benny pushing very hard to hold off Carter Clifton to his right and Hayden Williamson to his left, but we've just got Oscar St. Pierre crossing line, probably about 3 or 4 boat lengths now ahead of Oscar Shield Gamborg.
Yeah, that was a big push by Oscar St. Pierre over that last 500 metres, and really had the measure of Oscar Shield Gamborg coming in. But it's a very tight race as you come to the line now with the Maris Brothers College Tour. Austin Benny just holding a slight advantage over the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler of Hayden Williamson, and they'll take the third and fourth.
Yeah, Lucy Yabsley from Glebe is out in front, and she's been challenged by, it looks like Georgia Stevenson from Sydney over, and closer to us in lane 8, Georgia Stevenson. Kafasis has a slight lead over.
Taking out 6th position, and the other Hunter Valley, Amelia Dennis taking out that 7th position. So the coming down to the line now, the Newcastle sculler Charlotte Holford will come across the line to complete the field. So the first final will be the Glebe sculler Lucy Yabsley, Sydney sculler Georgina Stevenson, second Sydney sculler Amelia de Villiers, and the 4th Sydney sculler Olivia Kelly.
And interesting, Lucy dropping it right down there. But you're right, Rob, the Cairn Composite do look to have a bit of a lead over the Western Australian, the Mercantile closer to us, right there in the mix as well.
Yeah, the Sydney crew just had a bit of a missed stroke there, and they've got to look to have a little bit of a problem on their bow side. They've had a few missed strokes, but look to get it back together again now, and certainly pushing hard. Maybe that rush of adrenaline has certainly worked for them, but the Canned Composite just holding a slight lead now over the fast finishing Western Australian Rowing Club Composite of Davis and Hankey, and the Sydney Rowing Club of Toby Tegg and Declan Glendinning. And Toby, of course, is one of the number of British rowers rowing out of Sydney Rowing Club at the moment, and also doing a bit of coaching at MLC.
And you're right, Rob. The Sydney boys, after that little mishap, they're rating a bit higher than the rest of the field. The Western Australian Composite is trying to match them now as they're into the last 200 odd metres, really close together. So Toby Tegg and Declan Glendinning have managed to pull themselves nearly a length ahead of the Canned Boy Composite of Alex Hoskin and Darcy Watter. They've actually now been overtaken by the Western Australian boys of Leon Davis and Joshua Antke.
Yeah, the Canned Composite crew look to be quite a range of and Bronte Marshall, of course, went to the Globus World Games, which is or Vertas, I think they call it now, which is for intellectually impaired athletes. So and did very, very well, coming away with a number of gold medals. So a well-credentialed field. These are very, very experienced student scales, and of course Stuart John, one of our co-commentators in lane 2. In the rowing for ANU. But it looks to be Lisa Greisel in lane 5. Has to take a guess, well out in front at the moment. Followed, I'd say, back to Stuart John in lane 2 from ANU, and across to Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club in lane 6.
By Bronte Marshall on our side, and over on the far side there, Stuart John is certainly holding his position as well. Some distance back to Lauren, closer to us, and then over on the far side there, Sam Shaloub is putting in a very strong effort. But Lisa Greisel has a pretty healthy lead at the moment, as she's probably about 400 metres out now.
Yeah, certainly a fairly healthy lead over Bronte Marshall off to her left in lane 6, followed by Stuart John and Sam Shahub over in lane 1.
Yeah, so we have the first final underway, which is the men's under 16 single scull. This is the 1,000-metre race. And if you look down the course, you can see all the 1,000-metre races stacking up there, ready to approach the start line. Over in lane 1 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Angus Purdy. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, Nico Colantonio, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalantar. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, William Spui with the same coaches. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Jeremy Cooper, also coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalantar. Baker, coached by Daniel Waddell. And they've come through the 500-metre mark, and it looks to be pretty close, but I would say that we have the Marist College sculler of Mitchell Wadey in the lead. What do you reckon, Rob? Very close.
Yeah, it is very close. So it's lane to be lane 4 and 5 doing well. But yes, that the Marist College sculler of Mitchell Wadey looks to just have about a half a length lead, but very close behind is Jeremy Cooper from Leichhardt in lane 3, and on the other side, Hunt.
And just coming into the last 250 metres there, very hard against Mitchell Wadey from Marist College. We also have the Hunter Valley Grammar. It's at side. We also have the Hunter Valley Grammar. It's at Bailey Crop. Trying to get in the mix there, but I don't think he's going to make it. The real battle here is for first and second place between Mitchell Wadey and Jeremy.
Race with Glebe in lane 1, Soraya Mackay-Colin and Jacqueline Harris off 8 seconds. Leichhardt 2, Nikki Lepresti and India Evans off 8 seconds in lane 2. Lane 3, Glebe, Kate Wareham and Anne Skilton off 5 seconds. In lane 4, Leichhardt, Daniel Bourget and Jennifer Zonga off 5 seconds. In lane 5, Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. In lane 6, Leichhardt, Belinda Bingham and Jane Hutchison off 5 seconds. And in lane 7, North Shore, Louise McCoach and Olivia Tong in off go. So we have a range from B Division Masters through T. And the race is underway now, and I think all crews, from our vantage point, all crews are now rowing. So these handicaps are always designed so that the crews are very close at the finish. So when they mix up the age groups within a Masters race, the handicaps are.
But this afternoon, I think I'm racing against John James, the 1964 Olympic silver. I can't remember, but it's nearly a minute. I have to sit and wait for him. So congratulations to Ali Taylor. I was just going to say, Rob, as you were calling that, I think you might have missed the North Shore crew were on the boys as they, so lost a little bit there, just struggling as they wobbled on the boys, but coming down the course now is the second division of the Women's Masters pair. Race 43, over on the far side in lane 2 from North Shore, we have Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland. In lane 3 from North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. In lane 4 from St George, Joanne Ward coupled with Rowena Stewart from St George. In lane 5 from North Shore, Wendy Zammit and Julie Wass. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. So the North Shore crew that was in lane 7 has scratched.
And Mark, these Masters women are in the older age group, so they're starting from E up, which is from 55 years of age and up, average age in the crew. So you get quite a mixture of them. A lot of these crews look to be well balanced in age, so they're very close together. Sometimes you'll see a very young one with an older one to get that average.
Yeah, so the crew closest to us, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell, are a G crew, and they were off go. The Wendy Zammit, Julie Wass, Joanne Ward, Rowena Stewart, and Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell are all F crews, so they were off 9 seconds. Then over on the far side from North Shore, Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland were off. Certainly pushing hard and making up the time as they can, but out in the lead there we have Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. Real battle here for second place, but I think it's the younger crew over the far side of the North Shore just pushing through as they've come through the last 250 metres. Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland. A real battle here though to I think it's the Drummoyne Composite, Joanne Ward and Rowena Stewart. Can they hold off the Lake Macquarie crew? So the older ladies who are working really hard to try and hold off these youngsters that are pushing past them, but I don't think they're going to be successful this time. A bit further back to Wendy Zammit and Julie Wass.
But this very experienced crew of rider Nikki Blackwell, coached by Kim Rudder, certainly have got this race under control. They'll hold off the second North Shore crew of Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland to take that first and second places for North Shore. The Drummoyne Composite of Joanne Ward and Rowena Stewart just holding off Lake Macquarie, and they will come in for third place, but it's certainly clear win for the Nikki McBride and Nikki Blackwell and Peggy McBride.
And we will now return to 2,000 metre racing, which is the men's under 17 single scull final. Expect to be a very exciting race here. This is race 44. Over on the far side, we will have Nicholas Walsh from the
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move to the presentation of prizes for the winners of Division 2 in the Women's Masters pair. The event was won by North Shore Rowing Club, represented by Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. The crew is coached by Kim Rudder.
So we have race 44, the men's under 17 single scull final on the course at the moment. In lane 1 from Nepean, Nicholas Walsh, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar, Edward Walsh. In lane 3, Glebe, Luke Martin, coached by Nicholas Galea and Robin Mackney. In lane 4, Marist College, Harrison Braithwaite, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas. In lane 5, Mossman Rowing Club, Floris Elias, coached by Tom Shranko and Kieran Kabolki. In lane 6, Nepean Rowing Club, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 7, Leichhardt, Peter Simkovic, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Jua Kalanta. And in lane 8, Glebe, Christopher Vlahos, coached by Robin Mackney and Nick Galea.
And we should see some exciting racing here, Rob. Very pleased to see a couple of Glebe boys in this final. Let's see how they go. They're just coming up to the hazarding a guess here. I'd say they're probably about 1,200 metres out at the moment. Maybe a bit more.
Look, it looks like at this stage, from our vantage point, that the Marist College sculler, Harrison Braithwaite, appears to have a bit of a lead over the rest of the field, and then it's very, very tight between the Mossman sculler in lane 5, Floris Elias, Ezekiel Pratt in lane 6, and over in Glebe and Hunter Valley over in lane 2 and 3. They're just coming through the 1,000 metre mark. And yes, it certainly is a Marist College sculler with a handy lead over the rest of the field.
We're just struggling. We're looking at the video, but a bit hard to see in this light what colours are, both of the bow numbers and of the zooties. But we'll give you an update as they get a bit closer. So they've pretty much all come through the 1,000 metres now.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say, Mark, that the Marist College sculler Harrison Braithwaite does appear in lane 4 to have really got jumped the rest of the field and holding a fairly commanding position. It's very tight across the from lanes 2, 3, 5 and 6, all pushing through the line. So that's the Hunter Valley Grammar, Glebe, Mossman and Nepean scullers, certainly for that second position. But the Marist College sculler of Harrison Braithwaite coming down towards the 500 metres has a quite a commanding lead of about 4 or 5 lengths on the rest of the field.
I would also hazard a guess, Rob, that Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean is battling it out for second position there with probably, is it Luke Martin from Glebe? We like to see that. What a great lead that Harrison Braithwaite has put in there.
Yeah, certainly he looks fairly untroubled out in front at the moment as he comes down towards the 500 metre mark, and you know, I'd say he'd have 10 or 15 second gap over the rest of the field at this point in time. So he's just going through the 500 metre mark, 500 to go, 1500 metre mark, and still keeping that rate of striking quite high considering the lead he's got. But yes, it does appear that the scullers from the pen, Ezekiel Pratt, and the Mossman sculler Floris Elias, and it appears to be the Hunter Valley sculler or the Glebe sculler over there in lane 2 or 3, holding those the second and third, fourth position.
Yeah, I think the real battle is going on between Ezekiel Pratt and Floris Elias because they're side by side. Luke Martin from Glebe over the far side, pushing very hard as they will. Harrison Braithwaite has come through the 1750 mark. The other boys are about 50 metres back. It does seem to me to be Ezekiel Pratt is just holding off the other two, but we've just seen Floris Elias take up his rating. Luke Martin looking very strong over there from Glebe, very pleasing to see.
I mean, he's just had a look across the Glebe sculler and realised that he's in this battle, and but there's no trouble out in front for Harrison Braithwaite. He certainly is has treated this field and looking extremely strong as he comes down towards the red boys and coming to that last 100 metres. But the real race is behind. But it appears that the Ezekiel Pratt has just got had a bit of a jump over the Mossman sculler of Floris Elias and Glebe sculler Luke Martin. And although the Luke Martin is now pushing again, and he believes he can get into that second position, and he may well do it yet. So it's a great race for second and third, but no trouble for Harrison Braithwaite. He will come across the line, just taking had a bit of a look, and coming across the line with a significant lead over the rest of the field, with Ezekiel Pratt now just stepping it up, and he will come across in second position. The Glebe sculler of Luke Martin will follow in for third position, and the Mossman sculler Floris Elias in fourth. Over on this side, Christopher Lahos from Glebe will be our fifth place sculler, followed by Petar Simkovic from Leichhardt, Hunter Valley's Edward Walsh, and Nepean's Nicholas Walsh.
So exciting finish there. We'll just wait and see if we got the times through. 7 minutes 42.93 with a 14.35 second margin back to Ezekiel Pratt, and then 4.51 seconds back to Luke Martin. He was working hard to hold off Nicholas Elias. Sorry, not Nicholas, Floris Elias. Was a 2.5 second margin back, then quite a broad gap to the next in the field.
Just a reminder for first place getters to come in and get your medals. So that would be Harrison Braithwaite from the under 17 scull to come in for your presentation of your medal. On the course at the moment, we have race 45, which is the women's under 17 single scull final. In lane 1, Glebe, Patricia Boland, coaches Thomas Parker and Milan Parker. In lane 2, Mossman, Eloise Stevens, coaches Ben Whitwolf and Tom Schrenko. In lane 3, Glebe, Chloe Hitchens, coaches Natalia Dow and Milan Parker. In lane 4, the Armidale School, Isabella Henderson. In lane 5, Mossman, Elise Coates, coached by Ben Whitwolf and Tom Schranko. In lane 6, Canberra, Talia Turnbull, coached by Nuno Santos. In lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club, Xenia Palmer, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 8, Leichhardt, Sabrina Koskar, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalanta. And in lane 9, St George, Charlotte Olivia, coached by Mark Featherston.
And those scullers have come through the 1,000 metres, so they're just coming into view now. It's a bit hard to tell, but it looks to me like we have the Chloe Hitchens over there in lane 3, pushing very hard against the two out in the middle, Elise Coates and Talia Turnbull. A little bit too early to call though. They're fast approaching the 1,500 metre mark.
It certainly looks like the sculler in lane 3, Chloe Hitchens from Glebe Rowing Club, and the scullers from Mosman and Canberra Rowing Club, Elise Coates and Talia Turnbull. Looks a bit of a jump over the rest of the field, but it is a very good race by Chloe Hitchens over there in lane 3.
And Patricia Boland from Glebe over there in lane 1 as well, just out of sight possibly, but pushing very hard. Then closer to us, Xenia Palmer from Sydney in lane 7 is right in there in terms of a possible place, as is the Armidale Schools Isabella Henderson with the fluoro cap out there in the back. A bit hard to call though. So it does seem to be, is that Talia Turnbull in lane 6 has a slight lead over Elise Coates from Mossman, but out of there is Chloe Hitchens from Glebe, and over on the far side in the shadows there, Paddy Boland coming through very strong. So be very exciting to see a Glebe 1-2, but whether we will or not, I don't know. No bias, of course, in my commentary. Out here in the in lane 6, I think it's Talia Turnbull. She looks to have dropped off slightly. The Glebe girls, so they're all now coming into the last 250 metres. Paddy Boland over the far side putting on a great effort. She seems to be pushing through the rest of the field. It's that Parker coaching that's really coming into play here. She's just upped her rating, pushing very strongly. So Talia Turnbull, she might have actually used up everything she had. She's well into the last 200 metres now, pushing very long and strong. But look at Paddy Boland over there on the far side. Big long strokes, race, she's up to her rating. Can Chloe Hitchens catch up with her and overtake Talia Turnbull from Mossman? Oh, sorry, from Canberra. Elise Coates from Mossman. Just not quite going to make it, but what a fantastic finish. The dark horse of Paddy Boland over on the far side, who pushed right through, hiding there in lane 1. A little bit like those who have seen the boys in the boat, the Americans over in the far side, pushing through. Well done, Paddy. Then, a very close finish. I think Talia Turnbull from Canberra just managed to pip Chloe Hitchens, only by a bow ball though. I won't call it. We'll wait for the official result to come through from the photo. She was followed across by Elise Coates from Mossman. Then down here, Sabrina Koskar from Leichhardt. Over there, Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School. She's followed across in the far side by Eloise Stevens. Then Sabrina Koskar. Sorry, I've called that wrong. So it was Xenia Palmer when I called Sabrina before. Sabrina Koskar followed across by Charlotte Olivier. What an exciting race.
And just a reminder for first place getters to come and get to the medal presentation. after your races. So we have on the course race 46, the men's under 19 double scull final. In lane 1, Mossman, Tobias Elias, Julian Lemate, coached by Tom Schranko and Kieran Kabelki. In lane 2, St Joseph's, Samuel Basher and Finlay Mitchell, coached by Michael Lane and Will Raven. In lane 3, we have St Joseph's, Alex Nigline and Gus Sisolka, coached by Michael Lane and Will Raven. In lane 4, we have Mossman, Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield Gumborg, coached by Tom Schranko and Kieran Kabelki. In lane 5, we have Mossman, William Robertson and Harry Coddington, coached by Tom Schranko and Kieran Kabelki. And in lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Nichols and Luke Purdy. In lane 7, Marist College, 1, Garvin Hayes and Austin Benny, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas. And in lane 8, Marist College, Riley Dale, Charles Carter, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas.
And they've just come through the 1500 metre mark and looking very close out there, but hard to call. It does look to be the crew in lane 4, Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield Gamborg, who have a bit of a Mitchell from St Joseph's pushing very hard, but it's a bit hard to tell if they've got a lead on the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Harrison Nichols and Luke Purdy, who are pushing to hold off the Mossman crew of William Robertson, Harry Coddington beside them. Then out in the middle there, the other St Joseph's crew of Alex Nigline and Gus Chiesiolka. Apologies for any mispronunciations there. But yes, the Mossman crew of Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield Gamborg have a healthy lead. They're coming into the last 250 metres now. They're being pushed very hard by Samuel Basher and Finlay Mitchell over on the far side there. The battle here is going to be for the third place, and the other St Joseph's crew of Alex Nigline and Gus Chiesiolka are fighting hard to hold off this Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Harrison Nichols and Luke Purdy. But a very nice lead there by Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield Gamborg.
Yeah, certainly as they come down towards the line, it's just holding about a one-length advantage over the St Joseph's crew in lane 2 of Samuel Basher and Finlay Mitchell, who are really pushing hard to come home over the top of them. But the crew over here in Hunter Valley crew of Harrison Nichols and Luke Purdy look like they might just scrape through and get that third position, just coming over the top of the second St Joseph's crew. Followed by the second Mossman crew, and then the 2 Marist College crews, and the Mossman crew of Tobias Elias and Julian Lematier coming in 7th place.
Another very exciting finish there. Great to see the standard of racing. We're just getting a bit of mist across the courts now, so but it doesn't appear to be raining at this stage. It's just we've got the clouds settling in. So coming down the course is the race 47, the women's under 19 double scull final. Across in lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 2 from MLC Schools, Sasha Kovaric and Jodie Feng, coached by Amelia Fink and Kirsten Lilliquist. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton. In lane 4 from MLC School, Amelia Glastonbury and Ella Baker, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Amelia Fink. The Adelaide University Sydney Rowing Club crew of Neve Tenney and Victoria Binns is scratched. In lane 6 from Glebe, Kitty Elias and Kitty Zuzak, our kitties. In lane 7 from Newcastle, Charlotte Holford and Kensington Steele, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. In lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Samantha Chadwick and Zoe Armstrong. And in lane 9 from Sydney, Olivia Kelly and Charlotte Steele, coached by Charlie Patterson. And just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark.
And that weather really moving in up there. It looks like the rain is about taking them all the way to the 1,000 metre mark. It looks like following them down the course at the moment. So fairly difficult conditions for holding on to these sculling oars.
It does seem to be just a light drizzle though, but I'm sure those of you out there in the boat park listening can feel and probably tell us what's happening. But no wind, absolutely no wind, so really perfect conditions. Any drizzle keep you nice and cool as you come down the course.
But it appears the Sydney crew over in lane 1 of Georgina Stevenson and Amanda de Villiers has got a fairly handy lead. It's a little bit difficult to tell. The crews over in lane 6 and 9 also right up there, but it does appear that the Sydney crew has a bit of a jump on the rest of the field coming down towards the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, so interesting. We don't have the chevron happening in this race, so the dark horses were possibly holding back as they did the heats, but it does seem to be the crew closest to us, Olivia Kelly and Charlotte Steele from Sydney, and the other Sydney crew over on the far side, Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers, have a lead on the centre of the field, but out there is Kitty Elias and Kitty Zuzak from Glebe holding possibly third position against Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton from Hunter Valley Grammar. So they've just come through the 1,500 metre mark, and yes, it is the crew way over on the far side there in the shadows from Sydney Rowing Club. Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers seem to have a healthy lead on the rest of the field, and they're just pushing harder now as they're coming up to the last 250, 300 metres. Closer to us on this side from Sydney University also is Olivia Kelly and Charlotte Steele. Out in the middle of the course, we have the Glebe crew of Kitty Elias and Kitty Zuzak, but they're having to battle it out over there with Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton from Hunter Valley Grammar. So I've just been joined here by young Michael.
Good morning, Mark. It's fantastic conditions for sculling this morning. The water looking fantastic as we come into the final 250 metres also of this women's under-19 double scull race. Race 47 on the programs, and as you mentioned, Mark, it is the crews on the extremities of the course. Sydney Rowing Club over here in lane 9.
No, way over on the far side in lane 1 there,
that's right.
Mike. They've got such a lead over the rest of the field, I'd say possibly 100, 150 metres.
Yeah, so no pressure on them whatsoever. Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club looking poised to take out the women's under-19 double scull.
And then on this side of the field, we have Olivia Kelly and Charlotte Steele trying to hold off the Hunter Valley Grammar crew out there of Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton. The Kitties from Glebe are pushing hard to try and stay in the mix, but I'm not sure that they're going to make it today. Olivia Kelly and Charlotte Steele just dumping the ante there as they come up to the finish line. They're going to hold off the Hunter Valley Grammar crew out there of Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton.
Yeah, I think Sydney Rowing Club have done just enough, Mark, to hold off this Hunter Valley Grammar School crew. So that was a fast finish from both of those crews, but it goes the way of Sydney Rowing Club. Second place, third place to Hunter Valley Grammar. Fourth place, as you alluded to, Mark, it's going to go to Glebe, Kitty Elias and Kitty Zuzak, lane 6. So it's the MLC school in lane 4 who claim 5th place. Amelia Glastonbury and Ella Baker. 6th place goes to MLC in lane 2, followed by Newcastle in lane 7, and they claim 7th place. And just to finalise this race, it will be Hunter Valley Grammar, Samantha Chadwick and Zoe Armstrong in lane 8.
And roaring down the course, that race hasn't quite finished. We've just got one more crew across the Harry Glacken, lane 7 from Sydney, Harry Crouch, lane 8 from UTS, Sam Green, and lane 9 from Melbourne University, Harry Fox. And they're only about 300 metres out now.
Yeah, well, this is one of the faster races of the program. We have, a number of athletes in this field contesting for national selection, of course, and the chevron in the middle of the course is certainly making itself known. Looks as though you've alluded to, Mark, it is Harry Glacken, pressed by his, on the right there by Alex Nicol, I think from Sydney Rowing Club.
I think Dara Elizade from UTS over on the far side there is giving it everything he's got. He may well take a placing in this ahead of Stephen Cox from Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah, so Dara Alizadeh, that's right, on the far side in lane 2 is pushing really hard in this B final. He is the sculler for Bermuda, an Olympian at Tokyo, and again seeking qualification this year in 2024, but he is certainly looking for to get his hands on some silverware, but at the moment it is Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes who is stretched out with a half a canvas lead. Alex Nicol in lane 5 pushing hard indeed to try and get up over Alizadeh from UTS. It'll be Glacken first, and Nicol just gets a bow ball in front of Alizadeh from UTS, who claims 3rd. 4th place goes to Stephen Cox from Sydney. 5th place goes to Corio Bay's Xavier Hall-Sullivan. 6th place goes to Sam Green from UTS in lane 8. 7th place to Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club. And 8th place it'll go to Dylan Rhodes from Cand over there in lane 1.
Congratulations, boys, because we have race 49 roaring down the course, the men's elite single scull A final. Over in lane 1 from Western Australia, Alex Rossi. In lane 2 from ANU, Hamish Harding. In lane 3 from Griffith University, Jackson Free. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Marcus Delamata. In lane 5 from Adelaide, Mitchell Reinhard. In lane 6 from Sydney University, David Barthelot. In lane 7 from UTS, Sean Murphy. Lane 8 from Sydney, Alexander Wolf. And in lane 9 from Western Australia, Jack Cleary. Some exciting racing here, Michael.
Absolutely, Mark. It's a mouth-watering lineup, and each of these scullers are extremely accomplished. And yeah, having a look out across the competition lake, it is very tight indeed. If I had to pick at this stage, I think Marcus Delamata in the Sydney University colours in lane 4 probably got his nose in front, and we're just seeing some vision on the live stream there. I think that looks to be the case.
I would say he's been followed by David Barthelot in terms of a second place. Over on the far side there, Alex Rossi from Western Australia I thought it might be a bit dark horse, but it's not. But it certainly seems to be David Barthelot battling it out to hold Mitchell Reinhardt off.
Well, Alex Rossi and Hamish Harding on the far side there, Mark, are going head-to-head. Alex Rossi is such a plucky sculler. He's certainly raised his rate of striking in the past 100 metres, and he's really throwing the kitchen sink now just to get his nose ahead of Hamish Harding, the lightweight sculler.
He certainly has. He's really pushing hard there. Marcus Delamata holding a healthy lead of probably about 3 lengths there.
David Barthelot certainly still in the mix, who's a fellow Sydney University sculler.
Wow, look at Alex Rossi over the far side there. He's just taken his rating up again. He's giving it absolutely everything, as is David Barthelot. Realised what's going on. He's right there. Marcus pushing hard to hold them off.
Yeah, certainly Delamata's done the work early in the race, and he's looking very tidy as he comes into the line and looking poised to claim the men's elite single scull A final for Sydney University. That second place, though, it's all up in the air. Alex Rossi pushing so hard on the far side to get ahead of David Barthelot. So it's a win for Delamata. Second place is going to be tight, but it'll go the way of David Barthelot from Sydney University. Third place to Alex Rossi, West Australia Rowing Club. Fourth place goes to Harding from ANU. Fifth place to Mitchell Reinhardt, Adelaide University. Sixth place, lane 8 to Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club. Seventh to Sean Murphy from UTS. Eighth place to lane 3, Jackson Free from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And finally, from West Australia Rowing Club, Jack Cleary. Well, wasn't that exciting?
Very exciting. Unfortunately, the timing system has gone down again, so we can't tell you quite how fast they were, but I would say that was a very fast.
Yeah, that was
yes,
just
the timing tells us it was 2 minutes 48, but that seems a little bit unlikely.
Oh, it's just a fantastic effort from Alex Rossi over the far side, rating probably about 50 strokes a minute at the end to try and get his nose ahead of David Barthelot, but certainly those Sydney University scullers have done the work early in the race and cemented their leads.
So Michael, I'll hop back on because there's a bit of international representation going on in our next race, which is the straight final of the women's elite single scull. We've got 3 people here who are wanting to represent their country at the Paris Games and have to go through a qualifier first. In lane 1, Holly Wardlaw, who is a Bermudan. She's rose at Sydney University, where she's coached by Peter Warne, and she's at the process of selection where she is waiting to hear whether she will be selected for Bermuda to actually go to the qualification regatta for the Americas, which will take place in Rio in Brazil in March, but she's got to be selected as the Bermudan single sculler first. In lane 3, we have Shiho Yonakawa from Japan. She's an experienced national representative for Japan. She's been there since juniors, I think, and she, just trying to find my notes here, she narrowly missed being representing at the Tokyo Olympics. I think she came 4th in the qualification regatta in the double scull. She's now in the single scull and looking good, so she will go through the Asian qualification regatta, which is coming up in Chungju in Korea in April, I think it is, or March. And then in lane 8, somebody else also going to the Asian qualifier will be Aisha Rafai, who is the Singaporean single sculler. She went to the 2016 Rio Olympic Games representing Singapore, and leading into that she was came and trained over here in Sydney, where she rowed at Mossman Rowing Club and was coached by AB, Alan Bennett. AB is now at Sydney Uni, and so is Aisha, and she's back here again preparing for the Singapore trials, which will take place at the end of February, hoping to then go to the qualifiers in Chungju along with the Japanese sculler.
Yes.
And then we've got some pretty exciting
domestic talent
scullers
as well.
right there. Yes.
Yeah, so Sophie Reiner, Lizzie from Mercantile in lane 2, Emily Shepherd from Sydney University lane 4, Alexandra Moylan lane 5 from the Australian National University, Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7, and Catherine Kahn from the ANU in lane 9.
All of whom are pretty fast. Grace Cypher, of course, our national under-23 lightweight single sculler the last 2 years, making a bid for selection for the Olympic lightweight double scull in this last year of lightweight rowing at the Olympics, but they would, if they got selected, they would have to go to the qualification regatta for the final qualification regatta.
And those 2 ANU scullers, Lizzie, are also represented the Australian Capital Territory in the Queen's Cup over in Perth last year.
Yep, and M. Shepherd, who won a gold medal at the under-23s for Australia, coached by Tom Lorridge this year and representing Sydney University as she steps up to senior level.
So a pretty handy lead, Lizzie, by the looks of things, for Yonakawa from Team Japan, lane 3, if I'm not mistaken, and Emily Shepherd not too far behind her in lane 4.
Great opportunity for M. Shepherd to start racing a senior level. Then it looks as though it's across to Grace Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club and Catherine Kahn of the ANU. So a number of these people who are coming back in to try and qualify for the Paris Olympic Games have been out of rowing for a while. So Aisha, I think this is her first 2,000 metre race on water for about 7 years.
Is that right?
Yes.
I certainly remember her name being thrown around probably 7 years ago around here. So,
right,
yeah. No, it's good to see people back in the sport after some hiatus. But certainly Shiho Yonakawa from Team Japan in lane 3 looking the goods. She's going to take out this A final of the women's elite single scull. In second place will go to Shepherd from Sydney University. In third place to Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7. Fourth place, it's going to go the way of Catherine Kahn from Australian National University. Fifth place looking to go the way of Sophie Reiner from Mercantile, lane 2. And sixth place will go to Isa Raffier from Sydney University. Seventh place to Alex Moylan from the ANU. Yeah, and finally we've got in lane 1, Holly Wardlaw representing Sydney University, seeking qualification, and she crosses in 8th place.
Yeah, sadly we still haven't got times, so can't give you any times there, but just confirming that Shiho Yonakawa from Team Japan, winner of our women's elite single scull straight final, if she'd like to come across and receive her presentation. Second, Emily Shepherd, Sydney Uni. Third, Grace Cypher, Sydney Rowing Club. And on the course now, the B final of the men's elite pair. In lane 2, representing Swan River, Riley Rees-Turner and Miles McQuillan. In lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Angus Aitken and Galen Quinn. In lane 4, representing Cand Rowing Club, Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe. In lane 5, from Cand Rowing Club, Darcy Watter and Mitch Salisbury. In lane 6, from Sydney Rowing Club, Torrin Olsen and Tom Cregan. In lane 7, from Sydney Rowing Club, James Fredrickson and Henry Cross. And in lane 8, from Sydney University Boat Club, Marcus Britt and Devlin Walsh.
Thank you, Lizzie. And it looks as though Britt and Walsh might just have their noses in the lead in this race. They're over here in lane 8, the veterans.
Yes, I guess you would call them that, yep. Marcus Britt, who went away with the Australian senior team last year to represent at the Windermere Cup in Seattle. And I think a number of the crews in this race are looking to, my understanding is that their big goals are to go to Henley.
Yes.
So certainly,
yeah.
I think I would have thought Torrin Olsen and Tom Cregan.
Certainly that contingent from Cand Rowing Club have enjoyed some international success over the past couple of years. I think Miller Rowe was in the 23-4 last year. So coming into the final 250 metres of the race, it is from Cand Rowing Club, Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe, who probably, maybe they don't have a lead, because I think it's that Sydney University boat, Marcus Britt and Devlin Walsh, who've just maintained a slight advantage ahead of the other crews. But it's going to be close as we come into the grandstand end of things, and Marcus Britt just raising his rate of striking there. I think Miller Rowe in the stroke seat of that Cand boat, and Elliot Appel in the bow. We've also got a fast finish coming from the West Australians. Swan River represents from Riley Rees-Turner and Miles McQuillan, who are looking poised for third, but yeah, it's going to be a win for Sydney University Boat Club. Lane 8, Walsh and Britt. Second place goes to lane 4, Appel and Rowe from Cand. Third place goes the way of Swan River. Fourth place to that Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, Torrin Olsen and Tom Cregan. And just a little bit further back in lane 7, we have James Fredrickson and Henry Cross from Sydney Rowing Club. So fifth was Angus Aitken and Galen Quinn from Sydney Rowing Club. And now lane 7, Fredrickson and Cross finalise that field.
We move across to the presentation dais to see the presentation to the winner of the Women's Under-17 Single Scull, and that was Patty Boland from Glebe Rowing Club. Patty is coached by Milan Parker and Thomas Parker. And now we move to the final of the men's elite pair, the A final. In lane 1, we have a composite of Nick Pender from UTS and Austin Reiner from Mercantile, coached by Matthias Ungemark and Al Matthews. In lane 2, a composite of Jack Robertson from Mercantile with Alex Pennell from Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre. In lane 3, Angus Dawson from Adelaide Rowing Club with Josh Hicks from Sydney Rowing Club, again from the NTC. In lane 4, from Sydney University Boat Club and the NTC, Jack Hargreaves OAM and Jack O'Brien. In lane 5, a composite of Fergus Hamilton from Mercantile and Alexander Hill, AM from Adelaide Rowing Club and the NTC. In lane 6, Rowan Lavery from Melbourne University Boat Club and Jackson Kench from Sydney University Boat Club and the NTC. In lane 7, Paddy Holt from UTS and Simon Keenan from Melbourne University Boat Club, both from the NTC. And our final National Training Centre crew, Ben Canham from Melbourne University with Angus Widdicombe from Mercantile.
It's another star-studded race, Lizzie. All composite boats. So we've got Mercantile and UTS Haberfield got their work cut out for them to try and break into this NTC-dominated race. So coming through the 1500 metres, it does appear as though Hargraves and O'Brien with a small lead, and certainly not unassailable. Just to their left is Fergus Hamilton and Alex Hill, who are giving them some grief. And to their right, Angus Dawson and Josh Hicks also looking competitive as well. And each of those crews are going to be raising their rate of striking in the final 250 metres. But certainly it's that Sydney University combination, Hargraves and O'Brien, who are looking comfortable out in front at this stage. And plenty to do for those crews, for Hamilton and Hill, and also for Dawson and Hicks, to put some pressure on the leaders, and they're also putting pressure on each other, battling out for that silver medal. Yeah, a really fantastic clinic in sweep or rowing being put on by Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien, who claim the men's elite pair A final. Second place is going to be tight, but it's the Adelaide composite Hamilton and Hill who take second. Third place to Dawson and Hicks. Fourth goes to Holt and Keenan. That was really close between them and Robertson and Purnell. So sixth place went to the Sydney Uni Sydney Uni at Melbourne Uni composite Kench and Lavery. Seventh place to Pender and Reiner from the Mercantile and UTS Haberfield. And finally, Canham and Widdicombe, eighth place.
B final of the women's elite pair is now on the course with a crew from Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University in lane 3, Remy Mackay and Eliza Dunlop. A Sydney Rowing Club crew of Keating and Furrer in lane 4. Hannah Keating. From Fremantle Rowing Club of WA, the under 23 pair that raced earlier, of Charlotte Broad Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon. Olivia Natty and Grace Turner from Sydney University Boat Club are in lane 6, and Olivia Cassidy and Catherine Mason from Sydney Rowing Club are in lane 7.
So the B final of the women's elite pair has just crossed through the 1,000-metre mark, and it's safe to say it was neck and neck there between the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Hannah Keating, Isabel Farah in lane 4, and the Sydney University crew of Olivia Natty and Grace Turner in lane 6. Those two crews firmly tussling bow ball for bow ball there as they cross the 1,500-metre mark of the course. They both lead by about a length or so from the crew in the centre of the course from Fremantle, Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon, who in turn about a length up on the Sydney Rowing Club crew on the near side of the course, Olivia Cassidy, Catherine Mason, and then the crew of Remy Mackay and Eliza Dunlop, Sydney University Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club, respectively, on the far side of the course, just trailing the rest of the field at the moment. Those girls, as I believe most of these girls here, have done already 2 races this morning, so really feeling the pressure now, not even lunchtime, and about to complete their 3rd trip down the 2,000-metre course here.
Silver medalist from the Junior World Championships back in 2018, pairing up with Hannah Keating from Thames Rowing Club, winner of the Copas Cup for aspirational club 8s last year at Henry Winnings. Looking pretty good out there, being challenged by that Sydney University.
Being challenged pretty heavily here as the Sydney University pair have just got their bow balls in front. It's going to come right down to the line, but Sydney University Boat Club, that's Olivia Natty and Grace Turner, take it by about a 1/3 of a length from Sydney Rowing Club's Isabel Farah and Hannah Keating there in lane 4. The Fremantle crew in lane 5 crossing the line in 3rd place ahead of Sydney, Olivia Cassidy and Catherine Mason in 4th place. And then Remy Mackay and Eliza Dunlop of Sydney Uni and Sydney Rowing Club rounding up the B final for the women's elite pair.
Rowing Club, both WA, are in lane 2. In lane 3, Molly
Yeah, it's worth noting that pretty much all of these girls are of under 23 level, and they did have a camp in December where some athletes were invited as a precursor to under 23 selections, and they were able to find some pairs combinations there, and that's where those crews have often come together and carrying out the racing throughout the season. So we did see that University of Queensland Sydney Uni composite in lane 7. We saw them win the under 23 pair earlier this morning, and then backing up into the heat of the elite pair. And now again for their third race down the track, now in the final. They do look to be trailing back just a little bit at this stage of the race. Crews through the 1500 metre mark now, and I would say that it is the Sydney University composite with New Norfolk, Molly McCausland from New Norfolk down in Tasmania, and India Hobbs, Sydney University Boat Club, who just have their bow balls in front of the... you would question that because I can't count. It is. Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, so a real tussle now with the crew from Sydney Rowing Club. Bella Scammell, a world champion in the under-23 women's Coxed 4, and Caitlin McManus-Barrett returning to Sydney after a stint at university in Canberra, but they are just trailing by about a boat length now to the composite crew from Sydney Uni and Adelaide Rowing Club, Eleanor Price and Adelaide Bramwell, who have led pretty much start to finish here in this race, and will carry that lead of about a boat length across the line now in the A final of the women's elite pair. Sydney Uni and Adelaide Rowing Club take the win. Sydney Rowing Club in second place. And over in lane 2, the Fremantle composite, Rebecca Pretorius and Genevieve Hart will come across the line in third. A neat length clear, the crew from Cairn, Jess Scott and Maddie Williams in fourth place. Then the Sydney Uni and University of Queensland composite in fifth. The Swan River composite of Taylor Caudle and Emma Wilson in sixth place. The New Norfolk and Sydney University composite in lane 3 in 7th, and then the University of Queensland composite with Sydney Rowing Club in 8th place.
Some great showing there from the crew from WAM, the crew from Cairns, from Queensland, so just really showing the under-23s right up there as well. Some exciting racing coming up in the New South Wales State Championships, I think, don't you?
Absolutely.
Testing. We now move to the B final of the men's under-21 single scull. In lane 1, William Wolfe from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Peter Warne. In lane 2, Harry Birchmore of UTS, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. And also coached by them, Max Collier from UTS in lane 3. In lane 4, Kaylin Routley of UTS, coached by Matthias Ungermach and Judith Ungermach. In lane 5, Jackson Gersoy of Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 6, Tane Potts of UTS, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermach. In lane 7, James Scott Brown of Sydney University, and in lane 8, Alexander Page of Sydney University, both of them coached by Peter Warne. And completing our field of 9 scullers, in lane 9, Lawson Banks from UTS, coached by Matthias Ungermach and Judith Ungermach. And before we even say anything about the rowing, let's move to the presentation of the pots to the winners of the women's elite pair, that fantastic race we just witnessed, where our winners were Ella Bramwell from Adelaide Rowing Club and Eleanor Price from Sydney University Boat Club. The crew is coached by Tom Lorridge.
We do have a race really unfolding here in the B final of the under-21 single scull. All crews pretty close together in these closing stages, about 350 metres or so to row. And it does look like Hugh Harold from Nepean on the far side of the course, who is having the best showing at this stage, and we'll get a bit of a clearer understanding of that as they get a little bit closer. Or Harry Birchmore, rather, of UTS. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong race, and I can just see those distinctive teal and white stripes on his back now. So Harry Birchmore, and then his club, looks to be his clubmate Caelan Routley in lane 4, who is tussling with him. But the crews in the centre of the course, that's Jackson Gersoy of Sydney, Tane Potts of UTS, and James Scott Brown of Sydney University, and Alexander Page of Sydney University, all knocking on the door of a top 3 finish there. But the lead's certainly not decided yet, as we see Harry Birchmore from UTS starting to lift the rate now in the closing 200 metres of the course. He's seen that last distance marker pass by his right-hand side and trying to open up a little bit more of a lead. We see a bit of a response now from Caelan Routley of UTS on his left-hand side.
Okay.
Good intra-club battle now unfolding here in the B final, the under-21 men's singles scull. We saw some great heats in this event earlier on, and definitely one of the more competitive events to make the final in. So some very high quality athletes here in the final, but it is still Harry Birchmore of UTS, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon, who has about a length's lead over his clubmate Caelan Routley. He leads about in turn by about a length and a half from Alexander Page of Sydney University. So Harry Birchmore with the win, Caelan Routley in second place. It will be the Sydney University sculler of Alexander Page in third place. Tane Potts from UTS in fourth. The Sydney Rowing Club sculler Jackson Gersoy in fifth place. James Scott Brown from Sydney University in fifth. William Wolfe of Sydney University Boat Club in sixth. Lawson Banks of UTS in seventh place, and the final UTS sculler Max Collier in ninth place rather. So on the course now, we've got the A final of the event that we just saw go past. A final of the men's under-21 single scull. So some pretty hot racing in the heats earlier for these scullers to make their way into the final. So in lane 1 from UTS, we have Edward Kelly. In lane 2 from Nepean Rowing Club, Hugh Harold. Lane 3 also from UTS, Oscar Berigi. In lane 4 from Sydney University Boat Club, we have Hayden Mounter. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Nicholas Whalen. In lane 6, also from Sydney, we have MacArthur Bucknell. In lane 7, we have Oscar St. Pierre from UTS. In lane 8, we have Jack Power, also of UTS. And in lane 9, we have Charles Clark from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. As we see the crews crossing through the 1,500 metre mark now, and I would say that would be Nick Whalen, I believe, who was just crossing the line in the lead at that 3/4 mark of the race. He was the fastest qualifier through the heats. A lightweight who is looking for selection in the Noel F. Wilkinson Cup crew later on, and his clubmate next to him, MacArthur Bucknell, both of those King School old boys under the tutelage of the Huxley brothers, enjoying a real resurgence of the last couple of years, and now trying their hand at sculling and doing a pretty good job of it.
So into the final 500 metres now, Chris. In fact, almost into the final 250 metres. Looks as though it could be Oscar Berridge in lane 3, as you've alluded to, with a slight advantage. He's going toe-to-toe with a Nicholas Whalen, that is, in lane 5, representing Sydney Rowing Club, and that's going to be a really tight race, just as we come into the final stages of this race.
Yeah, I think so. They had a really tight race in the heat, and I did overhear some Sydney Rowing Club coaches being a little bit worried that Nick Whalen may have outdone himself a little bit in the heat. They did race it all the way to the line. It was almost a photo finish in that, I believe, third heat, and was the fastest heat. So not entirely shocking that these two are at the front of the field, but now having a great tussle as they vie for the men's under-21 single scull here at the Small Boats Regatta. Nick Whalen did have that lead at the 1500 metre mark, and Oscar Berridge really starting to move home in the closing 500 metres of the race. They're in the red boys now, both crews lifting, going absolutely toe-to-toe. It was Nick Whalen. I would say Oscar Berridge just has his bow ball in front. They're absolutely neck and neck.
Oh, it's close.
It is on the surge. It is going to be decided almost by luck at this stage. Nick Whalen just has his bow ball in front. It'd be Sydney Rowing Club's Nick Whalen takes the win over UTS's Oscar Berridge in the men's under-21 single scull. We're going to have a close tussle for the bronze medal, as it were. It's, Charles Clark from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, from the Tasmanian Hayden Mounter of Sydney University Boat Club, Mac Bucknell of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6 in 6th place. UTS's Oscar St. Pierre, I believe there. I think I may have missed someone coming across the line there.
Yeah, Oscar St. Pierre from UTS in 7th place. Ed Kelly, UTS Habfield in 8th place, and then Hugh Harold from Nepean, just to finalise that race. But that was a fantastic effort from both those scullers up the top end of town. Really close, and Leg Bomb from UTS had the lead almost right until the end. And it really was just on the surge there. Nick Whalen, the plucky lightweight.
The plucky lightweight coming with a classic lightweight finish.
Oh, it was classic. So fantastic effort from both of those guys, and really well-deserved win to Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club.
So a couple scratchings in race 58, the B final of the women's under-21 single scull, who are quite some way away at the moment. So in lane 4 we have Grace Burke from UTS. In lane 5 we have Brooklyn Leslie from ANU, and in lane 7 Charlotte Holford from Newcastle. You know, the Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club scullers have both scratched. As we see them come through the 1,000 metre mark, it is Grace Burke of UTS who appears to have quite some commanding lead over the field. We'll see some clear water, almost a clear live stream distance. I believe that's an official margin over Brooklyn Leslie of ANU and Charlotte Holford of Newcastle, just trailing the field there a little bit.
Yeah, certainly still some distance to travel for these scullers in the women's under-21 single scull B final. And yeah, we've just seen Charlotte Holford from Newcastle cross the live stream at the moment. So yeah, still some distance to go, but Grace Burke from UTS Habfield in the lead.
So placings mostly unchanged now as we head to the last 200 metres or so of the women's under-21 single scull B final. It is still Grace Burke of UTS Haberfield, coached there by Jared Watson and Katie Healy, who leads by about 2 or 3 boat lengths over the ANU sculler Brooklyn Leslie in the centre of the course, and then the Newcastle sculler in lane 7, Charlotte Holford, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders, who is trailing the field by some way at this point, but it will be an easy start to finish win for Grace Burke of UTS Haberfield as she takes her last 6 or 7 strokes or so now in the Red Boys to cement her place, winning the B final of the under-21 single scull. So on the course now, A final, race 59, the A final of the women's under-21 single scull. As girls approaching the 1500 metre mark now. In lane 1, we have Ciara Ortolani of Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 2, Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 3, we have Victoria Binns of Adelaide University. In lane 4, Zoe Bond of Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 5, Jade Bliss of UTS. In lane 6, we have Zara Kafori of Yara Yara. Paige Critchlow of Sydney in lane 7, and Madison Joins also of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8. And as the girls just crossing over the 1500 metre mark now, we can see that it does look like that would be the Sydney University Boat Club sculler of Zoe Bond out in the lead by some way, actually, about 3 or 4 boat lengths from Zara Kafori of Yara Yara in the red, I believe it's red, the red Zoot Suit in lane number 6. And then looks to be a little bit closer in the centre of the field between Neve Tierney of Sydney, Victoria Binns of Adelaide University, and Jade Bliss of UTS, as well as the 2 Sydney scullers on this side of the course.
Yeah, I think that's right, Chris. Does look as though Bond of Sydney University in the lead. And a short distance back to Kafuri from Yara Yara. Colours we're not that used to seeing up here.
No, absolutely not. Short of the national championships. Yara Yara is definitely a club that we don't see up here too often, but Zara Kafuri with a fair bit of success in the both under 17 and under 19 categories at the national championships over the last couple of years. It is a name that
she's
called
been
a few times.
That's right. She's been a name that we've seen a couple of times. So fantastic effort from her this morning. But Zoe Bond certainly in the ascendancy. Not much pressure being put on her. She's into the final 200 metres or so of this race. As the scullers near the grandstand end of the course, it's Neve Tierney, I would suggest, Chris, in lane 2, who's currently occupying 3rd place. A short distance back after that to Victoria Binns from Adelaide University, who's just putting in a little spurt to try and catch up to her. But certainly a tough ask, running out of water. Jade Bliss a little bit further back behind her.
Good tussle there between Jade Bliss and Madison Joins of Sydney on the near side of the course. And things a little bit tighter there, but hard to tell as they are so far ahead. As Zoe Bond of Sydney University Boat Club crosses the line to take the women's under-21 single scull. Zara Kafori of Yarra Yarra a couple lengths back, but no doubt about it, to cross the line in second place, ahead of Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club on the far side of the course there, who will cross the line in third place, a couple lengths clear of Victoria Binns of Adelaide University. I believe those two are rowing a double together at the moment. Jade Bliss of UTS crossing the line in fourth place, at a length and a half clear of Madison Joins from Sydney Rowing Club, who in turn is 3 or 4 legs clear of Paige Critchlow of Sydney and Ciara Ortolani of Sydney University Boat Club over in lane 1 to round out the field in this A final, the women's under-21 single scull. The next race out on the course will be the women's under-21 coxless pair. Only 3 entries in that event this year, so I would suggest that the selectors for the women's Youth 8 probably looking pretty closely at that under-21 single sculls race that's just gone past, probably discounting the Victorian and the South Australian that were in the middle of it there, but with only 3 pairs out here in the under-21 coxless pair, so that is Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers of Sydney University Boat Club, Elizabeth Carey and Sienna Morgan of UTS, and Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 6. And it does look like that is the crew that are our early race leaders. From what I can see here, it is certainly the 2 Sydney University Boat Club crews in first and second, in the exact order of which I will update you as I become clear. And UTS sitting back in third place now as the crew row through the championship quarter, the third 500 metres of the course.
Yeah, well, O'Brien and Fickers, that's a long-standing combination there. I think those, so that's from that Sydney University Boat Club crew.
Queenwood and Loretta Kirribilli.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So I think, as they come closer into view, we'll find that they're in the lead. And yeah, a little bit back to Carey and Morgan and also Colburn and Gray from Sydney Uni in lane 6.
So we'll get a better view as they cross the 1,500 metre mark, but O'Brien and Fickers certainly in the lead there, if not by, maybe looking a little bit tighter than I thought. Actually, I'm going to say that it's Colburn and Gray in the lead there, actually.
Yeah. Let's take back what we said a moment ago.
No one's listening anyway. I would say by about a boat length there as they cross the 1,500 metre mark. Certainly looking like the form crew out of the 2 of them. Staying on top of things nicely. Just a hair over a boat length clear of their club mates on the far side of the course. So that is Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray currently leading the under-21 women's coxless pair from Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers in lane 4, and then the UTS combination of Elizabeth Carey and Sienna Morgan in the centre of the course, just trailing by about 2 boat lengths in the closing stages of the race.
So this battle tightening up, Chris, as we come into the final 200 metres between these 2 Sydney University Boat Club pairs, Colburn and Gray in lane 6 on the near side, and O'Brien and Fickers in lane 4 on the far side. And it's really quite close. It was the crew in lane 6 who led through the 1,500 metres. But certainly the gap has tightened up with Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers wanting to really push them to the end, but just in the final 100 metres, it is that crew in lane 6, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, that stamped their authority on this race. So it was a late scare for that crew, but they do claim the win. Second place, O'Brien and Vickers have to settle for second, I should say. And third place goes the way of UTS Haberfield, Elizabeth Carey and Sienna Morgan, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy.
On the course now, we've got race number 61 on your program, the B final of the men's under 23 single scull. Another event where we saw some great racing in the heats, and certainly some scullers unlucky not to be in the A final. So you can expect some pretty good racing here in the B final. So in lane 1 from Sydney University Boat Club, we have Hugo Hobbs. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Flynn Wilkinson. In lane 3 from UTS, we have Patrick Burke. In lane 4, also of UTS, Mackenzie Thompson. And in lane 5, also of UTS, we have Mitchell Caponis. In lane 6, we have Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club. In lane 7, Charlie Stevenson from the West Australian Rowing Club. And in lane 8, we have Ben Horsnell from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And as they come sort of just past the 1500 metre mark, we'll get, or towards the 1500 metre mark, I should say, we'll get a bit of a better understanding of where those crews sitting. But for my money, I would say Mitch Caponis in the centre of the crew there, who in the centre of the course there, rather, who has made the best work of the first 1250 metres or so. And he will be closely followed by certainly the crews to his left-hand side. So Liam Taylor of Penrith maybe dropping off just a little bit, but Charlie Stevenson of West Australian Rowing Club certainly in the fight alongside Ben Horsnell of Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And the other sculler to watch out for would be the other UTS, or one of the other 3 UTS scullers, Patrick Burke there in lane 3, who appears to be just ahead of Mackenzie Thompson of UTS and Flynn Wilkinson of Sydney Rowing Club. But that is certainly Mitchell Caponis there in lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, crossing the 1500 metre mark, about a length and a bit clear of his clubmate Patrick Burke.
Yeah, certainly Mitch in the lead. He was disappointed to miss out on the A final, but he's making the best of things, as you said, Chris, in this B final. Patrick Burke hot on his heels, and he's renowned to be a very fast finisher indeed. He put on a fantastic display over in Perth at Nationals in 2023, where he snatched a victory, I think, to make the A final. It was a B final, or a semi-final, I should say, and he had a fantastic effort to come through in the last 150 metres or so. So don't write him off until right at the end. But yeah, it's those 2 scullers in the lead at this stage. Hugo Hobbs not too far off either, Chris, over there in lane 1.
Yeah, he'll be keeping a keen eye out on the near side of the course for the West Australian in lane 7. In lane 7, that's Charlie Stevenson, who appears to be the other contender for that 3rd place finish. So things looking pretty close there, and certainly looking close at the head of the field as well. Mitch Caponis has led for the majority of the race here by a bit over a boat length at the last timing point, or at the 1500 metre mark, I should say, from Patrick Burke, who appears to just be lifting, maybe getting a little bit better run on the boat now as they enter the Red Boys. But I think Mitch may have done enough here as he crosses into the last 100 metre mark, about a boat length clear still from his clubmate. So it'll need to be a fantastic finish now to overturn that hard work early. Mitch is preempting it and has just lifted up the rate of striking now and is moving away into the last 100 metres ahead of Patrick Burke from UTS. It does look like the West Australian of Charlie Stevenson will come across the line in 3rd place. And a little bit of a tussle for 4th, but the Queenslander Ben Horsnell from Griffith University Surfers Paradise crossing the line in 4th place ahead of Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University. With the 3rd UTS sculler of Mackenzie Thompson in the centre of the course without the bow number, who will cross the line in 6th place from Liam Taylor of Penrith Rowing Club and Flynn Wilkinson of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2.
So underway, Chris, it's race 62, the A final of the men's under 23 single scull. And so this is going to be one of the key races of the day, you would have thought, and certainly this race counting towards selection considerations. So just to run through the crews, in lane 1, representing UTS Haberfield, Harry Curtin, coached by Matt and Judith Ungermark. In lane 2 from Cand is Chad Willett, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 3 from Adelaide Rowing Club is Adam Holland. In lane 4 from UTS, Henry Blackwell. In lane 5 from Adelaide Uni, Nick Blackman, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. In lane 6 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Dom Frederico, coached by Al Matthews. In lane 7, representing Melbourne University's Felix Oliver. And finally, in lane 8, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Hamish Danks, coached by Don McLaughlin.
Things are looking pretty tight now, crews. Just approaching the 1,000-metre mark, or just through the 1,000-metre mark, I should say. And that chevron certainly making itself known. It does look like the crews in the centre of the course there. I'd say Henry Blackwell of UTS, as well as the sculler from Adelaide Uni, and Nick Blackman, who are both making the best work of things in the first half of the race. In fact, quite tight between those two. If we have a look at the vision that we can see now, I would say the UTS sculler Henry Blackwell just with his bow ball in front at this stage as they make their way through the third 500 metres of the course.
Yeah, I think that's right, Chris, but I certainly wouldn't be writing anything in stone just yet. It's a very tight margins between each of those scullers, and yeah, Blackwell in the lead at this stage, but Nick Blackman had a cracker of a heat earlier this morning, and he's a guy with international experience as well, and a very tough racer. So he's in lane 5. You can just see him in the forefront of this of the live stream, and he certainly looks as though he might even have pressed ahead of Henry Blackwell there just as they cruise come through the 1,500 metres.
And then Dom Frederico of Mercantile just sitting back in third place, but certainly not to be written off just yet. Adam Holland of Adelaide Rowing Club sitting back in fourth from, I believe that was Felix Oliver of Melbourne University Boat Club in fifth, but not a huge distance between those two. And then Chad Willett of Cand and Harry Curtin of UTS, or not in that order, I believe Harry Curtin of UTS and then Chad Willett of Cand just trailing back at on the far side of the course there. But things really hotting up at the lead now, or in the lead rather, between those top three crews. So we did see that at the 1,000-metre mark it was Nick Blackman of Adelaide University Boat Club who was leading, but really being pushed hard there by Henry Blackwell of UTS to his right-hand side, and Dom Frederico of Mercantile on his left, just sitting about a boat length back at this point, maybe not quite in contention for the win, but Adam Holland of Adelaide as well in lane 3, who are just starting to make a challenge in the closing 300 metres, or less than that even, closing 200 metres of the course. Nick Blackman of Adelaide University is just starting to extend that lead over Henry Blackwell of UTS Rowing Club in the centre of the field here.
Oh, but here comes Adam Holland in the Adelaide Rowing Club colours in lane 3, Chris, and he's really putting the pressure on Blackwell to hold that a silver medal position. Certainly not much doubt about it now. It is Nick Blackman from Adelaide Uni who's opened up a little bit of a lead, and Blackwell raising his rate of striking as the crews come into the final 100 metres. Frederico from Mercantile also pushing Adam Holland to snatch a medal position. A little bit back now to Harry Curtin from UTS, also probably in fourth place. But it's going to be a win for Nick Blackman, Adelaide Uni. Second place is going to go the way of Henry Blackwell from UTS. Third place, Dom Frederico from Mercantile. Fourth place to Holland from Adelaide. Fifth place, going to be tight, goes the way of Danks from Sydney Uni. A sixth place to Curtin from UTS. Seventh place goes the way of Felix Oliver from Melbourne University in lane 7. And finally, wrapping up a very exciting race, Chad Willett from Cand in lane 2.
Yeah, that was fantastic stuff. We'd picked it earlier that this would probably be one of the races of the day, and certainly did not disappoint. I think Dom Frederico from Mercantile really coming through late in the last couple of 100 metres there to snatch a third place from...
two reformed lightweights in that field, Chris.
Reformed, I like it. Looking a bit healthier.
Yeah, so Dom Frederico rode the Penrith Cup for Victoria in 2021 down in Barrington.
Just trying to think what they came, 2021.
I think they might have been beaten by New South Wales, but we won't talk about that.
So up next is what I think will be certainly the race of the day. We had some of the best heats that I had seen this morning. The A final, or the only final rather, of the men's under 23 coxless pair. Full 9-boat final here. So in lane 1 we have Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury from Cand. In lane 2 we have a Cand Sydney composite of Alec Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club and Darcy Watter from Cand. In lane 3 from UTS, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Toby Tegg and Declan Glendenning. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Miles Harold and Bradley Graham. In lane 6, we have a composite of the West Australian and Fremantle Rowing Clubs. We have Joshua Hankey from West Australian Rowing Club and Liam Davis from Fremantle. In lane 7, we have a composite of Cand and Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Zach Nixon from Cand and Mackenzie Branch of Griffith University Surfers Paradise. In lane 8, we have a composite of Mercantile and UTS, Austin Reiner of Mercantile and Nicholas Pender of UTS. And in lane 9, straight UTS crew of Joe Lynch and Nicholas Mather. And things looking very tight as the crew's just moving through the 1,000-metre mark now. And I think at this distance I'm going to struggle to pick it. So the winners of our heats were the 2 Sydney Rowing Club crews. I'd say the crew of Toby Tegg and Declan Glendenning maybe just a little bit of a hard heat to read. There was some crews starting to take it down, and in both heats rather. A lot of crews not quite showing their hands, so we'll see how things progress in the last couple of 100 metres here.
And ladies and gentlemen, just while we're waiting for that race to come down to the grandstand end of the park, we'll move to the presentation of the Cup for the A final of the men's under 23 single scull. And that race was won by Nick Blackman representing Adelaide University. Congratulations, Nick.
The crew's coming through the 1,500 metre mark now. You can see on our screen we've got a pretty good idea of how they're sitting. Just don't discount the crews on the nearer side of the course who are just out of view of the camera until right as they cross the line. But you can see a good close-up there of the UTS combination, who are currently sitting in second just behind the crew from Cand and Sydney. So that's Alec Hoskin of Sydney and Darcy Watter of Cand, who look to be leading from Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson of UTS, and the Cand crew of Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury over in lane 1 sitting in third. The Sydney Rowing Club combination of Miles Harold and Bradley Graham in the centre of the course sitting back in fourth, and then pretty tight between the second Sydney Rowing Club crew of Tegg and Glendenning, who are currently racing it out with the West Australian and Fremantle composite crew in the in lane number 6, and then the Cand composite, the straight UTS crew, and then the Mercantile composite, all on the 3 lanes closest to us, who are rounding out the field there. But things certainly not decided in the closing stages here. It was that Sydney Rowing Club and Cand composite crew who did pretty well at the Queensland State Championships last weekend. I believe they might have won the men's elite pair at that regatta with a pretty handy time, but that is Lake Warralong. We can't read quite too much into it. However, they're certainly backing up that performance with a strong showing here in the men's under 23 coxless pair. As we come down to the line now, about 150 metres left to row. They're going absolutely stroke for stroke with the UTS combination of Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias Ungermack. But the Cand crew on the far side of the course are starting to lift their rate of striking. Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. It is 3 crews absolutely going for it, going for the lead here. The Cand crew on the far side of the course are lifting. They're starting to move through. I'd say they're the fastest crew on the course, but they're going to go bow ball for bow ball with the UTS crew. The Cand Sydney composite just dropping back now in the closing stages. It's the Cand crew of Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury who will take the win in the men's under 23 coxless pair. UTS across the line in second. Cand Sydney composite in third place. We've got the Sydney crew of Brad Graham, Miles Harold in fourth place. Toby Tegg and Declan Glendenning in fifth. The West Australian and Fremantle composites in sixth place. UTS crew on the near side of Joe Lynch and Nicholas Mather in seventh. And the Cand composite, or the Mercantile composite rather, Nicholas Pender and Austin. The Cand composite, I'll say that again, the Cand composite of Mackenzie Branch from Griffith University and Zach Nixon from Cand crossing the line in 8th place to round out that final. So,
what a fascinating race!
I called that would be one of the best races of the day, and that certainly didn't disappoint.
Just those 3 crews going stroke for stroke on the far side, just what you love to see.
And if we paid any attention to the heats, they weren't our form crews as well. But I did mention, I thought there were some crews really starting to not show their hands and try and hide some things. And a few of these boys have had races in the elite pair as well. So fascinating racing. And I think the under-23s will definitely be one to watch at the New South Wales State Championships in a couple of weeks.
Absolutely. So on the course now is race 64. It's the men's elite lightweight and the men's under 23 lightweight single scull. So a combined race. So in lane 2 in the elite category, representing Sydney University's White Bat, coached by Tom Lorich. In lane 3 from Nepean, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4, also in the elite category, is Jonathan Adams, coached by William Hatcher. He hails from the Australian National University. And now into the under 23 category. From Corio Bay is Charles Rarden, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. In lane 6 from UTS is Angus Dunstan, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alex Wenyon. In lane 7 from Black Mountain Rowing Club in the ACT, Matthew Rickard, coached by Renee Domashens. And finally, in the under 23 category also is Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University.
So 2 races in one event, or 2 events in one race, I should say, just to keep us commentators on our toes. And we'll see on the screen there, that is certainly Charles Rarden of Corio Bay, who's leading the under-23 lightweight single scull. So we've got the elite lightweight single scull happening in the far 3 lanes of the course, and the under-23 lightweight single scull happening in the near 3 lanes of the course. And it was Matthew Rickard of Black Mountain just crossing the line, the 1,500 metre mark in 2nd place in the under-23 lightweight single. His White Bat from Sydney University Boat Club on the far side, who's doing pretty well there in the elite lightweight single scull, just ahead of Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club. So those two, both members of our New South Wales Penrith Cup 4 last year, and both looking to gain reselection again this year to compete back on home soil, or home waters rather.
Yeah.
In just 9 weeks' time.
That's right. Well, we had Charlie Rarden in the Victoria Penrith Cup crew last year as well, and that was a crew that did pretty well.
Another Victorian lightweight there, Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University Boat Club. Not in the Penrith Cup crew last year, we don't believe, but that was a crew of pretty high standard because they did take the event.
They did win
over in Western Australia. So, but Charles Rarden from Corio Bay in the centre of the course, they're really not starting to let up, really staying quite on top of things, and a really high rate of striking as well, as he just crosses the red buoys, the last 100 metre mark. He will, barring disaster, take out the under-23 lightweight single scull. But a good little tussle happening on the far side of the course there. White Bat from Sydney University Boat Club is almost a length clear of Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club. I'd say just under a boat length there. So White's really got the work done, and Jason Waddell really challenging now in the closing stages. He's made up about half a boat length at about 5 strokes. White's just got to hang on for another 2 or 3 strokes. The finish line couldn't come close enough. So Damien Schroeder of Melbourne University Boat Club is second in the under-23 lightweight single scull. White Bat just hangs on from Jason Waddell of Nepean. So White Bat to win the elite lightweight single scull. We'll see the Black Mountain Scullo of Matthew Rickard, coached by Renee Domashens, across the line 3rd in the under-23 lightweight single. Jonathan Adams of ANU crossing 3rd in the elite lightweight single. And Angus Dunstan of UTS Haberfield to round out the under 23 lightweight single scull. So continuing on with our lightweight theme now, we've got the straight final of the men's under 21 lightweight single scull. Lane 3, we have George Bowditch from Black Mountain, coached by Renee Domashens. In lane 4, we have Ishan Shalika from ANU. In lane 5, we have Oliver Manning from Black Mountain. Lane 6, we have Max Reardon of ANU and Zinc Bosco from UTS in lane 7. And we see those crews just crossing the 1500 metre mark now. And it does look to be George Bowditch of Black Mountain, about 3/4 of a length clear of Max Reardon of ANU, and then Ishan Shalika of ANU sitting back in 3rd place. Zinc Bosco from UTS sitting just back in 4th place at that timing point. And Oliver Manning of Black Mountain just trailing the field a little bit at this stage. So, but things reasonably tight at for the lead for Canberrans in this race, and Zinc Bosco from UTS, the sole representative from New South Wales. It does look like it might be a few Canberrans who occupy our top 3 spots.
Yeah, I think that's right, Chris, and certainly a couple of Territorians in the lightweight category more generally. It's always good to see them potentially be able to scrape together a lightweight 4.
I would hope so. We were just talking about the ACT and how on paper they should be able to do pretty well in the Penrith Cup.
Yeah.
They've sort of gotten close a couple of times and looked pretty decent a few times, but all remains to be seen. I think it'll be a pretty wide open field in that event this year at the Interstate Regatta.
Certainly looks as though, for the moment, George Bowditch from Black Mountain Rowing Club making the best of things, and it's a little way back to Ishan Shalika from the ANU in lane 4. He's got Max Reardon, I think it is, in lane 6 from the ANU.
Zinc Bosco from UTS just finishing strong here. He's trying to challenge for a 3rd place. He might have that 3rd place. He might actually be looking for a 2nd place here. It is still certainly George Bowditch of Black Mountain on the far side of the course in the lead.
Huge surge from Zinc, though. He's really raised that rate of striking. I think he's going to snatch 2nd. I think you might be right, Chris, in that red boat. Just raising the rate of striking. Yeah, he's going to take it. So 1st place to Bowditch. Second place to Zinc Bosco. Third place to Max Reardon. And fourth place to Ishan Shalika.
And we'll have Oliver Manning of Black Mountain in the centre of the course there, just rounding out race 65, the men's under 21 lightweight single scull. So one more.
So ladies and gentlemen, just before we move on to race 66, we'll have the presentation of the pot for the men's under 21 lightweight single scull, which was won by George Bowditch from Black Mountain Rowing Club. Congratulations, George.
So our last lightweight singles event of the day, we've got 3 events in one race here. So the women's elite, the women's under 23 and the women's under 21 lightweight single sculls. So we've got over in lane 1 in the elite single, we've got Georgia Biansaro from Sydney University Boat Club. We have Maggie Foley of Corio Bay, and Grace Cipher from Sydney Rowing Club appears to have withdrawn. We did just see her out in the elite women's single scull not about half an hour ago, so understandable. In the under 20, and then Annika Reardon of ANU. In the under 23 lightweight single scull, we've got Olivia Cook of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Phoebe Teal of Sydney University Boat Club, and Abby Richards of Canberra Rowing Club. And then in the under 21 lightweight single scull, the 2 scullers closest to this side of the course, we've got Alex Perry Dalton and Sarah from ANU, and Sarah Berritree of Sydney Rowing Club. But in the elite single scull and at the head of the field there, looks to be a close tussle between Georgia Miansaro of Sydney University Boat Club in the Empacher Shell there over in lane 1, and Annika Reardon of ANU in the ACT High Performance Program, who are tussling it out for the lead. And I think that is almost too close for me to call at the moment. I would say Annika Reardon might just have a little bit of an advantage there, but both crews really starting to build towards the line now. Maggie Foley of Corio Bay just sitting a little bit out of the pace, as is the under-23 scullers, but in the under-23 race is Olivia Cook of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, who has a clear lead on the field. As we come down close to the line now, it's Georgia Miansara has just got about half a boat length here on Annika Reardon of the Australian National University Boat Club. So Georgia Miansara of Sydney University Boat Club, about 3/4 of a boat length, really winding to the line now. She'll take the win in the women's elite lightweight single scull. Annika Reardon of ANU will come across the line in second place. We'll have Maggie Foley of Corio Bay there in lane 2, across the line in third. And then over to the under-23 race in the centre of the field, Olivia Cook from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, coached by Christopher Holliday, will take out that event ahead of Phoebe Teal from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. And quite some margin then back to the Canberra Rowing Club sculler Abby Richard, coached by Mike Kwiatkowski, who is just about a boat length and a half clear of our 2 under-21 lightweight scullers. And that is Alex Perry-Dalton from the Australian National University and Sarah Berretree of Sydney Rowing Club. It does look like we're just going to have a few minutes until the commencement of our next race, so that should be afforded to the fact that we did manage to condense all 3 of those events into one race, so we have a little bit of a break for our officials to catch up, but starting bang on time with 1 o'clock, we race 68. The final of the men's under-17 double scull, I believe this and the next race, both straight finals, no heats rode for those ones. You can see all crews away pretty cleanly there. In lane 1, we have Rory Parker and Hamish Wise from St Augustine's. In lane 2, from Nepean Rowing Club, Nicholas Walsh and Ezekiel Pratt. In lane 3, from Leichhardt, we have Remy Wilson and Peter Simkovic. In lane 4, we have Oscar Sparrett and Blake Auger from Marist College. In lane 5, we have Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 6, Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin from Glebe. And in lane 7, we have Hayden Melmoth and Harrison Skelly Osmond from Hunter Valley Grammar. As we see all crews just starting to make their way towards the 500 metre timing point now. We get a bit of a clearer indication of who's got away well and who's got a little bit of work to do here in the under-17 double scull. You see those crews starting to approach the 500 metre mark now. The crew on the far side of the course from St Augustine's of Rory Parker and Hamish Wise, about a length clear of the combination from Glebe on the near side of the course of Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin. And then it was pretty neck and neck between Hunter Valley Grammar's Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh, who are racing Nicholas Walsh and Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean on the far side of the course. So a few different little races going on here in the early stages of the under-17 double sculls. But will be the first year of 2,000 metre racing for most of these athletes, so a long way for them to go yet. As looking down the course, it does look like things have just calmed down a little bit, looking pretty dead flat out there.
So we're just having a bit of a discussion up here to try and work out who's currently in the lead. We think it's Glebe Rowing Club. That's Christopher Vlahos and Luke Martin in lane 6, and they're being followed not too far behind by Hunter Valley Grammar. Thomas Foster and Edward Walsh to their right. They're in lane 5.
So earlier race leaders were that St Augustine's crew on the far side of the course, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise. Does look like maybe just dropped off a little bit, or they may have actually extended their lead. It is very hard for us to tell up here, especially when they're so far apart, them being in lane 1, and the crews that we're chatting about, Glebe and Hunter Valley Grammar, being in lanes 6 and 5. Those two crews from Glebe and Hunter Valley Grammar certainly having a good little tussle, as we see on the screen there, that Glebe about a boat length and a half clear, as they were sort of at the first timing point where we saw them cross. You can see in the background there, combination from Nepean there, and it is St Augustine's on the far side of the course. You can just see the wake, so they do have stolen a bit of a march on the field there, and it's not a march on our commentators because we can't quite see what's going on from up here, but that's St Augustine's crew in lane 1, Rory Parker, Hamish Wise, coached by Biani and Judith Ungamak, who certainly have the ascendancy coming into the closing stages of this men's under 17 double scull. Yeah, a good few lengths clear here, but good little tussle starting to hot up there between Glebe and Hunter Valley Grammar. Hunter Valley Grammar just getting a little bit closer now in the closing stages.
Yeah, and they've just lifted their rate of striking as well, Chris, just to put the pressure back onto Glebe. Saying, fellas, if you want to hold that lead, you're going to have to work for it. But yeah, not much doubt about it. It is the St Augustine's crew, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise in lane 1.
And certainly looking the most controlled out there in the lead, getting the most run on the boat, and their rate really up there with everyone else, if not higher, but getting more distance per stroke. Certainly over there in lane 1, I feel very isolated from the rest, really rowing their own race. And 17 men's double scull. So race number 69 on the course now, women's under 17 double scull, and a full field of 9 boats out there on the water contesting this one. So in lane 1 we have Freda Kirkham and Lottie Raberstein from Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Stella Moore and Patricia Boland. That crew coached by Thomas Parker and Madison Bartholomew. In lane 3 from Leichhardt we have Grace Conroy and Sabrina Koskar. In lane 4 we have Nepean Rowing Club, Emily Boys and Viti Young. In lane 5, we have Mabel Oxenham and Xenia Palmer from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 6, we have Charlotte Olivier and Ava Makran from St George. In lane 7, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates from Mossman. In lane 7, the Armidale School, represented by Georgia Henderson and Isabella Henderson. And in lane 9, from Nepean Rowing Club, Jade Sharp and Jessica Harris. So full field of 9 boats, and not looking too spread out as well at this early stage. So stay tuned for some tight racing here in the under 17 double scull. I would keep my eyes over on lane 2, that Loretto Normanhurst double. Stella Moore, Patricia Boland have had a couple of pretty good performances in the early stages of the season.
I think it's that crew from Nepean, though, Chris, in lane 4 with
absolutely.
The lead. That's Viti Young and Emily Boys, and there's certainly names that we've heard up in this tower a couple of times, so got some race experience behind them.
So the Mossman crew on this side of the course as well, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, coached by Ben Whitewolf, who are sitting in second place, about 3/4 of a length back. We saw Elise Coates have a pretty good race in the single as well earlier on, I believe placing 4th. And then the Loretto Normanhurst and Leichhardt crews over in lanes 2 and 3, just sitting back in 3rd and 4th at that 1,000 metre mark. Things a little bit more spread out at the tail end of the chasing pack there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of cups for race 68, the men's under-17 double scull. That race was won by Rory Parker and Hamish Wise, representing St Augustine's College. Congratulations to Rory and Hamish.
Back down the course now. Crews approaching the 1500 metre mark of the women's under-17 double scull. It is certainly still Nepean Rowing Club who have the lead as they did early on in the race from Mossman Rowing Club. But the Regatta Normanhurst crew on the far side of the course really settling into a nice mid-race rhythm now and starting to challenge potentially for the race win with 500 metres still to go. They're about a boat length back off the race leaders. The Leichhardt combination in between those two crews just sitting back in fourth place. It is Nepean Rowing Club. The Nepean Rowing Club combination, Emily Boys and Viti Young, coached by Daniel Waddell. It is certainly their race to lose. They were looking like pretty commanding race leaders early on, but coming under a little bit of pressure now from the Mossman Rowing Club combination of Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates in lane 7, as well as Stella Moore and Patricia Boland in lane 2. Those two from the Regatta Normanhurst also rowing together at Glebe Rowing Club.
Yeah, so it's an interesting race that's shaped up here, Chris. It's that Normanhurst boat on the far side that's just kind of come into the fold late in the piece and looking to challenge for that medal.
Yeah,
for the cup, I should say.
I've had a couple of my crews race against them early on in the season, and they certainly don't get off the line very quickly, but really stride into a very powerful mid-race rhythm, and that's exactly what they've done here in this race.
Yeah, wow, they're looking really strong, that Normanhurst crew. Stella Moore, Patricia Boland. Watch out, they're coming up, and I might suggest that they've even overtaken Mabel Oxenham and Xenia Palmer from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5.
So apologies, I do believe we were calling them Nepean there, so it is that Sydney Rowing Club combination, coached by Charlie Patterson, who have led the race pretty much from the get-go, but the Regatta Normanhurst, the crew of Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, who have really come home swinging and will take the win here in the under-17 women's double scull, about a boat length and a half from Sydney Rowing Club back in second place, who in turn about half a length clear of Mossman Rowing Club. That's the combination of Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates there in third place. The second Mossman crew, Frida Kirkland and Lottie Raverstein on the far side of the course, will come home in fourth place. Leichhardt Rowing Club's Grace Conroy and Sabrina Koskar come home in fifth place. Georgia Henderson and Isabella Henderson all the way down here from Armidale, crossing the line in sixth. The Nepean crew of Jade Sharp and Jessica Harris in seventh place, and Emily Boys and Viti Young of Nepean in eighth. And then, as this is a full 9-boat field, we have Charlotte Olivier and Ava Macron from St George Rowing Club to round out the under-17 women.
So back on the course, Chris, it's race number 70, the women's under-23 single scull, and I believe this might be a straight final.
I believe it is as well. Yep, it is a straight final in this one. So lane 1, we have Zoe Bond of Sydney University Boat Club. Lane 2, Sarah Fard from UTS. In lane 3, we have Georgia Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club. Lane 4, Lindsay Colvert from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. In lane 5, Tiffany Botha from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 6, Grace Cipher of Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 7, Sophia Whiteman of Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 8, we have Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club, and in lane 9, Olivia Harris from Nepean Rowing Club. So another full 9-boat final. It does look like we've got everyone here in this race, and things actually looking not too far apart. Pretty tight racing here as crews approach the 1500 metre timing point.
Yeah, shaping up to be a cracker. There's no real chevron shape emerging, Chris, as you've alluded to in the past this morning.
Yeah, straight final, so unseated crews, and
Yes.
as well assisted by the fact that it is pretty still out here, so pretty fair conditions across the lanes, at least is at the moment. We have a little bit of swirling wind, but nothing that's really been affecting racing too much all day. So for my eye, I would say it is Grace Cipher and Lindsay Colvert. So there's Grace Cipher there. crossing the 1500 metre mark ahead. Lindsay Colvert of Griffith University Surfers Paradise over in lane 4, trailing closely behind, and then throw a blanket over the rest of the field. Things looking pretty tight there for the minor placings here in the under-23 women's single scull. So we saw Grace Cypher not racing there in the lightweight single earlier, but that was because she has already raced the elite women's single scull, and not about less than an hour ago, and then backing straight up. I was guess just grabbing something quick to eat and then jumping straight back on the water if she jumped off at all now to back up in the under-23 women's single scull. She placed 4th last year at the World Championships in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull, and I think is looking to go a couple better this year. So this being the first hit out of the calendar year and just keeping her bow ball in front of the Griffith University sculler there. So a bit of a challenge coming on the far side of the course from Sarah Fard of UTS, looking to get amongst those minor placings. But Sarah Fard of UTS, Tiffany Bother of Sydney University Boat Club, Sophia Whiteman of Sydney University Boat Club, and Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club, all right in contention for the minor placings here. So Grace Cypher still with about half a boat length's lead here in the under-23 women's single scull from Lindsay Colvert of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, coached there by Christopher Holliday. Lindsay Colvert just starting to lift the rate at the here as they approach the last 100 metres of the course. Into the red boys, still about 3/4 of a length down on Grace Cypher. Grace Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club striding out in front. Sarah Fard of UTS making a late challenge here for a minor placing. She's putting some serious pressure on Lindsay Colvert of Griffith University Surfers Paradise. It'll be Grace Cypher for the win as she takes the last 3 strokes across the line. Sarah Fard from UTS coming home with a wet sail to row through. Lindsay Colvert of Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 3rd place. Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club in 4th place. Tiffany Bother of Sydney University in 5th. Sophia Whiteman of Sydney University in 6th place. Georgina Tager of UTS, of Adelaide Rowing Club rather, in 6th place. And Zoe Bond of Sydney University Boat Club on the far side of the course in 7th, or rather should I say 8th place. I think I did just skip one there. I'll get a little bit muddled up with my counting. And then Olivia Harris of Nepean Rowing Club to round out a fantastic final of the women's under-23 single scull.
Well, that was an absolute pearl of a race, Chris. And yeah, as you mentioned, a fantastic effort from Sarah Fard just to come back in that last 100 metres and claim the silver medal. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the presentation of medals, or the presentation of the cup, I should say, for race 51, the A final of the women's elite single scull. And that race was won by Team Japan, represented by Shiho Yonekawa. Congratulations.
So race 71 on our program, heading down the course now, getting some fantastic shots from our umpires' boats here of the Para double scull. In lane 4 on the left-hand side of your picture there, you'll see a Newcastle University Lake Macquarie composite, Harrison Nichols of Newcastle University Boat Club, and Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. They're currently sitting out in the lead ahead of the crew that you can see in the centre of our picture. We've got Alexandra Moylan and Stuart John of the Australian National University. So Stuart, one of our fellow commentators, whose dulcet tones you'll get the pleasure of hearing after lunch, and looking pretty strong up there in the bow seat there, rowing alongside Alexandra Moylan. So, and a leading crew there Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols, a very New South Wales crew. Those two are our PR3 single scullers at the Interstate Regatta last year. Harrison Nichols taking the win. He was a last-minute substitution as well. I think only being called up on, I think, the Wednesday of the race to replace Thomas Burtwistle.
Thomas Burtwistle, I think it was. But no, he's a fantastic young sculler, and he's really putting his mark on this race in particular, but also on the broader Australian rowing scene, performing very well, as you say, Chris, at the Interstate Regatta. But Stuart John, of course, represented the Australian Capital Territory and has done for many years in the PR3 category. Yeah, teaming up with Alex Moylan, former ACT Victoria Cup member, of course.
See some fantastic close-up shots there of Stuart John, absolutely in the locker in the third 500 metres of the course. Brilliant, very happy to have that back in the picture-in-picture. If you're joining us on the live stream where you've got access to viewing the big screen, I'd highly recommend having a look at that one there.
Yeah, well, when Stuart goes back to review his technique for this race, he'll
I'm sure
have a look at that.
He'll be thrilled to be hearing our voices talking about him over the top of it, as he always is.
But for the moment, Lisa Greisel and Harrison Nichols certainly with a very, very commanding lead in this race. And of course, they'll be looking to consolidate recent success and go on with it this year. Of course, the the Australian Rowing Championships comes back to Sydney for the first time since 2019. Yes.
Exactly. We've all been looking forward to this for some time. We were a little bit touch and go in 2022, unfortunately. But as it stands, every second year we'll be back at the Sydney International Regatta Centre going forward. So
it had a false start in 2020 as well. Of course, that regatta was cancelled too.
Of course. It's been great to be going around visiting all the different regatta centres around the country. But I am very glad that we're going to be back here this year.
I, for one, am glad. Yes,
it's certainly much easier from a commentary perspective, and I think a lot of athletes would be very grateful of the trees either side of the course. Generally, at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, we generally get the wind either a straight tailwind or a straight headwind, and does make for very even and fair racing. So we're looking forward to fantastic 7 days of racing, kicking off in 9 weeks and 2 days, I believe.
Not that anyone's counting.
Not that anyone's counting. I'm certainly not.
So Harrison Nichols stroking that crew there, that combination of Newcastle University, Lake Macquarie. Yeah, looking very calm indeed now as they come into the final 100 metres or thereabouts. Stuart John and Alex Moylan, of course, on there in pursuit.
Yeah, really hanging on to it well there in the ANU double.
Yeah, they haven't dropped off completely. So no, certainly
lifting towards the line.
Yeah, an
as
admirable show from that ANU crew, but it's all going the way of Newcastle Uni and Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, and they claim the win. A composite crew, and yeah, the all ANU crew, John and Moylan, crossing the line now. Congratulations to Stuart and Alex.
So back to 1,000 metre racing now. We've got race number 72, Division 1 of the Men's Masters Coxless Pair. We do have 2 divisions of this race. So as we know, Masters, they race off a handicap system based on the average age of the crew. So we have C and E grade crews in this race. The combinations, the 2 on the far side of the course, Mossman and North Shore, are C grade crews, and the 3 who we've just seen get away from the line now are E grade crews. So the C grade crews will have to wait 9 seconds before moving off the line. although looking like a little bit of momentum there with the Mossman crew on the far side. Maybe just meant they got a bit of a head start, but we know 1,000-metre race starts aren't quite perfect. So in lane 3 from Mossman, Timothy Worth and Andrew Hourigan. And in lane 4 from North Shore, we have George Loiterton and Tom Payton. Those two crews going off a 9-second handicap. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, David Greenslade and Jose Maria Segula Arrigue. Forgive my pronunciation there. Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in lane 6, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. And Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7, Rob McNeil and Mark Binder. So those last 3 crews going off the starter's buzzer. And it looks like the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 5 getting the best of the start there. As the 2 crews on the far side of the course, Mossman and North Shore, looking to close in that handicap. But a bit of a race between those 2 Sydney Rowing Club pairs going on here. Rob McNeil and Mark Binder on the near side of the course.
Yeah, that's right. And that McNeil and Binder pair I know is a strong and established combination. So they'll certainly be ones to keep an eye on as the race goes on. But as are the Greenslade and Segurola Arrigue combination. So often the way as these seasons kind of roll on and combinations get established and they just get maintained. So
yeah, absolutely. There is a small but strong little Masters group at Sydney Rowing Club, and Rob McNeil and David Greenslade have both been around for quite some time. Rob McNeil, a Queensland import. To see him occasionally rowing in an elite lightweight 8 at state championships with some Toowong athletes.
Wouldn't be the first Queensland defector to New South Wales.
Wouldn't be the first. I'm sure it won't be the last. Wouldn't be the first Queensland defector to Sydney Rowing Club. It's the crew in the centre of those 2, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie, certainly not lying down as they challenge Rob McNeil and Mark Binder. Those 2 crews on the near side of the course going really neck and neck as the pair in lane 5 just start to stride out to a little bit of a lead. Looks like our 2 C-grade crews on the far side of the course not quite able to be making up that 9-second handicap yet. The crew from Mossman, Timothy Worth, Andrew Hourigan, doing their best, but still trailing by somewhat to our E-grade crews. George Loiterton and Tom Payton from North Shore just trailing behind the pack at this stage. Crews start to wind towards the line. Looks like we've just gotten a little bit of wind here, so a little bit of a tailwind for these Masters. Just to make the 1,000-metre race a bit shorter. It is
just to make it just that little bit shorter.
It is a bit long, isn't it?
So Greenslade and Segurola Arrigue are in the lead, and they're looking to consolidate that lead. Just still being pushed by McNeil and Binder just on the close side of the course, but I think they've done enough in the early stages of this race to solidify that lead. Yeah, and they're just going to take their final 5 to 10 strokes.
The rate right up there. It'll be Sydney 1 and 2. David Greenslade, Jose Maria Serigula Arrigue in first place, ahead of Rob McNeil and Mark Binder from Sydney in second. Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith of Lake Macquarie crossing the line in third place. And then our C-grade crews, Timothy Worth and Andrew Hourigan from Mossman Rowing Club. About a length and a half clear of North Shore's George Loiterton and Tom Payton.
So we're going to have in just a short moment the second division of the men's Masters pair on the course, which is race 73 on your programs. And they are getting ready right now down at the 1,000 metre mark. So we have in this race, Chris, E, F and G crews. So our G crews will go off go. Now F crews off 8 seconds and 1 E crew will go off 14 seconds. So I might go from lane 7 to lane 3 in this race just to read the crews as they'll be started in. So in lane 7, representing Glebe Rowing Club, the G crew is Mark McCann and Mark Tejan. Of course, Mark Tejan was up here earlier on in the commentary box. In lane 6 from North Shore is Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. They're coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5, this is an F crew. That's a Glebe and a Newcastle composite, Anthony Stanley and Timothy Bland. A North Shore crew in lane 4, also off 8 seconds, a Maximilian Ott and Nick Johnson. And finally in lane 3, it's an E crew. representing North Shore, Richard Lawson and Alastair Smith.
So 2 crews in lane 6 and 7 that went off go still look to be leading the pack. It does look like Eric Luck and Chris Walsh of North Shore Rowing Club in lane 6, just getting the better of Mark McCowan and Mark Teachin of Glebe in lane 7, who will be trying their best to fend off the 2 F crews in the centre of the course, North Shore in lane 4 and the Glebe Newcastle Composite in lane 5, who are pretty much dead level in the centre of the race as the E crew, Richard Lawson and Alastair Smith from North Shore in lane 3, try and make their mark on the field. But I would say there is a fair bit of work to do for anyone looking to overcome the North Shore crew in lane 6, who have gotten away well and look to be moving the boat along quite nicely. Got the rate up here in this second division of the men's Masters Coxless pair.
Yeah, really handy lead being enjoyed by Eric Luck and Chris Walsh in lane 6 in the colours of the North Shore Rowing Club. Bit of a tighter race for that silver medal position. It's going to be between McKeon and Tejan from Glebe, and also between, I think it's Maximilian Ott and Nick Johnson from North Shore in lane 4. So win being claimed by Eric Luck and Chris Walsh from North Shore Rowing Club in lane 6. They win the second division of the men's Masters pair. The second place is going to be claimed by Glebe, Mark McKeon and Mark Tejan. And third place to North Shore's Maximilian Ott and Nick Johnson. And fourth place going the way of Anthony Stanley and Timothy Bland from Newcastle and Glebe respectively. And just to finalise the race, in lane 3, it's going to be Richard Lawson and Alastair Smith from North Shore. So while there's just a brief lull in proceedings, we'll move, ladies and gentlemen, to the presentation of the Cups for Division 1 of the men's Masters pair. Race 72, that race was won by Sydney Rowing Club, represented by David Greenslade and Jose Maria Segurola Aragui.
So approaching the 7:50 mark now, we have another 1,000-metre race, race 74 in your program, the penultimate race before the lunch break, the men's under-16 double scull. Just 3 crews contesting this one. Leichhardt in lane 3, William Spoogie and Lucas van der Westhausen, coached by Isaac Shep and Joya Calanta. Lane 4, we have Hunter Valley Grammar, Bailey Crop and Angus Purdy. And in lane 5, we have a second Leichhardt crew of Luca Wilson and Jeremy Cooper. And it does look like it is the battle of the 2 Leichhardt crews, a little bit of an intra-club match race happening here in the under-16 double scull. The crew on the far side of the course, William Spuige and Lucas van der Westhausen. Just with the ascendancy by about 2 boat lengths now as they approach the red boys of the final 100 metres of the 1,000-metre course here in the under-16 men's double scull. Really bringing the rate up here in the closing stages. The Leichhardt number 1 crew on the far side of the course, getting the most of the Leichhardt number 2 crew, Luca Wilson and Jeremy Cooper there, who trailing by about 3 lengths now as it stands as they come across the line. William Spudge and Lucas van der Westhausen from Leichhardt Rowing Club take out the men's under-16 double sculls. Arms in the air, jubilation for Leichhardt Rowing Club. Leichhardt come across in second place as well, Luca Wilson and Jeremy Cooper. And Hunter Valley Grammar's Luca Wilson and, Bailey Crop and Angus Purdy will round out the under-16 men's double scull. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this afternoon's session here at the 2024 Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. 75 races done, and just another few hours left on the program. So we've got race 76 underway now. All crews are off to a start. We've got a full 9-boat field out here now in the men's under 19 single scull. So in lane 1 we have Caelan Routley from UTS. Lane 2 we have Charles Carter from Marist College. Lane 3, Oscar St. Pierre from UTS. Lane 4, Dion Hansen from Mossman. Lane 5, Harry Coddington from Mossman. Lane 6, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 7, Ben Hayward from Canberra. Lane 8, we have Oscar Shield Gamborg from Mossman. And in lane 9, we have Garvin Hayes from Marist College. A few Canberrans in the mix there, Stuart.
Yeah, look, we're few of them doing quite well. Garvin Hayes, the younger brother of Cormac Hayes, who was a former Australian junior representative, starting to get back in the boat a bit at the moment.
Son of Tom Hayes, who is listed as the coach.
Yep, that's right. So the Hayes family, I think there's 3 boys in the family, and then their mum, Colette Harkin, takes a lot of fantastic photos, particularly at the rowing ACT regattas. So we'll generally see her out with the camera, so the family well involved with the sport of rowing. Ben Hayward from Canberra Rowing Club is actually one of the Talent ID people that has just come through. So there's a couple of those that have been at the regatta today. We've had Ben Hayward from CRC, and then also Brooke Leslie from ANU, who was on a little bit earlier on today. So certainly some good things coming through. And Marist College, I mean, we saw a couple of them win the under-16s, under-17s. There's some really good talent starting to come out of there, and looking forward to seeing what they can do up at New South Wales Champs in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, fantastic. So is just a straight... No, we did have heats for this one earlier on, so crews all fairly evenly matched, which, as we can see, is going on here. That is assisted by the fact that just in the last 10 minutes or so, I've had the wind really pick up, pretty much straight tailwind, maybe crossing slightly from the north. But as through the 1,000-metre mark there, it was Oscar Shield Gamborg of Mossman Rowing Club, who was, I believe, just leading his clubmate Dion Hansen from Oscar St. Pierre of UTS, sitting back in third at that first timing point. So in a tailwind, things moving a little bit quicker, a little bit harder to change the speed of the boat, and it's really important to get out and secure that lead early, because it is harder for your competitors to move their way up. 2 leaders there, Oscar Shield Gamborg and Dion Hansen, both rowing through, for Mossman at this regatta, but rowing through the Northern Beaches Secondary College program, a group of campuses on the Northern Beaches, primarily Balgowlah Boys High for that program, who I believe were one of the top boys non-selective schools in the country for the HSC this year. But that program really going from strength to strength over the last year or two, culminating in a Nationals medal last year, I believe, in the under-17 quad, if I'm not mistaken. Some great work there from Kieran Kabelki, and now assisted by Tom Schramko. And I believe, if my eyes didn't deceive me earlier, that boat that Oscar Shield Gamborg is rowing in is named the Tom Schramko. So he maintains his lead there at the 1,000-metre mark, bit over a boat length from Dion Hansen.
And just talking on those conditions, Chris, we've got at the moment the temperature. It's only about 22 or so degrees. We've got it was expected maximum of 27 today. The humidity is 100%, and I can personally vouch for the fact that you're basically eating the air as you're trying to take those deep breaths in, and so it's very different conditions, I guess, to what we might be used to. I know that this year has been a very humid year, particularly up and down the east coast, and I know even down in Canberra, the humidity has been more like from my childhood up in Queensland, rather than a normal Canberra dry, hot summer. But certainly today it is definitely taking a lot out of people. So make sure you hydrate, because the cramps can be quite dreadful.
Speaking from experience. Yeah, I think this tailwind will be certainly welcomed by the competitors, and certainly welcomed by those out in the course in the single scull, just making things feel a little bit shorter. But of course, rowing in a tailwind, although it's a bit faster, certainly not easier, and will really separate those who have the cleaner blade work and the racing experience of racing in a tailwind, which is really important here, because often So these junior singles, the under-19, the under-17 singles, will be raced, I believe, on Sunday afternoon of the state championships. And generally, in the afternoon in February in Penrith, it is a tailwind. So really important skill for these boys. Oscar Shield Gamboard still leading, but only narrowly. So less than half a length now back to...
Oscar St. Pierre
I
from
believe
UTS.
it is. Yeah. So I may have called that incorrectly earlier. So Oscar St. Pierre over there on the far side of the course, really doing a great job to stick with him at the 1500 metre mark, and things are really going to come to a head now. As I mentioned earlier, it's very hard to change the speed of your boat when you're already travelling a little bit faster than you used to. So a big job to overcome even a half a length deficit at this stage of the race. But on for young and old here in the under-19 single scull, that is for sure.
And I think just for that battle for third place at the moment, we've got Dion Hansen from Mossman Rowing Club and then Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar, our two scullers. I think Luke Purdy may just have his bow ball out in front. And then Kalen Routley over in from UTS over in lane number 1, also not without a shot of picking up a cheeky third place in there. But the battle at the front, it's Oscar Skill Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club and Oscar St. Pierre from UTS, both going for it at the moment. So I think Oscar Skill Gamborg may have just seen a little bit of danger going off to his right-hand side. You can see now both those scullers just starting to up their rate of striking now to try and get through into the last 200 metres or so. Kalen Routley from UTS has also made a bit of a move over in lane number 1, and it looks like he might have got himself just a little bit ahead of Dion Hansen from Mossman and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. So a big finish coming up here. It's Oscar St. Pierre from UTS in lane number 3. Oscar Skill Gamborg from Mossman in lane number 8. St. Pierre has his bow ball out in front. Has he got enough though? Here comes Mossman. Oscar Skill Gamborg. Final few strokes now. Oscar Skill Gamborg, the Mossman sculler. He's done it. He's done it by just under a boat length ahead of Oscar St. Pierre. A fantastic finish going on there. Third place will go to Kalen Routley from UTS, finishing just ahead of Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar, and then back a little bit further to Dion Hansen from Mossman Rowing Club. In behind him, Harry Coddington, also from Mossman. Then back a little bit further, we've got Garvin Hayes from Marist College. It's, you can see there, really the conditions have taken a lot out of our rowers there. Charles Carter from Marist College finishing just behind Garvin, and then lane number 7, Ben Hayward from Canberra Rowing Club making up our field. So an exciting finish to the first race of the second session of play.
Yeah, so, and that tailwind really showing its hand there, 7:16 the winning time there. So I believe that's up there with one of the quickest times seen out of a single all day. We have had the elites and the under-23s go through, so definitely a lot faster running here this afternoon, and some racing that's almost causing some equipment breakages up here in the commentary box as we clamber for a view of the finish line. But race number 77, well and truly underway now. These crews approach the 1,000 metre mark. The final of the women's under-19 single scull. Full 9-boat final once again. In lane 1, Olivia Kelly from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 2, Josephine Egan from Leichhardt. Lane 3, Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 4, Alex Perry-Dalton from ANU. Lane 5, Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. Lane 6, Gabby Cipher from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 7, Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 8, Charlotte Steele from Sydney Rowing Club. And in lane 9, Constantina Kafisis from Yarra Yarra. And as we see them come through the 1,000 metre mark there, I do believe...
Georgina Stevenson, I think, out in front.
That would be Lucy Yabsley of Glebe, who has straight out to a really... dominant early lead. We've seen her competing for a school in a few school regattas earlier on in the season, and having some pretty good results, but just the W eluding her so far this season. So good to see her right at the pointy end of things here in the under-19 women's single scull final, making the most of a good start in the tailwind and getting about almost 2 lengths out clear of the competition there. And I would say just over to her left-hand side, Gabby Cipher of Sydney Rowing Club presenting pretty well. It might even be Charlotte Steele, a little bit further over.
Yeah, Gabby Cipher, one of the 3 Cipher sisters that's all extremely good rowers. We've seen Grace Cipher a little bit earlier today, and then Laura Cipher, unfortunately out injured at the moment. but certainly some very talented sisters there, originally from Rockhampton from memory.
Rockhampton, yep, and I believe the family now resides closer to Emerald, but all three residing in Sydney nowadays. So it is definitely Lucy Yabsley out there in front. Gabby Cypher sitting back in second place, just to her left-hand side, and she'll be doing battle with Georgina Stevenson, also of Sydney, on the far side of the course, with the sculler from ANU, Alex Perry-Dalton, just looking to nudge her bow ball into the minor placings there. We'll get a little bit more definitive idea of the margins as they come across the 1500 metre mark. So we can see Lucy Yabsley striding out to a pretty convincing lead here in the under-19 women's single scull. That Empacher shell's about 4 or 5 lengths clear of Georgina Stevenson of Sydney Rowing Club. Gabby Cypher sitting back in third place. Amelia de Villiers, and then Alex Perry-Dalton from ANU sitting in fifth place at that 1500 metre timing point, with the scullers from Leichhardt, Yarra Yarra, and the last couple of Sydney scullers still just to come through. But those top few, all but decided, quite large margins here considering the tailwind. So Lucy Yabsley obviously doing a pretty good job of it at the start and shutting things down fairly early here in the women's under-19 single scull.
And it's worthwhile remembering as well that a lot of these women would have had a couple of races. I know you've obviously had the heats. I know Alex Perry-Dalton was in the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls a little bit earlier on today. So,
yep.
And
of these Sydney girls have all raced in the doubles as well, and they've all raced a heat to get here as well. So big day. Very
big day. And again, in that humidity, it's so important to try and make sure that you keep those fluids going. Make certain that even though it's not all that warm, it's definitely very humid. By the time you finish up, the undershirt does get, or the zooty does get quite wet with sweat. Into the final stages now, and Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club, as Chris mentioned, has been leading from the start and looking very comfortable out there at the moment. With the wind, just looks like it's being, just having a look at the flags over near the presentation area, it is a little bit inconsistent, so it's not always that strong tailwind that they might be after. Lucy Yabsley out in front, Glebe Rowing Club. Gabby Cypher battling it out with Georgina Stevenson, also from Sydney Rowing Club, for second and third place. Alex Perry-Dalton making a move now on Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club. But it's a strong win from start to finish for Lucy Yabsley. She's absolutely blitzed it throughout that, managing to hold off the two Sydney Rowing Club scullers who are on an absolute ding-dong battle through the last few strokes. It will be, though, lane number 6. That's Gabby Cypher coming through in second place, ahead of Georgina Stevenson in third. Fourth place, we'll go to lane number 4, Alex Perry-Dalton from the ANU. In fifth place will be lane number 7, so that's Amelia de Villiers from Sydney Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further, we've got the Yarra Yarra sculler, Constantina Kafesis. She'll come through in sixth place, finishing ahead of lane number 1, Olivia Kelly from Sydney Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further, we have Leichhardt's Josephine Egan in 8th, and then Charlotte Steele from Sydney Rowing Club in 9th place. So that was the final of the women's under-19 single sculls.
Confirming the results of that one. Race 77, women's under-19 single scull. First place representing Glebe Rowing Club was Lucy Yabsley in a time of 8 minutes 2 seconds. Second place, Gabby Cypher. Third, Georgina Stevenson. We're seeing photo finish up on the timing screens, but that is, can confirm that is certainly the order that they crossed the line.
Moving on to heat number 1 of the men's elite double sculls, and we spoke a little bit earlier today about the importance, particularly in the men's sculling program, because there are some serious boats that need to be qualified for Paris. In the women's side, we've obviously got all the boats except for the lightweight women's double that are qualified for Paris. On the men's side, it's only the sweep. There's no sculling boats that are qualified as yet into the last chance regatta at Luzerne. So very important these next couple of races, and also at New South Wales Championships, and also going through to Nationals. Yes, in lane number 2, it's a potential lightweight double scull of Sean Murphy from UTS and Hamish Harding from ANU. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Stephen Cox and Alex Nicol. In lane 4 from UTS, we've got Harry Curtin and Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungamak. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Marcus Britt and Marcus Delamata, coached by Thomas Larrick. In lane 6 from the West Australian Rowing Club and Melbourne University, we have Harry Fox and Alex Rossi. And in lane 7 from Cand Rowing Club, Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes, and they're coached by Scott Rowe.
So a couple just substitutions there. So that lane 5 crew from Sydney University Boat Club has scratched, and it looks like Marcus Delamata from that crew has moved into the West Australian Rowing Club composite, replacing Alex Rossi. So that, rather replacing Harry Fox. So that West Australian Rowing Club composite is with Sydney University Boat Club with Marcus Delamata in it. As you said, Stuart, no sculling boats qualified for the Olympics as of yet, and so a lot of these athletes really looking to make their mark and make some moves on the Australian team to head over to Lucerne for the last chance qualification regatta. It does look. So I was about to say one person who has qualified is Stephen Cox in the Sydney double, but for Zimbabwe, but it doesn't look like that Sydney double has presented at the start line. So just 4 crews in this race. The lightweight combination on the far side of the course, Sean Murphy, Hamish Harding. We've got Harry Curtin and Henry Blackwell in the UTS colours, and then we've got Marcus Delamata and Alex Rossi, who are currently leading the race, as well as the canned crew of Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes, who are just a little bit off the leading pack in this heat. So should be first 4 through. There are only 4 in this race, so this is highlighting the importance of getting your scratchings in.
Presentation of the presentation of prizes for the women's under-19 single scull. The winner from Glebe Rowing Club, Lucy Yabsley.
So things progressing, not too many changes of, no changes of the lead, it looks like at this stage. We would think that the conditions would be favouring the lightweight double on the far side of the course, but of course all 4 of these crews are going to progress straight through to the final. Only one crew from the other heat will be eliminated, providing there are no other scratchings, in which case this is a bit of a row over. But it is still the West Australian Rowing Club and Sydney University Boat Club combination of Alex Rossi from West Australian Rowing Club and Marcus Delamata, who are in the centre of the course and holding things pretty steady in the lead of the race, just enjoying that tailwind taking them down. Lightweight combination on the far side of the course, just over a length down at the moment, so within striking distance, but I can't imagine that they will want to be doing too much, and will be rathering to save their energy for the final, which is only in about 45 minutes' time, I believe.
Yeah, strong row there. And Hamish Harding was a national champion in the open double down at Ngambia in 2022 with Red Matthews. So he has got prior form. And I remember seeing the photo of Hamish and Red, and then surrounded by a couple of the other doubles and looking very, very small. Yep.
There was a bit going on at Ngambia. Some conditions that maybe favoured some lightweights in a few races, but certainly an athlete who does have form in the double scull and has a form in the national championships. He's had quite a few national titles wins over the last 4 or 5 years or so. But just sitting back in second place now at the moment with Sean Murphy, his doubles partner from University of Technology, Sydney. An avid tropical fish enthusiast. If you haven't gotten around Sean's Fishies on Instagram, please do so. See Sean's beautiful tank setups that he's got going.
You can just see here the lighty double is just starting to move up a little bit. I mean, I guess the drama coming out of the race with that with Sydney Rowing Club crew not presenting does mean that everyone's going through, but certainly not taking it terribly easy. It's a good opportunity just to get a bit of rhythm, I guess, in this one, and just make sure that everything's in sync, everything's going. Certainly Marcus Delamata for Sydney University across the line. Marcus Delamata and Alex Rossi. We've seen Marcus really go from strength to strength in the last year or so, and certainly looking very good in that double. Second place to Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding from UTS and ANU respectively. Coming through in third place will be the UTS crew of Harry Kurtzen and Henry Blackwell, with Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes from Cairns Rowing Club coming through in fourth. So, and again with that 100% humidity, I'm sure they're not particularly concerned about not having to race too hard. This race, though, we may well, it does look like there are 5 crews on the course at the moment. So heat number 2 of the men's elite double sculls. Lane 2 from Sydney University, Devlin Walsh and Wyatt Batt. They're coached by Thomas Larrick. In lane 3 from Sydney University and the West Australian Rowing Club, we've got Jack Cleary and Campbell Watts. In lane 4 from Adelaide University and Mercantile, it's Dom Frederico and Nick Blackman. They're coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Alistair Matthews. We have a scratching lane 5 from ANU and Sydney University. Lane 6 from UTS, we've got Peter Waldersee and Sam Green, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyan. And then lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club and Capital Lakes Rowing Club down in Canberra, Harry Glacken and Alexander Wolf.
So it looks like a substitution there in that Sydney University crew on the far side. So White Bat out for Marcus Britt, who's joining Devlin Walsh in that crew. Look to be trailing the pack at the moment. It is most certainly Jack Cleary, Campbell Watts out at the head of the field there in the grey National Training Centre hull, who are leading out. I would hazard a guess and say that it is the Capital Lakes and Sydney Rowing Club combination on the near side of the course. Harry Glacken, Alex Wolf, who are their nearest threat, but it is top 4 go through. 5 in the race, only 1 will be eliminated from the event. So I can't imagine too much racing going on for the minor medals at this stage. More just concerned about staying out of that 5th position and securing their spot in this afternoon's A final. As I mentioned, it actually isn't too far away. It's a pretty tight turnaround for the double sculls as a result of most of these people having to race in smaller boats earlier on. So 4:09 p.m. the men's elite double scull, so just over an hour's turnaround to that one. So enough time for some rehydration and a quick rest, and then back on in the boat and out for the real racing. Does look like that Sydney University Boat Club might just be creeping up on the UTS crew. So Peter Waldersee and Sam Green in lane 6. Second from the grandstand side of the course, who were just in front and I believe still are, but definitely racing for the position here between Marcus Britt and Devlin Walsh over on the far side of the course.
Out in front, Jack Cleary and Campbell Watts from the NTC, looking very comfortable and opening up a nice, strong lead there ahead of the Adelaide University Mercantile Composite in lane 4, Sydney Capital Lakes Composite in lane number 7, sitting in third place in the moment. Then, as you say, Chris, we've got Sydney University in lane 2 and UTS in lane number 6. And it does look like the Sydney University crew, they did look a fair way back going through the 1,000 metres, but their third 500 has certainly been quite strong. And they may just have got themselves ahead of Peter Waldersee and Sam Green from UTS through the 1,500 metre stage.
Yeah, there's a little bit going on with the wind as well. It's not dead straight and it's not the same all the way down the course. So sometimes those far lanes can be an advantage, sometimes they can be a disadvantage. We've seen it at other courses around the country where particularly last year in Western Australia, the last 750 metres, the lane clearest to the closest to the grandstand side of the course there was a Travelator just surging you up to a gold medal, and so things can change, especially on those far lanes, but the UTS double really fighting back, but on paper I would suggest that Sydney University double, very experienced pair of athletes there, Marcus Britt and Devlin Walsh, and I would expect them to get the job done here and move through to the A final. But it is certainly our National Training Centre athletes of Campbell Watts from Sydney University Boat Club and Jack Cleary of the West Australian Rowing Club who crossed the line in first place. Does look like a slightly different crew to what I've got on paper, but I will confirm that later on. And then they'll be ahead of Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes and Alex Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club. Those two rowing for the ACT High Performance Program. Dom Federico and Nick Blackman, Mercantile and Adelaide University, in third place, ahead of Sydney University Boat Club in fourth. Those four crews through to our final, and the University of Technology Sydney crew, Waldersea and Green, in fifth and eliminated from the event.
So that was the last of the 2,000 metre racing for a little bit. We're now moving down to the 1,000. So we've got the Division 1 of the Men's Masters Single Sculls starting to line up. First race starting in just a couple of minutes. So we've got a few races of Masters. So we've got the Men's Masters Single Sculls. We've got 4 divisions there. We've got a few divisions of the Women's Masters Double Sculls, 2 divisions there. And then we'll move back to the 2,000 metres. We've got the Men's Elite Lightweight Double Scull coming up, the Women's Elite Double Sculls as well. So some good racing still to come, and obviously the final for the Men's Elite Double Sculls as well. So our rowers just getting ready for the start of race number 80. It's Division 1 of the Men's Masters Single Sculls. So for this one, we will see a few of our rowers going off go and then 2 rowers going off 4 seconds. So in lane number 1, furthest from the grandstand, furthest from the cameras, Black Mountains in Mongan. He's off a 4-second delayed start, as is Marcus Wilson from Leichhardt Rowing Club. In lane number 3, off go, is Frank McHugh from Leichhardt, coached by Steve Sherry. Terry Bridges in lane 4 from Leichhardt as well. Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne. Rhett Patterson from Manning River. Lane 7, Ian Randall from Penrith Rowing Club. And lane 8 from Mossman Rowing Club, Alexander Deutsch. So our rowers are now underway. And you can see there the sun it has been struggling to break through for most of the day. The low grey clouds have been hanging overhead, and we have seen quite a bit of just a very light drizzle come through. So there was only supposed to be about 1 millimetre of rain today. There's been about 3 or 4 so far. So it hasn't badly affected rowing, certainly hasn't made it a little bit trickier to try and hold on to the oars and that kind of thing. But certainly, again, that humidity sitting at the 100% mark does make it quite difficult. So coming up now towards the 500 metre mark of our first Masters race of the day. The men's Masters single sculls. We've got the division, we've got the C and D, so our two C rowers off 4 second delayed start with the remainder off go. So those two rowers in lanes 1 and 2. Ian Mongan in lane number 1 from Black Mountain. He's the captain of boats there, former ACT representative, and certainly very passionate about getting up and coming rowers coming through, particularly at Black Mountain. Out in front at the moment, though, we've got Rhett Patterson from Manning River, looking quite comfortable there through the first 500 metres or so. And then back a little bit further, we've got Nicholas Brown from Des Moines, Penrith's Ian Randall going across the field, then Terry Bridges from Leichhardt's, Frank McHugh from Leichhardt. Ian Mongan starting to make a little bit of a move now. He's, as said, had that 4 second delayed start. And then back a little bit further, Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club and Marcus Wilson from Leichhardt a little bit further back. So they're through the first 500 metres now, and Rhett Patterson from Manning River still out in front. He's ahead of Terry Bridges from Leichhardt sitting in second place. And Ian Mongan from Black Mountain really making a move, very tall man, and still gets a lot of power through that footplate and getting that boat to move nicely through the water. So they're our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Patterson, Bridges and Mongan. And then back a little bit further, we've got Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club, then sitting just ahead of Des Moines, Nicholas Brown. A couple of lanes across from him, we've got Frank McHugh from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further to Ian Randall from Penrith and Marcus Wilson from Leichhardt. Ian Mongan now has taken the overall race lead, and he's definitely got a higher rate of striking than a lot of the other rowers coming through. In the battle out for second place, in the battle of our D Masters rowers, we've got Rhett Patterson. Went out hard early. He's now been put under a bit of pressure by Terry Bridges from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. Alexander Deutsch from Mossman still sitting in fourth place, but again being challenged by Nicholas Brown from Des Moines, and then back again to Leichhardt's Frank McHugh. Out in front though, Ian Mongan started 4 seconds behind. He's absolutely blitzed it. He'll go through and take the win in the men's Masters single sculls. Second place will go to Rhett Patterson, finishing just ahead of Terry Bridges from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Fourth place, Alexander Deutsch from Mossman, with fifth going through to lane number 5, Nicholas Brown from Des Moines. Sixth place will go to the second Leichhardt sculler, Frank McHugh, with seventh going to Penrith's Ian Randall, and then eighth to Marcus Wilson from Leichhardt Rowing Club.
Confirming the results there of the first division of the men's Masters single scull was won by the crew from lane 1, Ian Mongan from Black Mountain, Rhett Patterson from Manning River in second, and Terry Bridges from Leichhardt Rowing Club in third. The winning time 3:41.33. As our aligners just getting crews set up at the 1,000 metre mark for our second division. We do have a few of these races to go, so 4 divisions of the men's Masters single scull, and then I believe 2 divisions of the women's Masters double scull to follow that. So Division 2 of the Men's Masters Single Scull underway. Mix of D and E grade athletes here. So we've got the 3 crews on the far side of the course going off a 5-second handicap. The 4 crews on the near side of the course going off go. So in lane 2 we have St George, represented by Christopher Jones. In lane 3 we have Simon van Riswijk from North Shore. In lane 4 we have Christopher Nish from Glebe. In lane 5, Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. In lane 6, Gary Foster from Drummoyne. In lane 7, Ken Major from Glebe. And in lane 8, Andrew Patterson from Drummoyne.
So through the 500 metres, coming up towards the last 250 in Division 2 of the Men's Masters Single Sculls, Kenneth Major from Glebe Rowing Club in lane number 7, out in front at the moment, and then he's been pushed by Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie, sitting in second place. Jeremy Smith was part of the New South Wales Masters quad at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships here in Sydney last year, as well as Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club, who rowed in the previous race. So a couple of New South Wales representatives in those Masters events. The Australian Masters Rowing Championships down in Tasmania at Lake Barrington this year. So certainly a very picturesque place to go down, take the opportunity and explore some of the beautiful scenery around Tasmania. Out in front, Jeremy Smith has moved quite nicely into the lead, so he's looking very comfortable out there. Does look like our sculler over in lane number 2, Christopher Jones from St George, just had a little bit of an issue with some equipment. He was sitting nicely in third place. He's picked the boat back up again and starting to move that. So he's sitting in third place. Out in front, though, Jeremy Smith has rowed through Glebe's Kenneth Major and looking just about a boat length ahead with the final few strokes left to go. But here's a push from Kenneth Major, but it will be Jeremy Smith winning by just under half a length. He'll take the win ahead of Kenneth Major from Glebe Rowing Club. So a strong win there. Jeremy Smith managing to row through Kenneth Major in the last 250 metres or so. Third place will go to lane number 2, Christopher Jones from St George, who started off a 5-second delayed start. He'll finish ahead of Andrew Patterson from Drummoyne Rowing Club in 4th place, with 5th going to Gary Foster, also from Drummoyne. 6th place will go to Christopher Niski from Glebe Rowing Club, with 7th going to Simon van Riswijk from North Shore. And again, I think there just might be some equipment issues that are causing some dramas there for a couple of our rowers over in those far lanes. So confirmation of the results there. Lake Macquarie's Jeremy Smith in 1st place. 2nd place going to Kenneth Major from Glebe Rowing Club, with 3rd Christopher Jones from St George. Underway in Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Sculls. Lane 2, Timothy Bland from Glebe. He's off go as a G Master. Lane 3 from Newcastle Rowing Club, off an 8-second delayed start, Anthony Stanley. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd off a 14-second delayed start. In lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. He's off a 14-second delayed start. Lane 6 from Mossman Rowing Club, Harry Fine, off an 8-second delayed start. And in lane 8 from Drummoyne, Gabrielle Haythornthwaite, coached by Robin Mackney, and he's off an 8-second delayed start.
So as the third division of the men's Masters single scull barrels towards us, it looks like, I can confidently say, Richard Medway there from Leichhardt in the centre of the course. Went off a 14-second handicap and looks to have recovered that and then some, and striding out to a couple of boat length lead now from the sculler on the near side of the course, Gabriel Haythornthwaite from Drummoyne, who only went off the 8-second handicap, but not affecting Richard Medway. Made up that 6 seconds and probably another 6 seconds again and then some here as he strides towards the last 175 metres or so of the course. So he leads from the Drummoyne sculler in lane 8. And would then say followed by the Lake Macquarie sculler Stuart Boyd over in lane 4, who's just tussling it out with the Newcastle sculler of Anthony Stanley to his right-hand side, who appears to be moving just a little bit faster. He did start off a slightly... no, I am incorrect. He started off a slightly smaller handicap. So Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie moving through Anthony Stanley from Newcastle. But it is certainly Richard Medway from Leichhardt, coached by Steve Sherry, who... has straight out to a pretty confident victory in the third division of the men's Masters single scull. Gabriel Haythornthwaite from Drummoyne, coached by Robin Mackney, will cross the line in second place. Stuart Boyd of Lake Macquarie in the bright green in lane 4 across the line in third place, just under a boat length ahead of Harry Fine from Mossman Rowing Club, and in turn about 3 boat lengths from the Newcastle sculler of Anthony Stanley.
So we are underway in race number 83. It's Division 4 of the Men's Masters Single Sculls, but you may notice that there's only one rower that's actually going at the moment. So this division, we do have a number of handicaps, and because it is a wide range, there are some very big handicaps. So lane 2 from Drummoyne, Branko Kovacic, he's off a 54-second delayed start. Lane 3 from Drummoyne, Graham Wern, off a 38-second delayed start. Our rower that's going at the moment, John James from North Shore, he's off go. So he's rowing down the course at the moment with a couple of people now just starting to go as well. Lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Titchen, he's off 69 seconds. Lane 6 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Richard Jones, coached by Robin Mackney, off 69 seconds. Lane 7 from Penrith Rowing Club, Andrew Sapansky, coached by Lindsay Callahan, off 69 seconds. And then lane 8 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark McCowan, and he's off 79 seconds. So, as mentioned, some pretty big handicaps in there, but the interesting thing about the Masters rowing is how much they're actually able to make up over some of those some of those handicaps. So it'll be interesting to see how this race pans out. John James from North Shore out in front, but very early stages. So he's just gone through the 500 metres now. We are seeing Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club sitting in second place, but again, he was off 38 seconds. He started second off the line.
So our current leading sculler there, John James from North Shore. He is an L category Masters athlete at the ripe old age of 87 years young. I can only aspire to still have the more the willpower really to go out rowing at 87 years old. So I'm in awe just at that. I don't think the result is anything to worry about. I think the fact that he is out there is just extremely impressive in itself. And he is still in the lead, so more than halfway through the race. He did have almost a minute 20 head start on the last starter, which was Mark McEwen from Glebe on the near side of the course in lane 8, who has already taken a couple of scalps.
Chris, I'd just like to see you rowing at 25.
I went for a row less than a month ago, thank you. It was nothing special. I can make a joke back, but we have seen you rowing today, and that's...
Yeah, and I'm 43. I mean, let's be realistic about this. John James from North Shore, still out in front through the 250-metre mark. He is being caught by Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club, sitting in second place, and then we are seeing some of those scullers come through in the lanes closest to the grandstand. So we've got Mark Tetchin from Glebe Rowing Club. He's looking quite good out there at the moment. Richard Jones from Drummoyne in lane number 6, starting to move up as well. Then we've got Branko Kovacic from Drummoyne in lane number 2, so furthest away. And then back a little bit further, Mark McCowan from Glebe, and then Andrew Sapansky from Penrith Rowing Clubs. Out in front, John James is into the red boys now, marking the last 100 metres or so. And he is being caught, though, by Graham Wern. Has he got enough in it? I mean, the bonus is when you're off these off-go in some of these races that you can actually see and you can really control the race and know how much you need to do. He's only got about 100 metres to go. It's John James from North Shore Rowing Club in lane number 4. He's got some clear water still over Graham Wern from Drummoyne in second place. Mark Tetchin from Glebe Rowing Club coming up in third, but out in front from start to finish. It's a win for John James from North Shore. He'll go through, take the win. Second place going to Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Coming through in third place will be our co-commentator Mark Tetchin from Glebe. He'll take the bronze there. In fourth place will be Richard Jones from Drummoyne in lane number 6, finishing ahead of Branko Kovacic from Drummoyne Rowing Club as well in 5th place. Back a little bit further to Mark McCowan from Glebe in 6th, and then Andrew Sapansky from Penrith Rowing Club coming through in 7th place.
So on the course now, race 84, the first division, first of 2 races for the Women's Masters Double Scull. Full fleet of 9 crews out on the course. We may just be missing one. We are just missing one crew from the centre of the course. I think maybe the Mossman crew in the centre there. But lane 1, we have Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti and Sarah Brown. Lane 2, Glebe, Katie Wehrman and Anne Skilton. Lane 3, Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. Lane 4, Zita Briones and Olivia Tong from North Shore. Lane 5, Mossman Rowing Club's Edith DeBoard and Jem Lambert. Lane 6, Glebe Rowing Club, represented by Katie Elias and Heather Doig, coached by Kitty Elias and Portia Koskar. So if you're after a bow number downstairs, see Kitty doing a great job. Lane 7, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. Lane 8, we have a composite of Shoalhaven and St George, Amanda Berendt and Katrina Davis. And in lane 9, we have Annalise Appleton and Joe Hodgkinson from North Shore Rowing Club in the station closest to us. So North Shore Rowing Club going off go. The Shoalhaven, Drummoyne and Glebe crews going off 5 seconds. And then all the other crews, bar the Leichhardt crew on the far side of the course, going off 9 seconds. That Leichhardt crew going off a 13-second handicap. But as the crews sort of approach the last few hundred metres of the course, things are starting to hot up. We do have the Shoalhaven St George composite on the near side of the course. They did have a slight advantage off the start, going a 4 second smaller handicap, but looked to be being reeled in by Lake Macquarie and North Shore on the far side of the course. The Lake Macquarie combination of Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald, coached by big Odin McIntosh, moving up into the probably provisional silver medal position, but it looks like our St George and Shoalhaven combination have done enough to stay in front here in the closing stages of the Women's Masters double scull. It'll be the Shoalhaven and St George composite crew in lane 8 who will take the win here in the Women's Masters double scull. Going bow ball for bow ball between North Shore and Lake Macquarie. North Shore ahead by a foot. It'll be North Shore who will take the second place from Lake Macquarie in lane 3. And then we'll have a little bit of a tussle here for 4th place. 3 crews vying for it. Glebe on the far side, Shoalhaven and North Shore, or Des Moines and North Shore rather, and that is extremely tight.
I think North Shore just over the top of Leichhardt.
I managed to call all of the crews wrong.
So confirmation there. It's a win for Amanda Barron and Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven and St George. North Shore, Zita Briones and Olivia Tung finishing just ahead of Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. We did actually see, just a funny one for you there, Chris, the boat that Lake Macquarie double are rowing, they bought it off ANU and then beat ANU at the Tricket Regatta in the doubles and the pairs in the boat they bought off us.
And how did that feel, Stuart?
I wasn't in the boat, so I didn't. So we're just about underway in Division 2 of the Women's Masters double sculls in lane number 1 from Des Moines Rowing Club, Kathleen Hextel and Renate Impma. They're off 15-second delayed start. Lane 2 from North Shore, Louise McCoach and Ruth Gibson, coached by Guy Morgan, also off a 15-second delayed start. Lane 3 from St George and Des Moines, we have Rowena Stewart and Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. They're off a 9-second delayed start. Lane 4 from Glebe Rowing Club, we have Catherine Maxwell and Mika Kelly, coached by Mark Titchen. In lane 5 from North Shore, Wendy Zammett and Julie Wass, coached by Samantha Callahan. Lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Anne Campbell and Nerida Clinton. They're off go. Lane 7, Lindy Nisbet and Chris Brennan from Endeavour, and they're also off go. And then we have a scratching in lane number 8. So down the course now, Lindy Nisbet and Chris Brennan from Endeavour Rowing Club, our early leaders. But again, we will see those crews over on the far side of the course start to really get some momentum going through that first 500 metres or so. And Kathleen Hextel and Renate Impma from Des Moines Rowing Club certainly looking very good over there in lane number 1. And then Rowena Stewart and Christine McCready from St George and Des Moines probably just a little bit behind them. Out in front though, it's Endeavour. Lake Macquarie also up there as well, possibly in 3rd place, just behind that Des Moines crew over in lane number 1. So again, some exciting finishing coming up here in the Masters races. And that Des Moines crew really looking good at the moment over in lane 1. Starting to really get some good momentum going through the boats. Looking like they're just rowing through that Endeavour crew in lane number 7. So either edge of the course in the lead at the moment. So a 15-second delayed start for Des Moines and North Shore in lanes 1 and 2. 9-second delayed start, lanes 3, 4 and 5. That's St George, Des Moines, Glebe and North Shore. And then Lake Macquarie and Endeavour were off go. And it is Des Moines that have hit the lead now into the last 150 metres or so. So Des Moines out in front. They've got some nice clear water between themselves and the chasing pack. We are seeing that so lane number 3, lane number 2, Louise McCoach and Ruth Gibson from North Shore pushing hard to try and get ahead of Rowena Stewart and Christine McCready from St George and Des Moines. Out in front though, it is the double from Des Moines. Lane number 1 will take first place in Division 2 of the Women's Masters double scull. Kathleen Hextel, Renate Impma coming through with the win. Second place will be the crew, the composite from St George and Des Moines, Rowena Stewart and Christine McCready. Coming through in 3rd will be North Shore, and then 4th being the Endeavour crew of Lindy Nisbet and Chris Brennan, 3rd being Louise McCoach and Ruth Gibson. Our Lake Macquarie crew in lane number 6 will finish in 5th. That's Anne Campbell and Nerida Clinton. 6th place going to North Shore's Wendy Zammett and Julie Wass, and then they'll finish ahead of the Glebe crew, Catherine Maxwell and Mika Kelly, coached by Mark Titchen. We saw Mika, she's already been in a couple of races today in the Para 1,000 metres and also in the Para 1,000 metres double scull.
Just confirming results there of the second division of the Women's Masters Double Scull. It was won by Drummoyne Rowing Club. It's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipjama, rather. Second place, the St George and Drummoyne Composite, and in third place, North Shore Rowing Club. The winning time there, 4 minutes and 15 seconds. And with that one, I'm going to hand over the reins in the commentary box to Michael McRae.
So we're just going back down to the 2,000 metre start, so we're a couple of minutes away from the start of the Men's Elite Lightweight Double Sculls. So again, the lightweight events are very important over the next couple of months as crews look to, first of all, be named and selected and be given the opportunity to go over to Switzerland for that last chance regatta. So just a reminder of the crews, so the women's crews are all qualified for Paris, except for the lightweight double, and then on the men's side, it's all the sculls. So the quad, the double, the single, and also the lightweight double sculls. So this lightweight event will be quite interesting to see because we do have a potential Australian crew of Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding in lane number 6, and I would expect them to do quite well here. But it's also interesting, we've also got a few of the up-and-coming crews, including a few from the ACT, and then Luke Purdy and Jason Waddell from Newcastle and Nepean as Michael McRae steps into the seat. Michael, some good racing still to come in the small boats regatta.
Well, that's right, Stu. I've certainly, not sure if I've ever won this event, but I've certainly done it a couple of times, the Men's Elite Lightweight Double Scull, and look, it's always a great event. As you've alluded to, Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding certainly hot favourites, you would think. Yeah, that's right. They're heading over to Europe. Well, hoping to head over to Europe to qualify this boat for Australia, and what is could be one of the last lightweight events that we see at the Olympics. But you know, writings on the wall has been for some time, I suppose, for some of these events. But all the same, here we are for this Men's Elite Lightweight Double Scull this afternoon.
So you can just see there our rowers getting ready to get onto the start. So we'll just go through the crew list. In lane number 3 from Nepean and Newcastle University, we have Luke Purdy and Jason Waddell. In lane 4 from ANU, Ishan Shalika and Max Reardon. They're coached by Will Hatcher. In lane 5 from Black Mountain Rowing Club, George Bowditch and Matthew Ricard, coached by Renee Domachens. In lane 6 from ANU and UTS, we have Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding. And then lane 7 from Black Mountain and ANU, we have Jonathan Adams and Oliver Manning, and they're coached by Renee Domachens and William Hatcher. So some of those names will be familiar. Max Reardon is the younger brother of Anika Reardon.
Yes.
So he's made the move up from Tasmania. I think 3 of them now have. We had Lily Reardon row out of ANU for a few years, now doing her medical studies. Anika looking to qualify for the Australian team for the women's lightweight double sculls. Ishan Shalika, who was out of King's School a couple of years ago, so now down at the ACT. Matthew Ricard, again, one of a couple of brothers that are all lightweights down at Black Mountain out of Darramarlin College, and certainly a very talented sculler. And then we've got Jono Adams, who only learned how to row 3 years ago.
Chris and I were discussing before, Stu, that it's really exciting to see a new group of lightweight scullers come through down in the ACT. There was certainly a strong contingent a couple of years ago with the likes of Nathan Kennedy and Will Clark, and of course Hamish was in that mix as well, Tom Perry. But certainly there's been a lull for a couple of years, and you know, I suppose when you have a small contingent, one guy being there or not being there can make a huge difference. So it's really exciting to see some of this new generation, as you've alluded to, come through. And yeah, we'll see how they go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's that legacy that they've got. I mean, there were 2 bronze medals for that ACT4 in 2018, 2019. You go a little bit further back. I mean, the ACT's never won the Penrith Cup. They did come second, I think, back in about 2003. And interestingly enough, that was a crew based out of ANU, and I think in 1 year they came 6th by a long way, and then in the next year, you know, as they got stronger and, you know, as they got a little bit older, they were able to go through and take 2nd place.
Yeah, right.
One of that crew, Mac Wilcox, still rowing at ANU. So
okay.
He's still a very, very quick sculler. So it'll be a fascinating race here, the men's elite lightweight double sculls. And they are now underway and rowing, so you can see them going off the start line now. So as mentioned, we would expect Sean Murphy, Hamish Harding from ANU and UTS to be out in front, and then it'll be a fascinating race, I think, Michael, just to see where everyone else is going to sit and sort of how they all go. And then it's a real opportunity, I guess, for those crews, particularly coming up from the ACT. You get that bigger racing, you get that chance to measure yourself up against a few other people and see what work you need to be doing.
Well, certainly you've got at least, what, 6 guys from 6 Territorians, I suppose, vying for selection into the ACT Lightweight 4. With the ANU and Black Mountain Composite crews and the regular Black Mountain crew. But then, of course, thrown into the mix is Luke Purdy and Jason Waddell. Now, Jason Waddell represented New South Wales last year in the Penrith Cup over in Perth. So he's a sculler, a very accomplished sculler with plenty of years of experience behind him.
As we're just seeing now the footage through the first 500 metres, and it was Murphy and Harding leading there ahead of Bowditch and Ricard, and then I think a little bit further back to Purdy and Waddell, Shalliker and Reardon, and then Adams and Manning. So just confirmation there, we do have a scratching in lane number 6, so that is that potential Australian crew of Murphy and Harding, but they will be in the men's elite double sculls, so just conserving a little bit of energy. So some up and coming double sculls going through at the moment. So it does look to be Bowditch and Ricard from Black Mountain Rowing Club down in Canberra. Out in front, they're ahead of Luke Purdy and Jason Waddell from Nepean and Newcastle University. And then back a little bit further, Ishan Shalliker and Max Reardon from ANU, and then Jono Adams from ANU and Oliver Manning from Black Mountain. So 3 out of the 4 at the moment from the ACT. And then back a little, and then we also have the Nepean and Newcastle University crew of Purdy and Waddell, who are starting to push now, that crew of Bowditch and Ricard from Black Mountain out in front. So I think we're in for an exciting finish here, Michael.
Yeah, that's right, Stu. And I think, yeah, as you've alluded to, that Nepean Newcastle crew just with their a very slight advantage ahead of that Black Mountain crew. And certainly look as though they've done the work early, but are just opening up a little bit more of a lead now. Jason Waddell in the stroke seat with a relatively high rate of striking.
And looking quite comfortable there. They've rode through that Black Mountain crew through the third 500 metres. And again, it's that third 500 metres where that humidity really kicks in, and it just, you're gulping the air, trying to just about cut it up with a knife and a fork. So, Nepean and Newcastle University, Purdy and Waddell out in front. They've rode through Black Mountain, and then a bit of a gap then to Ishan Shalaka and Max Reardon from ANU, and then Jono Adams and Oliver Manning making up our field in the men's elite lightweight double sculls.
Well, that's a really clean row coming through from Nepean Newcastle. Right at the end there. Yeah, fantastic rate of striking. And a really clean row coming in. So it's a win for Newcastle Nepean Composite. Second place goes the way of Black Mountain, George Bowditch and Matthew Ricard. Third place goes to Ishan Shalaka and Max Reardon. And so that leaves just the Black Mountain Composite crew. That's Jonathan Adams from the ANU and Oliver Manning from Black Mountain to finalise this field.
We are underway in the women's elite double sculls. They are going past 1,000 metres now. Lane 1 from Mercantile and Cand, we have Madeline Williams and Sophie Reiner. In lane 2 from New Norfolk and Sydney University, we have Taylor Caudle from Sydney University and Molly McCausland from New Norfolk, coached by Thomas Larrick. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price, coached by Thomas Larrick. In lane 4 from Sydney University and Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook and Phoebe Teal, coached by Alfie Young. Scratching lane 5. In lane 6 from Sydney University and ANU, we were talking about the potential lightweight double sculls. We have Anika Reardon from ANU and Georgia Miansaro from Sydney University, coached by Nigel Harding, Thomas Larrick. And then lane 7 from ANU, Alexandra Moylan and Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding and Deanne Grant. So Anika Reardon and Georgia Miansaro looking very comfortable out in front at the moment, Michael, through that last 500.
Certainly not much doubt about the race leaders. It is Reardon and Miansaro who command a lead. I'm just trying to see, Stuart, who's next closest to them.
Yeah, it looks to be. So we've got Taylor Caudle and Molly McCausland over in lane number 2, potentially in second place, but then also Moylan and Catherine Kahn.
Yes.
Also up there as well. So a couple of good rows there. We were talking about people representing their states. Anika Reardon is a 3-time winner of the Victoria Cup in the lightweight quads for Tasmania. Alex Moylan, Catherine Kahn and Taylor Caudle all took part in the Queen's Cup for the ACT. It was the first one that we'd had in 10 years. Taylor Caudle, mentioned earlier, her partner Galen Quinn. They met over in the University of Wisconsin. She then went to, I think it was Oxford Brookes over in the UK, was a Henley winner over in the UK, then went down to ANU and is now at Sydney University. So a very well-travelled woman.
Absolutely well-travelled.
So they're sitting potentially just in second place at the moment. Madeline Williams and Sophie Reiner from Camden Mercantile also moving up quite nicely as well. So, but this lightweight double, Anika Reardon and Georgia Miansaro from Sydney University and ANU, they are really, speaking to the two of them down in Canberra recently, they are both absolutely ready to go over to Lucerne and to give that last qualification regatta an absolute shake-up.
Well, and they're looking pretty dangerous, Stu, just coming into the final 100 metres now. Miansaro and Reardon, they are going to be your winners in the women's elite double scull. No pressure whatsoever. They're going to take this race out. So it's a win for the Sydney University Composite Boat, lane 6. And this second place is going to be a little bit tighter, but I think it is, Stu, as you suggested earlier, it's Taylor Caudle and Molly McCausland, the new Norfolk Composite, who have their bow in front of this, the all ANU crew, Moylan and Khan. But it's not a huge distance, it's probably just a boat length.
Yeah, boat length back between second and third, so a good row there from the ANU double, Alex Moylan and Catherine Khan. Coming through in fourth place, it'll be... no, that's Taylor Caudle and Molly McCausland. So they'll finish in fourth. It was Emily Shepherd and Eleanor Price coming through in second, so apologies there. In fifth place will be Olivia Cook and Phoebe Teal from Sydney University and Griffith University Surfers Paradise. So, and I think the most impressive thing about that win there for that lightweight double, Michael, they were out in front, but they did not let go at any point. They kept that rate of striking up. And I would put them down as being a good chance in a couple of weeks at New South Wales state titles in the open double sculls.
Well, certainly a pattern of the lightweight competitors throwing their hats in the ring in the main heavyweight, in inverted commas, events.
Now we move to the presentation to the winners of the Men's Elite Lightweight Double Scull. That double scull was a composite of Luke Purdy from Newcastle University and Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club. So the race on the course right now is the men's under-21 double scull, and in lane 1 we have a crew from UTS Haberfield, Zink Bosco and Nikolaus Mato. In lane 2 from Sydney University Boat Club, William Wolfe and James Scott Brown. In lane 3 from UTS, Ed Kelly and Lawson Banks. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Alec Hoskin and Nick Whalen. In lane 5 from UTS, Tane Potts and Caelan Routley. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Gersoy and Charlie Hine. In lane 7 from UTS Haberfield, Oscar Beregi and Jack Power. In lane 8 from Sydney University Boat Club, Alex Page and Hayden Mounter. And in lane 9 from UTS Haberfield, Max Collier and Harry Birchmore.
And we're underway in race 88, the men's 21 double scull, and it is a really mouth-watering lineup of scullers. Certainly making the best of things at the moment. It does appear as though it's Oscar Beregi and Jack Power from UTS in lane 7, but they're going head-to-head with Jackson Gersoy and Charlie Hine from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, so that chevron shape taking shape. So into the final 250 metres of this race now. It is, I would suggest, the UTS crew in lane 7, Beregi and Power, who have their noses just in front of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, Gersoy and Hine. Third place is a bit trickier to call. It's between the Sydney University crew over here in lane 8 and also UTS 3, Ed Kelly and Lawson Banks in lane 3. But for the moment, all things going the way of Oscar Beregi and Jack Power in lane 7. They're going to take out the men's under-21 double scull. Second place, it is going to go the way of Charlie Hine and Jackson Gersoy from Sydney Rowing Club. Third place will be secured by Alexander Page and Hayden Mounter from Sydney University Boat Club. Fourth goes to Ed Kelly and Lawson Banks from UTS. Fifth place really tight between those two UTS crews, Tane Potts and Caelan Routley and Zink Bosco and Nick Mather. That was really close. And then 7th place to Sydney University in lane 2. That's William Wolfe and James Scott Bound, followed across the line by Max Collier and Harry Birchmore. So we'll just wait for an official result between 5th and 6th.
How very satisfying, though, to see our 3 high-performance clubs racing in that under-21 double scull, exactly what the vision of our elite pathway is meant to deliver, isn't it? And great to see all of those clubs in the top 3, with UTS taking out the win, Oscar Baregi and Jack Power, and then very close indeed between Sydney rowing clubs, Jackson Gersoy and Charlie Hine, and Sydney University's Alexander Page and Hayden Mounter. Our next race is the women's under-21 double scull, with a UTS Haberfield crew of Sienna Morgan and Elizabeth Carey, Libby Carey, in lane 3, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. In lane 4, Sydney University Boat Club's Tilly Morgan and Ciara Ortolani, coached by AB and Alfie Young. In lane 5, from Yarra Yarra, Zara Kfouri and Konstantina Kafasis, coached by David Orchard. In lane 6, from Sydney Rowing Club, Madison Joins and Georgia Catlin, coached by Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. And in lane 7, a composite between Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club and Victoria Binns of Adelaide University, coached by Tom Tolinar and Charlie Patterson. So Tom Tolinar was Tom Doornbos, but I understand he's got married and has taken his wife's name. Good to see. Good on you, Tom. And he and Charlie coaching 2 very strong characters there, with Neve Tierney and Victoria Binns. It will be great to see what they can do together. One from Sydney and the other from Adelaide, so not a huge amount of time together, but clearly sending a message, if this goes well, that they might be on for state champs, national champs and beyond.
Well, Victoria Binns has been a consistent performer up here at the Regatta Centre over a number of years now, both for school. I think she competed for Loretto and Marryatville for a while.
Yep.
But yeah, great to see her up here, teaming up with Sydney Rowing Club.
Yes, indeed it is. And to see Madison Joins, much like we were talking about Hugh Harold earlier, or was it Miles Harold? Madison was rowing at Penrith Rowing Club, and the Harolds row at Nepean Rowing Club, but on that elite pathway coming from their grassroots club into a high-performance environment. So Madison just stepping up to Sydney Rowing Club this season. Great to see her doing that. Another couple of people moving from school rowing into university level. Tilly Morgan moving from Pymble to Sydney Uni, and Sienna Morgan, I'm pretty sure, was St Catherine's, moving to UTS. So really great to see the pathway working. So we move to the presentation to the winners of the men's under-21 double scull. And the winners representing UTS Haberfield, Oscar Baregi and Jack Power. Their presentation being made there by Georgie Rowe, proud UTS Haberfield member. This crew coached by Matthias Ungemark and Judith Ungemark. So at the 500 metre mark, it was the UTS Haberfield crew of Sienna Morgan and Elizabeth Carey, Libby Carey, who were in the lead. And Mike, it looks like quite a big lead, really, over the rest of the field, doesn't it?
Certainly does appear as that's the case, Lizzie. We saw them, the live stream just passed through, and I thought it was lane 7 Adelaide University Composite in the lead, but such a huge lead being commanded by Sienna Morgan and Libby Carey out the front there.
Do you know what? It's St Augustine's in a pair with a lane 1 on them, so presumably now that they've at the 250 metre mark and we can see them. Is that from a previous race and they ran into trouble? Ah, okay. So we've changed. Okay, so what we have got then is a men's under 19 pair who've been put into this race, we think, so because they were the only under 19 pair. So that's St. Augustine's crew of Jason Cow and William Pender, coached by Bjarni Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. So that's the men's junior pair racing in lane 1, and then we've got UTS across there in lane 3. And really ramping up now as they come towards the finish line, the Adelaide University and Sydney composite of Niamh Tierney and Victoria Binns in lane 7, who are currently in the lead.
Yeah, certainly makes a bit more sense of things.
It does.
But nonetheless, still a tight battle taking place for that pole position, but it's Binns and Tierney just lifting their rate as they come into the final 50 metres. They're being pressed by Morgan and Carey, but I think they've done enough just to hang on to the lead, and a really clean bit of rowing, some sculling, just coming into the final 5 metres and across the line. Second place goes the way of lane 3 UTS. Third place to Sydney's Madison Joynes and Georgia Kaplan. Fourth place to lane 5 Yara Yara, Zara Kafori and Constantina Kafasis. And finally, in lane 4, representing Sydney University, Tilly Morgan and Ciara Ortolani. They'll cross the line in 5th place. I think, Lizzie, we've seen Ciara Ortolani come across from Leichhardt Rowing Club to Sydney University.
That's right,
Yeah.
yes, indeed. Much like you went from
much
Leichhardt to UTS.
Much like me, yes.
All those years ago.
All those years, yes.
Fun times ahead.
So it does appear as though we've got a start in race 90, the men's under 23 double scull, and this is going to be another cracker race with some Australian team hopefuls competing. So in lane 3, it's a UTS Haberfield Melbourne University composite comprised of Felix Oliver from MUBC and Mitchell Kaponis. And that crew is coached by Matthias Ungermark, Judith Ungermark and Matt Ryan. In lane 4, it's an Adelaide West Australian Rowing Club composite, Charlie Stevenson from West Australia and Adam Holland from Adelaide. And that crew is coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 5 is a Sydney Rowing Club boat comprised of Miles Harold and Bradley Graham. And finally in lane 6, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Hugo Hobbs and Hamish Danks, coached by Don McLaughlin. Looks as though it's a pretty tight race at this stage, Lizzie. I would suggest the crew in lane 3, the UTS composite, enjoying a small advantage over the remainder of the crews.
Which is good to see because I think Mitchell Kaponis had a bit of a shocker in his single a bit earlier on, so good to see him settling down now and really moving that boat with Felix Oliver.
Absolutely, and he's been a real consistent performer over the past couple of seasons and is going from strength to strength, so really great to see Mitch doing well alongside Felix. Second place, I think it's really tight, but I would suggest that it's a Sydney Rowing Club's Miles Harold and Bradley Graham.
Yep, I would say so too. Very closely followed by Hugo Hobbs and Hamish Danks,
yes,
who raced earlier in the single and weren't overly impressive, but they're looking pretty good here in the double scull. And then it's just back to Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club in the bow seat and Adam Holland of Adelaide Rowing Club in the stroke seat, coached this time by Stefano Belosso.
Always good to see a small but powerful contingent of West Australians and South Australians over for the small boats regatta, gearing up for the New South Wales States Championships.
Cracker of a race. Look
Yeah.
at Sydney Uni and Sydney Rowing Club go against
Real
each
race
other.
unfolding between lane 6 and 5 Sydney University, and I think that they have just overtaken that Sydney Rowing Club crew, so it'll be a win for UTS Composite. Second place goes the way of Sydney University on the line. Really fantastic effort from Hugo Hobbs and Hamish Danks. Wow. Fourth place goes the way of Adelaide West Australian Rowing Club Composite.
So I think was it UTS won the men's under 23 quad scull at the Nationals last year, didn't they?
Yeah,
So
that's right. That was the crew of
I
Mitch Kaponis, who's just
Yep.
won this race, Harry Curtin,
Yep.
Pat Burke, and Henry Blackwell.
right. Yes,
Yes.
indeed. So
Yeah, and
slightly-
yeah, and Henry had a strong crack in the single scull earlier. So
Things are looking good
Yeah.
for our under-23 men. How about our under-23 women? So just recapping the results of the men's under-23 double scull. A win for UTS Haberfield, Melbourne University composite of Mitchell Caponis and Felix Oliver. Second, the Sydney University crew of Hugo Hobbs and Hamish Danks. Third, the Sydney Rowing Club double of Miles Harold and Bradley Graham just pipped to the post. And fourth, Adelaide Rowing Club West Australian composite of Stevenson and Holland. Women's under-23 double is coming next, and in lane 3 we have the crew from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise of Olivia Cook and Lindsay Calvert, coached by Chris Holliday. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Talisa Noak Driver, coached by Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. In lane 5, the crew from Fremantle of Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon, who we have seen race in a couple of pairs events so far today. In lane 6 from Sydney University Boat Club, Zoe Bond and Tiffany Botha, coached by Alfie Young and AB. And sadly, Neve Tierney and Victoria Binns have scratched from this one, and that will be because they just went out and won the under-21 double scull earlier. And talking of them, here they are on the presentation dais, ready to receive their pots for the women's under-21 double scull. Representing Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney, and representing Adelaide University, Victoria Binns. Please congratulate our winners in the women's under-21 double scull. The crew is coached by Tom Tolinar and Charlie Patterson. Okay, we can only see 2 crews on the water, so we've just had a quick check, and sadly the Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise crew in lane 3 has scratched, and so has the Sydney Rowing Club crew from lane 4. So we have Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon from Fremantle in lane 5, and in lane 6, the Sydney University Boat Club crew with a slight change. In the bow seat now, Sophia Whiteman, and in the stroke seat, Tiffany Botha. So Sophia, who hails from Queensland but studying at Sydney University, and Tiffany Botha, who came to rowing through the Queenwood School. Whilst these doubles come towards the finish line now, we will congratulate the winners of the men's under-23 double scull. Representing UTS Haberfield, Mitchell Caponis, and representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Felix Oliver. Please congratulate our winners in the men's under-23 double scull.
Coming across the line now, it is Sophia Whiteman and Tiffany, both representing the Sydney University Boat Club, who claim the win in the women's under-23 double scull. And they're going to be followed across the line by Fremantle Rowing Club's Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon in just a short moment.
Congratulations to Sydney University Boat Club's Sophia Whiteman and Tiffany Botha, a commanding win there in the women's under-23 double scull, and we invite them to come across and collect their winnings. Now, we already saw the men's under-19 pair, which is scheduled for 4:04 race 92, so we'll move on to the final elite race of the day, which is the men's elite double scull, and then we'll progress through to the Masters events through to 4:48. In our race at 4:09, in a couple of minutes' time, we'll have a crew from Sydney University in lane 1 of Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt, coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 2 from UTS, the crew of Harry Curtin and Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias Ungemach and Judith Ungemach. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club and Capital Lakes and the ACT High Performance Programme, Alex Wolfe and Harry Glackin. In lane 4, Marcus Delamata from Sydney University Boat Club and Alex Rossi from West Australian Rowing Club. In lane 5, Jack Cleary from West Australian Rowing Club with Campbell Watts from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 6, Sean Murphy from UTS with Hamish Harding from ANU, both of them lightweights, searching for selection to go and give it a red hot crack and try and qualify that lightweight double for Paris. In lane 7, Dom Frederico from Mercantile with Nick Blackman of Adelaide University, coached by Nick Mitchell from Sassy, Al Matthews, and in lane 8, Canned from Queensland, Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes, coached by Scott Rowe.
So we're just having a look out through some binoculars to see if we can see who's in the lead. It does appear as though it's Jack Cleary and Campbell Watts, the Sydney University composite crew with West Australia Rowing Club. Lane 4, not far behind, Marcus Delamata from SUBC and Alex Rossi. So 2 West Australia Rowing Club, Sydney University Boat Club combinations there. But other than that, Lizzie, it's looking pretty tight. The live stream just revealing Sean Murphy and Hamish Harding just back a little bit off the pace. But I can certainly attest to Hamish Harding's proclivity for finishing fast and rating high in the final 500 metres, so I don't write them off just yet. coming into the final 250 metres. It is that crew in lane 5, Sydney University West Australia Rowing Club combination that commands the lead. Just to their right, Delamata and Rossi hot on their heels, and also that lightweight crew, Murphy and Harding, have just come back really strongly in the last couple of 100 metres. Also looking strong is the Harry Glacken and Alexander Wolf combination in lane 3, and they'll be pressing up for a medal just to try and knock those lightweights out of I suppose, medal contention. But certainly in the ascendancy at the moment. At lane 5, Sydney University Composite, Jack Clear and Campbell Watts. Into the final 5 metres now, that composite crew comes across the line. And certainly a big wind coming through from lane 4's composite crew as well. 3rd place goes to Sydney Capital Lakes. 4th place goes to ANU UTS. 5th place goes the way of the Adelaide Uni Mercantile Composite, Frederico and Blackman. 6th place goes to UTS Lane 2, that's Harry Curtin and Henry Blackwell. 7th place looking to go to Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt on the far side of the course. And finally, Canned Rowing Club, represented by Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes.
Awesome, really speedy rowing there, wasn't it? That winning crew taking it out in a time of 6 minutes 22.89. Marcus Delamata and Alex Rossi 6:26.92 provisional times, and 6:28.94 for Glacken and Wolf. And of course, I'm very interested to see what do the lightweights do. They were just 3 seconds behind, 6:31.57.
And the conditions are pretty flat, so that's yeah, pretty good.
And that is the final race for our elite men, so that will give a nice headache to the selectors and the national team coaches of the men's squad. We're going to move now to men's masters sculling with Division 1 of the men's masters double scull. So the racing will now take place over 1,000 metres. In our first race, which will take place in about 15 minutes' time, I think. No, I reckon any time now. We've got a composite between Black Mountain and St George of Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan in lane 2. In lane 3, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Gabriel Haythorne Thwaite and Benjamin Faunce. And in lane 4 from St George, Cromwell, Olivia and Christopher Jones. Those are all D age category crews, so they will have to wait for 10 seconds before starting. In age category E, we have Lake Macquarie in lane 5, represented by Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. We have Mossman in lane 6, represented by Mark Luan and Alexander Deutsch. And in lane 7 from Leichhardt, Terry Bridges and Richard Medway. They will have to wait for 5 seconds. And going off go in lane 8, the crew from Glebe Rowing Club in the F age category of Christopher Neisch and Mark McEwen.
So we're underway in race 94, Division 1 of the Men's Masters Double Scull. And at this early stage, could be Mossman in lane 6 in the lead, but also could be St George, lane 4. Not much between it anyway. Yep, so it does appear as though lane 6, a Mossman, represented by Mark Lewan and Alexander Doidge, are enjoying a lead ahead of Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. They're in lane 5. Leichhardt Rowing Club's Terry Bridges and Richard Medway also there in the mix in lane 7. And on the right hand, the other side of the chevron, I should say, is Cromwell Olivier and Christopher Jones representing St George. Coming into the final 250 metres now, battle unfolding for that first place position between Mossman and Lake Macquarie. That's Boyd and Smith and Lewan and Doidge. And Mossman have done the work early, so they're still hanging on to a small advantage, but certainly being pressed all the way by Lake Macquarie, Boyd and Smith. Third place is a tough to tell at this stage. I think it could be that Leichhardt crew in lane 7 that's pushed themselves into contention. That's Terry Bridges and Richard Medway. But also over the far side of the course, Black Mountain Composite, Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan are in contention as well. But for the moment, Mossman's Lewan and Doidge in the lead, and they're looking poised now to take it out. Real fast finish coming through from Leichhardt, Bridges and Medway, and they're going to steal the silver medal off of Lake Macquarie. And just a couple of dirty strokes, but Mossman have done enough to claim the win. Second place to Leichhardt, third place to Lake Macquarie. Fourth place goes the way of Black Mountain and St George. Fifth place to St George proper. Sixth place to Glebe Rowing Club, lane 8. And finally, it will be lane 3, Drummoyne.
So unofficially a winning time of 3 minutes 37 for our crew from Mossman of Mark Luan and Alexander Doidge, taking out the first division of the Men's Masters Double Scull. We have 2 divisions though, so moving on to the second division. In lane 1 from North Shore Rowing Club, the F age category crew of Eric Luck and Max Ott. In lane 2 from Mossman and also F age category, Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery. In lane 3, a composite of Anthony Stanley from Newcastle and Tim Bland from Glebe Rowing Club, an F composite. And in lane 4 also, actually there's a couple more, in lane 4 from Drummoyne, F category, Andrew Patterson and Douglas Stewart. In lane 5 from Glebe, Mark Tejan and Kenny Major. And in lane 6 from North Shore, Nick Johnston and Chris Walsh. So they are all F-age categories, and we'll have to wait for 61 seconds, over a minute. In lane 7 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Branko Kovacic and Richard Jones, a 44-second time penalty. And going off-go in the K-age category, Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club with John James from North Shore. Good to see Mr. Kovacic from Drummoyne back in the boat again after last season with, I think, some health issues. So always great to see so many people just really inspiring us when they're rowing in their late 80s.
Can only hope that'll be each of us.
Yes, yes indeed. It'll be a miracle if I get back in my boat in my 80s.
Certainly Graham Werner and John James are underway, and they are coming up on the halfway mark in this race, and I think everyone's now underway, right down to the F, the youngsters in F category.
Yep. Average age something like 65, is it, or 63 or something?
Yeah, something like that.
So what we would see with the time penalties, the crews that go will be in the lead up until about the halfway mark, and then we'll slowly see the crews that had a time penalty catch them up. The aim of the time penalties being that everybody should finish at the same time. Of course, that doesn't happen. But right now, Graham Wern and John James in the lane closest to the grandstand, well ahead of the remainder of these crews. Slowly inching their way up to them from Drummoyne Rowing Club. In the lane next to them, lane 7, Branko Kovacic and Richard Jones. And then it looks as though it's across to Mark Tejan and Kenny Major of Glebe Rowing Club. And then, I don't know, difficult to say whether it's Andrew Patterson and Douglas Stewart from Drummoyne or Harry Fine and Lawrence Netherby from Mossman.
I think you could pretty much throw a blanket over the rest of them. I've just seen them coming through the 1,500 metres on the live stream, and it is really close indeed. So should be a good finish to this race.
Indeed.
Question is, can anyone catch Wern and James out the front?
And they have years of practice of staying ahead, don't they? So this year our national Masters Championships will take place at the beautiful Lake Barrington in Tasmania between the 8th and the 11th of May. So I would imagine a lot of these crews are thinking about going over there. They've probably already booked their accommodation and their ferries, knowing how organised these fellas are.
It's a really fantastic event for the Open Australian Rowing Championships a couple of years ago down there.
Oh, wasn't it just so beautiful? Agreed.
So, into the business end of this race, and does appear as though Graham Wern and John James have maintained their lead, and although they're being pressed in these late stages by Glebe Rowing Club's Mark Tejan and Kenneth Major, the Drummoyne North Shore Composite have done enough, and they're going to hang on in the final couple of strokes to claim a victory in the second division of the men's Masters Double Scull. Second place goes to Glebe. Third place goes to North Shore 1 in lane 6. Fourth place is really tight. I think it goes to Mossman by the narrowest of margins, ahead of Drummoyne in lane 7, who I think claimed 5th. 6th was a Drummoyne in lane 4. 7th was a Glebe Composite. That's Anthony Stanley and Timothy Bland. And just to wrap everything up will be North Shore in lane 1, Eric Luck and Maximilian Ott. So, moving along to race 96, which is just getting underway. It's the first division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. So, moving to Women's Masters Sculling now for a couple of divisions. 4 divisions by the looks of things. 5 divisions. And this will take us right through to the end of the regatta. So, in lane 1, representing Mossman Rowing Club is Jem Lambert. And I should say these scullers are all A, B and C grade, or C categories, I suppose. And so they range in age between 33 and 46. In lane 1 from Mossman is Jem Lambert. Lane 2 from Leichhardt is Sarah Brown. And lane 3 from Sydney University is Aisha Rafi'i. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie is Kirsten Berry. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti. In lane 6 from Glebe is Anne Skilton. In lane 7 from North Shore is Olivia Tong. In lane 8 from Drummoyne is Jodie Panagopoulos. And in lane 9 from Glebe is Jacqueline Harris.
So of course in lane 3 we've got Aisha, who we were talking about earlier, just back into rowing on water again after a 7-year break, having been to the Rio Olympics and now testing the waters, so to speak, as she returns to competition, doing a little bit of under distance training by doing this race before she heads off to Singapore and competes in the trials to try and get the single sculler slot and then head for the Olympic qualifications for Paris. So wishing her good luck with that.
Feel a bit sorry for those scullers, giving Aisha a couple of seconds off the start, I suppose.
Yes. So we can see progressing down the course now Mika Kelly, who is our visually impaired para rower. So clearly she is going to be competing in one of these. Yep, she's going to be in lane 2 of Division 5 at 4:43. So in the umpire's launch that's following her coach Mark Tejan, and also providing guidance there. I actually think Mark might be racing, and Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club just providing Mika with some assistance with her steering. And it's a lot more difficult than one thinks it is, because the umpire's launch or the guide's launch is having to stop now because the race has started, and you really don't want to produce wash for racing scullers. So Division 1 of our Women's Masters Single Scull is now underway.
And I guess, unsurprisingly, we've got Aisha Rafay in the lead in lane 3 representing Sydney University. She's got quite a substantial advantage over the rest of the scullers.
Yep, Jackie Harris off to a good start, but Aisha looking pretty strong there. I think she'll be surprising herself. So 35 years of age, so she's in the B age category. So she went 3 seconds after the 4C age category scullers, who are having a ding-dong of a battle, aren't they? So we've got Jackie Harris closest to you in the grandstand in the colours of Glebe, then across to Olivia Tong of North Shore, and then across to the Leichhardt Rowing Club sculler Nikki Lepresti. So Aisha Rafai from Sydney University Club will take out Division 1 of the Women's Masters Singles.
Really
and
close,
I really
though.
don't know who's going to come second. Wow, Olivia Tong, what a great race. Congratulations, Olivia from North Shore. Second, just ahead of Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, and then Jackie Harris from Glebe. Then it's across to our Mossman sculler, Jem Lambert. I think Sarah Brown of Leichhardt next, and then in lane 6, Glebe's Annie Skilton. 8th, the Drummoyne sculler, Jodie Panagopoulos. And are we missing Kirsten? Yes, we are, and Kirsten Berry. I saw her earlier, so she was having to scratch, not very well. And Division 2 of the Women's Masters Single Scull is now coming towards the start line, or are they already underway? No, I think they're already underway.
I think that's right.
Yep, we've got Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven in lane 2, coached by Andrew Parry. We have Kate Wareham of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3, coached by Mark Tejan and Robin Mackney. Amanda Berrand of St George Rowing Club in lane 4. Heather Doig of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 5. Daniela Borghet of Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 6. Zita Briones of North Shore in lane 7, coached by Guy Morgan. And in lane 8, Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, coached by Odin McIntosh. Bit of a mix there. So Katrina Davis, Daniela Borgert and Trudy McDonald were all in the New South Wales Masters Women's Quad last year, with Amanda Berrand one of the reserves. And in lane 5, a complete novice, Heather Doig from Glebe Rowing Club, very bravely setting out to do a single sculls race today. and Kate Wareham from Glebe in lane 3 in a similar position. So a real mix of ability and experience across this whole field. Oh, and sorry, North Shore, Zita Briones, a seasoned international lightweight rower. So always impressing, Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, and who's in the lane closest to the grandstand, and Kadrina Davis from Shoalhaven on the far side, and captain of Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Borgert, in lane 6. It'll be interesting to see whether they go for the New South Wales Masters quad again this year. Selection nominations are now open if you fancy having a go at representing New South Wales in either the women's quad, women's 8, men's quad or men's 8 at the National Championships in Lake Barrington in May.
So we're coming into the final stages, Lizzie, now of the race, and it is going to be pretty close. I think Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven over there in lane 2 has commanded a small advantage now ahead of Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt in lane 6. So she's going to take out the second division of the Women's Masters single scull. Borgert from Leichhardt claims second. And a fast finish from Trudy McDonald. She'll have to settle for third. Fourth place going the way of Amanda Barrett from St George.
So a bit like last year, there still are top scullers in this age bracket. Yep.
Fifth place looking as though it'll go the way of Zita Briones from North Shore. And just a few more scullers to go. Kate Wareham from Glebe and Heather Doig from Glebe, as you say, Lizzie.
Yeah, very brave. Might even be her first single sculls race.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Good on her, taking it carefully. Heather, who is the mother of Sabrina Koskar, who we have seen race a couple of times today in both the single and the double. So great to see parents getting involved with their kids' sports and having some fun out there on the water. What a lovely day to have your first single sculls race. Far less terrifying than some conditions.
Particularly the case when many of those novice races happen on the Iron Cove on a windy Saturday afternoon.
Absolutely. So Heather is an Ascombe mum, so some good cheers coming up from the Ascombe girls and mums from across the different rowing clubs, and great to see her complete that course safely. Well done, Heather. You'll never do a novice race again. So just recapping then, in that second division of the Women's Masters single scull, it was a win for Shoalhaven's Katrina Davis of the C age category. Second was Daniela Borgert in the D age category, and third Trudy McDonald in the D age category. And we invite Katrina to come across and collect her pot.
Thank you, Lizzie. And we're underway in race 98, the third division of the Women's Masters single scull. So in this race, we have D and E category scullers. In lane 2, representing Drummoyne, is Sally Webeck. We've got a scratching from lane 3. So in lane 4 is Wendy Roncolata, representing Drummoyne. In lane 5 from Mossman is Edith de Boer. In lane 6 from Drummoyne is Janine Donovan. In lane 7 from Glebe is Katie Elias. And in lane 9, also from Drummoyne, is Renata Ipma. So Renata in lane 8 was off of go, and giving Katie in lane 7 and Renata in lane 8 5 seconds were the rest of the scullers. So Katie Elias, coached by her daughter Kitty and her daughter's friend and crewmate Kitty Zusak. Again, somebody who's only just taken up sculling, so this might well be her first race in a single scull too. So great to see parents out there, and amongst a field of fairly experienced scullers with Renata Ipma from Drummoyne Rowing Club, highly experienced and many times a representative of New South Wales in the Women's Masters quad. Recently transferred from Balmain Rowing Club to Drummoyne Rowing Club. And on the other side of Katie from Glebe is Janine Donovan, also of Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Robin Mackney. And Renata is E age category, and Drummoyne is, which I think is average age 55, and then D age category, which is average age 50, is Janine Donovan. And joining her in the
DH category, next to her Edith de Boer from Mossman, and then Wendy Roncolato in the green and gold of Drummoyne Rowing Club, and across to Sally Wiebeck of Drummoyne Rowing Club, also DH category in lane 2. So, pretty big race for Drummoyne.
And it is going to be a win for Drummoyne. Having said that, Renata Eatma claims the win from lane 8. Second place is going to go the way of Janine Donovan in lane 6. And a little bit of a distance back, but I think it will be Wendy Roncolato in lane 4 who claims third. She's got just a couple of strokes to row yet. Fourth place, looking as though it might go the way of Edith de Boer from Mossman in lane 5. Sally Wiebeck from Drummoyne in lane 2 claims 5th place. And some impassioned cheers coming from the grandstand for Katie Elias in lane 7. A really fantastic thing to see.
Almost there. One more stroke, Katie. One more stroke. No, she's done. Yay! Good work, Katie.
Fantastic. Being coached by
What a great
one of her
sport.
children, no less.
So here we see in the first race, we see an Olympian, and we've got several experienced, and certainly a world champion in Zita Briones in the second heat, and then we've got complete novices in divisions 2 and 3 as well. So what a wonderful sport that we can all just muck in together and go out there and have a heap of fun, doing some exercise in a wonderful, wonderful environment. So down on the medal presentation dais now, we have the winner of Division 2 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. She's about to be presented with her pot by Georgie Rowe from the Women's National Training Centre and our Women's 8. And so winner of Division 2 of the Masters Women's Single Scull, representing Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis. Katrina is coached by Andrew Parry. On the big screen now we can see race 99 lining up for the start of Division 4 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. And again we have a real mix here of experience and less experience. Very experienced in lane 2, Drummoyne Rowing Club President Kathleen Hextell in the EH category. Next to her in lane 3, representing North Shore, Annalise Appleton, coached by John James. In lane 4 from Newcastle University Boat Club, Jules Bosco. And completing our EH category group of 4, also from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Caroline Vernon, coached by Robin Mackney. In the FH category, in lane 6 from Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart, and in lane 8 from North Shore, Louise McCoach, coached by Guy Morgan. So we've just seen Louise McCoach go off there. It looks as though maybe Rowena Stewart is not there. Yeah, Rowena Stewart has also scratched.
So we're coming into the final 2 races of today's program, and just as the clouds ominously bear upon the Regatta Centre, you might have some rain this evening.
Yeah, it really has clouded over, hasn't it? And the wind beginning to pick up a little. Just at the right time. One more race to go after this. And we can see them lining up already. So our leader in the initial stages, of course, Louise McCoach, because she went off go. The others had to wait for 7 seconds before taking off. And already we can see Kathleen Hextell has made a very determined start there over on the far side.
So it'll be really interesting to see if Louise McCoach can ward off her other competitors having a 7-second advantage. As you say, Lizzie, there's plenty of experience in this race, so be a tall order. And just on the big screen, you can see Louise McCoach there in the colours of North Shore. And she's passing through the 500 metre mark in this race, the halfway point. And already Kath Hextell from Des Moines, I should say, has taken chunks out of that lead. Third place looks as though it's being occupied at the moment by Caroline Vernon from Des Moines.
Yeah, so very interesting, the different clubs we've got here. So Des Moines Rowing Club has a lot of masters with a great vibe, but also has an open squad which has a lot of young people who want to row at a really good level but don't want to do the high performance pathway. So producing some really good results there under the guidance of Sarah Ellis, their coach, the DRC Opens. They have a great account on Facebook, Instagram, always worth having a look at. And then we have North Shore, who specialise in masters rowing. So we see Louise there in lane 8 and also Annalise in lane 3. We've seen them perform really strongly throughout the regatta in the masters category. They're led by head coach Kim Rudder. And certainly both in sweep and sculling get a lot of rowing in and have a great deal of experience.
So I think Louise has represented New South Wales a couple of times.
I think so too, especially in the Women's 8.
Yes, in the Women's 8, I think.
Yeah. So Kathleen Hextall having a great row there over on the far side. As she said to me, she uses her mornings to look after the youngsters and in particular para rowers, where Kathleen is a specialist coach. And in the afternoons, after 3 o'clock, it's time for her. So this is when she gets out, does her own sculling and doing her own racing and looking fantastic across there in the far side. I think she has now managed to break through the stranglehold of Louise McCoach, and she might just take out, I think she will, by a length or two, she will take out Division 4 of the Women's Masters single scull. Second will be Louise McCoach, great row for her. Great competition between those two excellent athletes. And another great race coming here from Annalise Appleton of North Shore and Caroline Vernon from Des Moines Rowing Club. Caroline's had her bows in front most of the way. Can she just get her bows in front? By one stroke she does. Half a length. She will take third. Fourth will be Annalise Appleton from North Shore, and very close behind Jules Bosco from Newcastle University.
Well, that was really close. Just unluckily, Annalise Appleton just caught a couple of bad strokes right at the end there, paving the way for Caroline Vernon just to snatch that win.
Verno strikes again. So, as we said, just one pot for the keeping, and we invite Kathleen Hextall from Des Moines to come across and collect hers. And so the final race of today's program is underway. It's race 100, the fifth division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. So in lane 2, representing Glebe, Mika Kelly, coached by Mark Tejan. In lane 3, from St George, is Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 4, from Glebe, Catherine Maxwell. In lane 5, from Endeavour, Chris Brennan. Got a scratching in lane 6. And a scratching in lane 8. So just in lane 7 is Lindy Nisbet from Endeavour Rowing Club. Yeah, Lindy Nisbet, who used to row at Des Moines Rowing Club, so has moved up the coast and is now rowing at Endeavour Rowing Club. So she was the first of our scullers to start, being in the H category at the age of 70. So she's gone off go. 13 seconds later, Chris Brennan, also from Endeavour, who's in lane 5, set off. And then our F age category ladies in lanes 2, 3 and 4. Mika Kelly, Chris McCready and Catherine Maxwell set off. So Mika Kelly, of course, our para rower, who has a visual impairment and is being guided there across on the far side of the course. Chris McCready, very experienced multi-medalist for New South Wales in the Women's State Masters quad, having a great row there. And then those pink zooties of Endeavour with Chris Brennan and Lindy Nisbet. So Lindy managing to hold off the youngsters at the moment. I think Lindy was a lightweight rower for New South Wales back in her day. She was underage, should we call it? Or open age.
Certainly not suggesting that anyone is over age by necessary implication.
Absolutely not for rowing. And Chris McCready really powering down now. She's just inside the red buoys, indicating the last 100 metres of the race. She's increased her rate of striking. I believe she was a physical education teacher, always very fit and very competitive. And one of her arch rivals, Lindy Nisbet, who's probably one of the most competitive people I know. So it's going to go right down to the wire now between these two.
Yeah, in the final couple of strokes, I think McCready has just done enough to open up a small lead now ahead of Lindy Nisbet, so she's going to claim the win in the 5th and final division of the Women's Masters Single Scull. So she claims the final win of the day. So this Nisbet from Endeavour has to settle for 2nd. 3rd place going to go the way of Chris Brennan from Endeavour in lane 5, and just a couple of scullers to finish now. Catherine Maxwell and Mika Kelly, both of Glebe Rowing Club.
Yeah, having a good race actually against each other, which is great for Mika. I wonder if the guide can tell you that you've got a competitor and you just got your bow bobble in front. I would imagine they're not allowed to tell you that, but maybe she can hear her. And often a visually impaired athlete will have some element of vision, maybe peripheral vision. So half a length. Catherine Maxwell will take out 4th position over Mika Kelly, both from Glebe Rowing Club, and that completes our final race of the day. Is what has been a fantastic show of rowing, hasn't it? It's
been great to have everyone back and in force for the first event of the calendar year. I suppose if you at the Regatta Centre, unless you did Taree, of course. So no, fantastic to have everyone back. We just want to ask everyone to please return their bow numbers to the finish tower once you've finished your racing. But we look forward to seeing everyone back here very shortly for what promises to be a very large New South Wales State Championships.
Yeah, a couple of weeks for that. Next week we will have the PLC School Regatta, PLC Kings and Rowing New South Wales Regatta for juniors. And on the Sunday, the Independent Girls Schools Sports Association Regatta. So a weekend of junior racing, especially for girls next weekend. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the following weekend will be the state championships. If you fancy getting involved, it's never too late. Please hop onto the Rowing New South Wales website and fill in the form, or give the office a ring on Monday or Tuesday next week. We'd love to hear from you and welcome you to the team of volunteers.
So the season heating up, plenty of rowing for you rowing tragics out there, but that's all for us this afternoon. Thank you.